Falom Anashaltakayo Asmi wife. Fuman slowly pulled back her hair. Revealing Jada Village half off her face. Andrew Market Cooley, with that, doyasti wish formato accompany. Shuas universally acknowledge a ugly woman off tempire. A wasty of existence. Yet, with facing literance she stonisheth world, the prince. Chapter 1. Thestar skyrisem bled flowing water. With stars twinkling like scattered wells. A train for through tonight. Racing towards an unseen destination. Trailing behind it, 5 or 6 modified armored vehicles approached. Re-added to intercept. On the open skylight. Either a pursuit cannon or machine guns mounted. The occupants within boring sighus expressions. Target confirmed a leave stick intercontinental missile. The voice was galmus water, sereny and tranquil. Is it impossible to dismantle retrieve? Kametha Sombertoni off Minister of National Security through T-cold communication device. Impossible. Then detonate it. Understood. At hat variement, Anno their voice interjected you have 5 armor vehicles ahead. With 7 minutes and 11 seconds until theoryach the train. Beneath the tranquil stariski, the composed notification resonated. That is sufficient. Thuan drussled, enveloping the night in stillness. Ticking away, time passed second by second 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Boom. Just as the handsoft he clock pointed 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Addy Fininge explosion eruptedens tillness of tonight. Flames erupted abruptly, clawing their way through to dense darkness, blossoming in a brilliant and flamboyant. The train, smuggling the leaven stick intercontinental missile into the nation, was lifted entirely off the ground by the blast. Following that, a series of explosions ensued. Frenzied flame surged rapidly towards the front of the train. Then it was pitch black, illuminate down Liberty Tower in inferno. Amidst this conflagration, a shadow unfurled before the distorted flames, advancing slowly. A black trenchcoat was torn by the frenzied winds, fluttering fiercely in the air. Her flowing black hair said without a breeze, brazenly swirling within the night. Hair exquisitivis, naturally graceful, resembled a peony enveloped in mist, strikingly beautiful beyond measure. The flamesro air behinder, a colossal force of thought cm merlito serviture backdrop. Event the misdazzling color scudent of her shadow to audacious black. Ye a senior official within the Special Operations Department of the National Security Ministry. An entity shrouded in secrecy, the Special Operations Department is affiliated with the nation's highest confidential matters. In this world, there exist astonishing phenomena. Many belly evithier confined to theorems of science and fiction, yet theory indeed real. Itis merlith that the state conceals these secrets. An entity known as Dark Knight, itis a department of extraordinary abilities. Its members possess unimaginable powers taking inerrity electricity, see through objects, foresee future events, undergo mutations, and master ancient martial arts. They are the sharpest weapons of the nation. Udo as not wield electricity, cannot predict, nor possess supernatural abilities. However, she's adept in ancient martial arts, a discipline of foremost sectant lineage of Chinese martial arts, renowned for her skills in agile and acrobatics, unrivaled Daminger peers. Ancient martial arts, a term that refers to traditional Chinese martial practices. With the billetin toy inflict arm without a trace, the zisthesencio fancient martial arts. As he gracefully traversed the night sky, the black figure approached nonchalantly, entirely unfazed by the violent explosions behind her. The train carcereviolent liar ducid torribilimits to catastrophic blasts. Yet, traversing atop the train, remained as steadfast as Sam Mountain. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of machine guns swept wildly through the darkness. Within thin sky that train cars, countless armed bandits smashed upon windows, brandishing fire weapons towards the figure of Yi descending from above. A gentle breeze swept by, yet you did not flinch with him your revolver arm. Silver light flashed and vanished. Gunfarisi said immediately, and the bandites falone beyond, each with a barley visible cut upon their throats. Draped in black, chic sooty de narrow fargancy and ferocity. Flame surged upwards, racing towards the front of the train. The sound of helicopters buzzed above the train, signaling their arrival of reinforcements. With a slight tilt of her head, Yi lapped, Herto-esque gripping the descending ropellator, as the helicopter swiftly ascended. At the very instant they took off, air-sounding explosion erupted behind them, obliterating the entire train. Simultaneously, the sound of tires screeching to a halt code through to as the 5 armor vehicles break it violently, their occupants nearly driven to madness. The Levin stick intercontinental missile was choose destroyed, gone without a trace. As the night wind rustled, Yi leaned against the repellator, gazing at the flames below, Asmala gracing her lips. Truly, there was little echolenge to be found. However, in that fleeting moment of mirth, the helicopter above judden little to red in midair, plummeting downwards. Not good, the helicopter has malfunctioned. Then it was deep, and gentle. Ye never anticipated that the mission would conclude so effortlessly, only to be brought down by neglected maintenance on the helicopter at the very end. The fireworks blaze forth in resplendent brilliance, revealing the wonders of thy encanting world. They gentle breeze dances across the vast expanse, while it's a delightful azure was paint theskis. Hairliest forgotten river continent, on the outskirts of a quaintum belonging to the kingdom of Fayu. A firmament, Astus descends, warm race of flight casket upon thirth, enhancing the alluring scenery of lakes and mountains. Princess? I have an interest in the humble garden of Juanfu, devoid of furry and exotic flora, vibrant blossoms abound, yet a simple swing occupies its center. At present, our man sits upon it, chattering away. Before her there recipient offerwards a 14-year-old girl, gazes down at the book in her hands, responding with an air of indifference. What do you mean you have an interest? Mother tells that Hattie were truly betrothed to the current prince. Do remember how other. Enough, please stop. Avert it for nurse about Duke's mansion, the call terms that predetermined marriage. Before the woman in the wing could finish her sentence, the 14-year-old girl shook her head in exasperation, cutting her off. I could recite old happy heart, mother. Do you truly believe our daughter, in this state, can become a princess? Ye advise ye to awaken from this daydream sooner rather than latter. If I were still in slumber, perhaps you should return and take ye another nap. With that, the girl helplessly raised her head. One could see that their features were exquisitely beautiful, while the ligante brow sarking gracefully, and her eyes, dark and luminous, resembled obsidian beneath the night sky. Her nose was delicately sculpted, and her lips, naturally rosy, marked her as a striking beauty. Alas, upon turning to the left, one could discern a crimson birthmark on her right cheek, resembling a streak of lightning that traversed her visage. Even the Miss Flawless Jada may harbor imperfections just, a breathtaking beauty can be marred by an unsightly flaw. The incessant chatter of Tumen immediately ceased. Junluoyu, witnessing this, shook her head, close at the book in her hands, and said to her mother, I am still young and have not as her for marriage. Let us speak of it when some naturally loves ma. With that, she rose and addressed her mother. Ishalga pictia leaves if I have an ometer stotento, you must seek out father. Having spoken, she turned and strode toward the gate of tea state, leaving her mother behind on Theswing. The Duke's mansion of the Yang Kingdom, Onoft Hatri Grajikudum Soft Fayu Kingdom, pertains to Leah's grandfather, a bond with King of Faya thought could be described as a lifelong friendship. Jun Liu hails from the fifth branch of T family, a lineage of thought continues to suffer from the shortcomings of her mother, father, and herself. Chapter 2. The family of four, along with her brother, found themselves exiled to this desolate place. Nonetheless, it is still a branch of the Duke's residence. Luoyu was already aware of this, yet time was not on her side. The once formidable power had waned, and who would still remember it? The marriage contract was nothing more than a jest. Fei Yan observed Luoyu stepping out without a hint of hesitation. Her once radiant beauty instantly dimmed, and she let out a deep sigh. Her daughter had not possessed that red birthmark at birth. Inexplicably, it had appeared when she turned 3, transforming her unparalleled beauty into something flawed. No matter the remedy, it remained untreatable, merely labeled as a birthmark. How peculiar that it had manifested after her birth. Yet, evidently, her daughter Jun Luoyu did not seem to mind her notorious reputation and appeared to live more freely than anyone else. Oh, the sorrow of Fei Yan stepping out of the so-called mansion, which was merely a house slightly larger than the average. Jun Luoyu walked gracefully down the street, accustomed to the neighbors' disdainful glares. She chose to disregard them and headed towards the dozens of acres of tea gardens on the hillside behind the small town. Such looks were hardly enough to concern her. A faint smile graced her lips as she gazed up at the sky. It had been 14 years since she arrived in this era. Initially, she believed her demise was inevitable, yet she found herself reborn here. Was it fate or mere coincidence? Luoyu or Yi lacked the energy to ponder deeply. Living was sufficient, and experiencing rebirth was a blessing. As dusk descended, a sense of solitude enveloped the surroundings, and nightfall gracefully approached. Although she claimed to be going to pick tea, it was merely an excuse to escape her mother's incessant nagging. She merely sought a change of scenery. Amidst the night, by the waterfall on the mountainside, Luoyu sat upon a protruding rock beneath the cascading water, her legs dangling in the cool river. Swaying gently, her fingers combed through her hair, untangling the strands that had become ensnared. The flowing black locks veiled the red birthmark on her cheek, and the half of her face that was illuminated by the pure moonlight appeared strikingly beautiful, as if crafted by the hands of nature itself. Occasionally, small creatures emerged from the woods, momentarily entranced, lingering by the waterfall's edge. Noticing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning her gaze towards the little beast. The Forgotten River Continent, a realm unlike any other. The inhabitants here did not practice ancient martial arts. Instead, they wielded battle energy and tamed beasts. Luo Yu. Their battle energy resembled the inner strength of ancient China, only distinguished by its colors. Yet it was classified into a rigid hierarchy with 7 major levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The greater the martial prowess, the higher the color grade, red being the lowest and purple the highest. The red battle energy in Luo Yu's eyes equated to a decade of ancient martial inner strength, while orange represented 25 years, and so forth, with purple denoting over a century of inner mastery. Moreover, the stronger the battle energy, the better one could tame beasts, fighting alongside their magical creatures in battle. The power of this alliance needed no elaboration. Luo Yu also formed her own assessments. Their magical beasts served as weapons. Merely animated from lifeless forms compared to the ferocity of modern-day beasts, they were slightly more peculiar. However, magical beasts were rare, making beast tamers even scarcer. Thus, the majority of the Forgotten River Continent's populace remained ordinary commoners. At the age of 3, when Jun Luo Yu began testing her battle energy potential, she exhibited none whatsoever. Born into the Duke's household of the Xian Kingdom, renowned for its martial prowess, she was an anomaly, a subject of ridicule, as no one had ever been born into the Duke's residence without a trace of battle energy. Her father, having sustained grave injuries while saving the king, had his powers completely depleted, and her mother could not wield battle energy. Consequently, their branch was deemed the most useless, ultimately exiled to this remote town. This world-revered strength, the ironclad reality dictated that only those with might could ascend to the highest echelons. Luo Yu returned her focus to the small creature, gazing into the depths of the river, her eyes unfathomable. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, startling the night sky. Luo Yu's head snapped up. A master was in combat nearby. However, before she could react, a streak akin to a falling star plummeted from above, crashing into the deep pool beneath the waterfall. The water erupted violently, and though Luo Yu was at a distance, the sheer force drenched her to the bone. Her hair fell across her face, effectively concealing the birthmark on one side. A roar erupted from the depths of the pool as the creature that had plunged from the sky surged forth. Ready to leap onto the ground, Luo Yu's keen eyes discerned the creature. A white lion with golden claws and crimson eyes, nearly the size of a cow. This was a golden cloud lion. As the beast prepared to leap, a cold snort sliced through the night air from above the waterfall. "You beast, how dare you escape?" The voice was resonant and powerful before the words had even faded. A figure descended from the waterfall, landing with a forceful kick atop the golden cloud lion's head. With a tremendous exertion, the man forced the leaping lion back into the depths of the pool. Clad in crimson, with long black hair billowing in the air, his eyes, dark yet ablaze with intensity, burned fiercely as they fixed upon the lion. His features were strikingly handsome, exuding an undeniable masculine allure. With a single powerful stomp, he suppressed the roaring lion, and with a flick of his wrist, shackles instantly bound the creature, securing it by the waterfall's edge. Indeed, a 7th-level magical beast is formidable. This is its second escape. As the red-clad man restrained the golden cloud lion, 2 figures emerged from the shadows behind him. One, clad in dark attire exuding an aura of malevolence, smirked and remarked, "There will be no next time." The red-clad man snorted, turning to regard the woman who had remained motionless at the waterfall's forefront. "This training session has proved fruitful. Mo Yen, you've captured a 7th-level golden cloud lion, which will surely satisfy our teacher. However, this creature," another man dressed in white brocade, wore a gentle expression, yet his words faltered as all 3 gazes locked onto Luo Yu, who sat alone on the rock, drenched by the pool's spray. Chapter 3. The moonlight was bright and ethereal, casting a gentle glow, illuminating her delicate form as if she were a celestial maiden descended to earth. Her raven hair veiled half of her face, the moonlight accentuating the unblemished side. A visage of exquisite beauty akin to a water sprite. The man named Mo Yen observed Luo Yu, who merely glanced at him before lowering his gaze to the water, where he retrieved a pure white jade pendant. Upon recognizing it, Mo Yen instinctively checked his waist. It was indeed his pendant that had fallen into the water. Drenched, Luo Yu furrowed her brow as she inspected the jade pendant, a dragon-shaped piece of immense value. Flipping it over, she noted 3 characters etched upon it. Vivid in her memory, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. This dragon-shaped pendant, marked by 3 characters, belonged to the 3rd prince of the Feiyu kingdom. Him, the one she was betrothed to, who had just arrived as if summoned by fate. What a coincidence! A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Had she known, she would have avoided this place to elude her mother's nagging and sought refuge elsewhere. Here. For you, amidst her gentle laughter. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed. Luo Yu looked up to find the 3rd prince standing before her in the water. His eyes sparkling with admiration. His ruggedly handsome features were rare in their beauty. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. She recalled being exiled to this small town at the age of 5. If her memory served her correctly, she had encountered the 3rd prince once at the age of 3, a porcelain doll-like boy. More beautiful than any girl, she vividly remembered his taunt, calling her an ugly monster. Now, however, he had transformed into a strikingly tall and handsome figure. Playing with the jade pendant in her hand, she remained silent. The dragon-shaped pendant, a symbol of status, was not something just anyone could possess. The 3rd prince, noticing her silence, lifted her chin with his hand, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes as he domineeringly declared, "Come with me. I will take you as my wife." Luo Yu met the gaze of the 3rd prince, Jiaxian Mo Yan, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity that conveyed dominance, determination, and an unyielding straightforwardness. This Mo Yan was refreshingly honest, loyal to his desires. A thought flickered in Luo Yu's mind, and she smiled faintly. Mo Yan, you ought to be cautious with your words. I recall you are already betrothed to a so-called useless ugly woman, am I correct? The man clad in black, who had just emerged from his daze, crossed his arms and chuckled at Mo Yan. Upon hearing this, Jiaxian Mo Yan furrowed his brow. His gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Luo Yu, pride and arrogance evident in his demeanor as he retorted, "I have no interest in marrying her. I find ugly monsters unappealing." With that, he extended his hand towards Luo Yu. Observing the hand reaching out to her, her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, a flash of sharpness and challenge glimmering in her lowered eyes. Slowly, she extended her hand, and under the watchful gaze of the 3 men, she began to brush aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her face, revealing her entire visage. A striking red birthmark stretched across half of her cheek, that if the side without the birthmark could be likened to an angel, then this half was akin to a demon. In the moonlight, amidst her flowing black hair, it appeared almost ghostly. Caught off guard, Jiaxian Mo Yan instinctively took a step back, his expression suddenly paling. The night wind swept through, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. The man in black and the man in white, standing not far away, appeared to be struck dumb with shock, responding not a word. Raising her gaze, Luo Yu observed the visibly distressed Jiaxian Mo Yan, whose countenance suggested he had just swallowed a fly. With unwavering eyes fixed upon him, she spoke softly, "So do you still wish for me to accompany you?" Her voice was faint, as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Jiaxian Mo Yan's expression darkened, his face a deep shade of ashen blue. Yet, Luo Yu continued to gaze at him unblinkingly, watching as his face shifted hues. Noting his restraint and the silent fury brewing within him, a man of good breeding who had yet to utter a curse. A slow smile crept across Luo Yu's face. The hesitation and restraint were telling. The outcome was all too evident. In youthful arrogance, the allure of appearance far outweighed the pursuit of the soul. Very well, you haha Mo Yan, is this truly your preference? Is this the woman you would wish to take as your bride at first glance? Haha, indeed Mo Yan, you seem to have an affinity for the unattractive. The betrothed within the house is said to be equally hideous, and today's choice is no less akin to a ghoul. Haha, this is your taste. It appears our 3rd prince is destined to wed an ugly woman in this lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 4. The raucous laughter interrupted Luo Yu's words, as the man in black erupted into wild, gleeful laughter. Upon hearing this, Jiaxian Mo Yan's expression soured, his eyes, ablaze with fury, turned stormy as he squinted menacingly at Luo Yu, gritting his teeth as he spat. "I loathe being deceived with such a visage, it is simply revolting." With that, he swiped at Luo Yu's unblemished half of the face. That face, half celestial and half demonic, concealed its ugliness. An act of deceit. To be ugly is one thing, to deliberately hide half of it is another. Today, he would mar that half of her face, so she would no longer dare to deceive with her partial beauty. His claws struck like lightning, aimed directly at Luo Yu's visage, infused with a mix of anger and humiliation. Luo Yu's countenance darkened at this, and with a flick of her fingers, the dragon-shaped jade pendant in her grasp transformed into a piercing blade aimed straight at Jiaxian Mo Yan's face. The gust of wind rushed forth, swift and fierce. Surprise flickered in Mo Yan's eyes as he quickly reversed his claws to seize the jade pendant. And that very moment, a resounding splash echoed from the water, and Luo Yu dove into the depths below. Mo Yan remained still, extending his hand slowly, watching as the jade pendant, emblematic of his status, Shattered into dust before his very eyes, his gaze narrowed, and his fingers clenched into a fist. How dare she destroy his royal jade pendant? How dare she boom? Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a sudden explosion erupted from the pool, sending water swords flying in every direction, drenching everything in a deluge. The golden cloud lion, bound by Jashuan Moyen, broke free with a furious roar, dashing into the dense forest like a flash of lightning, disappearing from sight. The golden cloud lion, a beast of astonishing speed, once it unleashed its full power, was impossible to catch. The golden cloud lion, she has released the golden cloud lion. Cried the man in white, realizing they could never catch up. The spoils of their expedition would surely be lost. At the same instant the golden cloud lion burst forth. A figure emerged from the depths of the water, leaping several times until reaching the summit of the towering waterfall with hair billowing wildly. Luoyu stood majestically at the top. She cast a cold glance at Jashuan Moyen below, her eyes slightly narrowed, a palpable aura of killing intent radiating from her. Her icy voice soared through the night air. Do you think you are someone of consequence? To deceive you, I would not stoop so low. Her frigid yet equally arrogant voice spiraled into the night. Without a moment's hesitation, Luoyu turned and took flight. As swift as the wind beneath the cloak of darkness, the thunderous roar behind her shattered the night. Ugly woman, you shall pay for this. The night grew thick with shadows, the wind swirling in every direction. Luoyu's previously elevated spirits were utterly dashed by this unexpected encounter, further solidifying her resolve to never marry the third prince. Though it was evident that Jashuan Moyen had no desire to wed her either. Dashing through the night, she moved like a fleeting flower brushing against the willow. Indeed, she would not engage in petty squabbles, but she was adept in ancient martial arts, a skill unknown to others, her movements like petals inflicting harm, leaving no trace upon the snow. Underestimating her was a grave miscalculation. Upon entering Litong City, Luoyu's mood began to lift again. After all, this was merely an encounter with someone who harbored mutual disdain, unworthy of further tarnishing her spirits. Familiar with the surroundings, she made her way to the largest tea house in Litong, greeted the staff and effortlessly slipped into the back courtyard, pushing open the door with ease. Meanwhile, the attendants in the front quickly masked their actions, appearing nonchalant while maintaining a vigilant, yet seemingly lax surveillance boss. As soon as Luoyu stepped into the courtyard, figures emerged from all directions, bowing to her before swiftly retreating to their positions, as though the courtyard had never been empty. Luoyu nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as she walked toward an independent pavilion in the back courtyard. Pushing open the grand door, you decided to show up. It has been months. Have you forgotten about your brothers? A disgruntled voice called from within. A young man clad in a dark robe sat at the head of the table, glaring at Luoyu with evident displeasure. His features were handsome, but a scar running from his brow to his cheek marred his beauty, rendering him somewhat sinister and cold. Chapter 5. Seeing this, Jun Luoyu smirked, choosing a seat with casual grace. I simply believed in you. Upon hearing this, the scarred man named Jun Fei did not express delight. Rather, he shot Luoyu a venomous glare. As if to say he had heard that line far too often. Jun Luoyu chuckled, lightly tapping on the table as she addressed him. Jun Fei, I have come to inform you that I shall be entering seclusion. Seclusion? Again? Absolutely not. Jun Fei leapt to his feet, his eyes burning with a ferocity that seemed to threaten to devour Luoyu whole. Luoyu simply smiled at Jun Fei. I have come to notify you, not to seek your permission. As soon as the words left her lips, Jun Fei's scar seemed to twist in rage. 7 years prior, when she was merely 7, she had saved his life on the streets. At that time, the 10-year-old Jun Fei had bravely slain his abusive stepfather to survive, only to be pursued and nearly beaten to death, stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. With such a fierce and ruthless nature, he was destined to become either a rogue or a bandit. Luoyu had a keen eye for character. At that moment, she had saved him, emptied her pockets, and given him a gold coin while imparting wisdom. Brutality will never elevate you in status. To avoid being bullied, you must rely on yourself. Those words from long ago were etched in her memory. She had also mentioned the fastest way to grow strong and the best business with no capital. Then departed. To her surprise, a year later Jun Fei returned, having established that very business without any capital. In the realm of commerce, nothing surpassed the art of empty-handed dealings. Indeed, she had not misjudged him. 7 years later, the Dark Chamber's business now spanned across several major towns, beginning its advance toward the Imperial City, trading in information and providing all manner of necessities for profit. Its operations were shrouded in mystery. This was the Dark Chamber, and she, the most seemingly useless individual of the Duke's manor, was the elusive leader of the Dark Chamber. Jun Fei's face contorted with rage as he began to crack his knuckles. Beside him, a massive gray wolf with spines along its back sprang to attention, its fiery red eyes fixed on Luoyu. Luoyu regarded the menacing Junfei and the predatory beast, a smirk playing on her lips. Do not presume you are stronger than I am now. Once I complete my seclusion, we shall see who is truly superior. Her words floated lightly in the air as she gracefully leapt from the pavilion. Waving goodbye to Junfei from mid-air, did no more than 3 days, at least 10, wait for me with that. She landed and strode out. Junfei watched Luoyu vanish with her inexplicable martial prowess, his teeth grinding in frustration. This person seemed to leave everything for him to handle, never lingering longer. Yet, hearing that she would emerge in no more than 10 days, he thought it permissible for her to run for a while longer. Junfei huffed in the direction she had disappeared. Having slipped away from the tea house that served as a facade for the dark chamber, Luoyu did not return to the June Manor but made her way directly to her secret chamber within the dark chamber. Her mother always believed she was working hard to earn a living, sometimes going out to procure tea leaves, so a month's absence was easily justified. Today, she had merely stated she was off to gather tea, which effectively meant she was headed to the Nightshade Tea House. Although it was a bit shameful that she began earning a living at just 14, it was a convenient excuse. Entering her secret chamber, Luoyu sat before a mirror and slowly peeled away the red birthmark from her face, revealing a small crimson splotch beneath. A cold smile crept onto Luoyu's lips. A birthmark? Humph, it was a poison mark. When she was 3 years old, someone had attempted to poison her, intending to take her life. Little did they know, she was no ordinary child. Even at 3, she had opened her meridians with the purest innate energy. Commencing her practice of internal martial arts after being poisoned, she had expended all her strength to force the toxin to her face, resulting in this red mark, though her beauty had been marred. Her life was spared. Thus, during the 3-year-old testing of her combat energy, she had shown none, for she had dedicated herself entirely to internal cultivation to combat the poison. Falling Feather cast aside the facade of her birthmark, a fleeting glimmer of icy coldness flashing in her eyes. Although she had not discerned the identity of her assailant back then, the memory of that voice lingered as long as she returned to the Duke's residence. She was certain she could unearth the mastermind behind the attempt on her life. The chill in her gaze dissipated as she lifted her eyes once more, replaced by a slowly blossoming smile. This time let us see who dares to label me as worthless, and who would be bold enough to harm me again. With a soft murmur, Falling Feather settled back onto her bed, her hands beginning to weave intricate gestures. The poison that had tormented her for years had been a mystery to her assailants, but recently, she had reached the 9th level of the I Ching Jing, finally managing to expel the toxin from her body. Warmth gradually enveloped Falling Feather. The crimson blotches of poison on her face began to fade, dissipating slowly like wisps of smoke. Time passed, each second ticking away, while outside the secret chamber, the sun and moon exchanged places several times. Eventually, the warmth around Falling Feather began to dissipate, revealing her visage amidst the lingering haze as if sculpted from the purest jade. Her beauty was unparalleled, a celestial grace shining forth. The grotesque marks that had marred her features were now completely eradicated, leaving only her exquisite countenance to blossom. The venom that had entwined her for so long was finally expelled from her body, the mist swiftly vanishing. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted as Falling Feather stirred. Releasing a long breath, a wicked smile curled upon her lips as she opened her eyes with a sharp flicker, their brilliance more radiant and profound than ever before, like a fathomless abyss that could ensnare souls. In an instant, she was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to the stars scattered across the night sky. The mastery of the I Ching Jing, the treasured technique of the Shaolin Temple, had finally been achieved. Slowly, Falling Feather raised her hand, flicking her fingertips toward the brass incense burner in the chamber. With a resounding crash, the burner shattered into powder under the force of her gesture. With a swift motion, she scattered the remnants of the copper furnace into the air. Ha ha! She could no longer contain her joy, erupting into laughter. After a century of effort, the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin had finally been perfected. Chapter 6: The Feng Shui of the Forgotten River Continent is truly remarkable. While one may toil for a lifetime in the modern world without achieving mastery, here it took merely 14 years. Splendid! After 14 years of suppression, the sensation of regaining her power today is nothing short of exquisite. Her laughter echoed through the air, soaring in all directions. Moments later, Falling Feather reigned in her elation, moving to the mirror to press the red birthmark against her face. With newfound confidence, she strode toward the door. There was no need to expose herself while her enemies lurked in the shadows. She had long since grown accustomed to the scar upon her face. Placing her palm against the door, she suddenly smirked. With a flick of her wrist, a surge of energy burst forth, crashing the door open with a thunderous boom. forcing the hidden figures outside to reveal themselves: June Fei and the demon wolf. Upon seeing Falling Feather emerge with a sinister smile, June Fei narrowed his eyes. Offering no further words, he raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of red energy directed at her at the same moment. The silver wolf let out a fierce roar, arching its back and lunging toward her with bared fangs. Falling Feather remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering. With a light push off the ground, she leapt into the air, aiming a kick at June Fei's brow while simultaneously delivering a powerful strike to the charging silver wolf. A dull thud resounded as their forms collided and separated. June Fei staggered back 3 steps, while the silver wolf, dazed and disoriented, collapsed to the ground, shaking its head in confusion. Meanwhile, Falling Feather floated gracefully among the branches above them, her lips adorned with a playful smile. The starlight enveloped her like a cloak. Reminiscent of a nocturnal enchantress, you dared to challenge me. Let's see if you have the audacity to do so again. Gazing down at the bewildered beast, Falling Feather felt her spirits lift. This creature, emboldened by its status as a level 4 beast, had previously tormented her, but now the tables had turned. On the ground, June Fei looked up at Falling Feather perched atop the treetops, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, she had grown significantly stronger initially. He could sense her profound energy, but now she appeared as an ordinary person. But this ordinary person shaking his head, June Fei felt a surge of satisfaction, yet maintained a stoic expression. Now that your peculiar martial prowess has reached fruition, your troubles have also arrived. Upon hearing this, Falling Feather's smile vanished, and she floated down to stand before June Fei, inquiring what has happened. The Shadow Pavilion specialized in the trade of information, and none could rival the speed of its news. The Duke's residents of Aoyun and the Duke's residents of Lianqing had dispatched individuals to assassinate you. Falling Feather, instead of being alarmed, felt a hint of surprise. Why? She had no grievances with either of the 2 great dukedoms. June Fei crossed his arms, casually stating, it's quite simple. You are 14 years old, and the 3rd prince has already reached 17. Your engagement can be enacted. The king has begun sending officials with the imperial decree to Litong. Upon hearing this, Falling Feather furrowed her brow. The more she rejected the notion of marriage, the more it seemed to pursue her. Just the other day, she had encountered the 3rd prince, who had sought to mar her appearance, and had resolutely vowed not to marry. And now, this news regarding her marriage had surfaced. Truly, her fortune seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Leaving her speechless years ago, the king of Feiyu had been attacked in a neighboring kingdom, and her father had sacrificed his own martial prowess to save him. As a result, the king, in gratitude, had arranged this engagement when she was merely 2 years old. Considering her family's noble standing, she had thought that after her family had been marginalized to this place, the king would let the matter slide. Who would wish to wed an unremarkable and unattractive daughter-in-law? Especially when it was rumored that the 3rd prince was the queen's biological son. Little did she expect that the king would still hold on to this engagement. Should she commend the king for his sentiment or curse him for his stubbornness? They sought to take her life simply because she had obstructed their plans. Though she was at a loss for words, Falling Feather quickly regained her composure, nodding with a calm demeanor. Indeed, the 3 great dukedoms were intertwined, each unable to overpower the others. The 3rd prince was likely to become the future king, thus providing ample reason for her demise. June Fei spoke lightly, a certain death. Humph, let us see who meets their demise. She retorted defiantly. She had no desire to assume the role of a princess, but if they sought her life, then they could certainly try. The Count of Junchan and his daughter have already arrived in Lintong today for inspections. Your family is currently hosting a banquet. Considering the pace of the other 2 dukedoms, they should also arrive today. Before June Fei could finish his sentence, Falling Feather had already vanished from sight, her voice echoing through the night, bring my brother back. Seeing this, June Fei's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained unfazed, leisurely following after her. He had already given his orders. The night was tranquil, the stars twinkling in the sky beneath the brilliant moonlight. At the residence of the Viscount Jun Yun, Falling Feather's humble abode, the lights glowed brightly, and the sounds of merriment filled the air, occasionally accompanied by the soft strains of melodies. As Falling Feather approached, a smile graced her lips. Adjusting her coarse blue attire, she strolled in with an air of tranquility. In the courtyard, a troupe of performers was engaged in song and dance. In the main hall, her father, Jun Yun, and her mother, Fei Yan, occupied the prominent seats, their expressions calm yet tinged with annoyance. Seated across from them was a robust middle-aged man, his demeanor indifferent and disdainful. Beside him sat a girl around 16 years of age, possessing beauty akin to that of a blooming rose. Yet, like a vibrant rose wilted in rough soil, her face bore the marks of disdain and derision, leaving her resembling a sorrowful blue rose. On the other side of the guest seating sat the town mayor, his face plastered with sycophantic smiles. The obsequiousness present in his expression made what was ordinarily a tolerable visage appear utterly revolting. Behind him stood several officials from Lidong town, their faces similarly contorted in servility. It was no surprise. Although her father and this Count Jun-chan were brothers, their positions and ranks were vastly different. Her father held the title of a useless viscount, while Jun-chan was a count of significant standing in the empire. The hierarchy of nobility was familiar to Falling Feather, as it mirrored the system employed during the Qing dynasty. As Falling Feather stepped into the hall, her gaze swept across the scene, and she quickly grasped the situation with deliberate slowness. She approached her parents, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Father, mother, why is it so lively tonight?" As she spoke, she gracefully made her way to the seats occupied by her parents. Upon seeing her daughter return after a 3-day absence, Fei Yan waved her over with a smile. "Come here. Sit over here." Falling Feather acknowledged her mother's call and walked toward the designated spot, not even casting a glance at the mayor or what she presumed to be her third uncle's companion. Appearing as though she were an ill-mannered child. Indeed, both the man and the girl furrowed their brows, their expressions thick with contempt. "Useless." Count Jun-chen's cold voice cut through the air. You should greet your third uncle and cousin Luo-chan." At this moment Luoyu's father interjected, offering a word of caution to his daughter. As these two remarks echoed through the hall, an awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere, causing both Jun-yun and Fian to wear displeased expressions. Luoyu, however, remained steadfast, her face devoid of emotion as she regarded the scene before her. Jun-chan noticed Luoyu's unabashed scrutiny of him, which only intensified the derision flickering in his eyes as they fixated on the red birthmark adorning her face, revealing his disdain and loathing. He had initially believed that the king had forgotten about the marriage proposal, but with the third prince now 17, it was the perfect time to commence preparations for selecting a bride. He had envisioned that, with his daughter's beauty and status, coupled with the influence of the duke's household, she would surely be deemed worthy of the position of princess. To his surprise, the king had not forgotten. He had begun issuing decrees for Luoyu to enter the palace, under the pretense of cultivating affection, an utterly preposterous notion. This news sent shockwaves through the family, reviving discussions about the long-forgotten ugly girl. Currently, he was inspecting the local district, and now a message had arrived, summoning him to protect this exceedingly unattractive woman. The mere thought of having to lay eyes on such a grotesque figure made him feel nauseous, and the idea of having to protect her was infuriating. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the contempt and revulsion in his gaze deepened. Beside him, Luocheng wore an even more direct expression, her face marred by jealousy and resentment. The position of princess was rightfully hers, yet it now seemed destined for this unappealing woman, a fact that incensed her greatly. In a fit of anger, she abruptly stood, taking several steps forward to circle Luoyu. Her voice laced with sarcasm as she exclaimed, "Looking this hideous is enough to make one gag. Even if you become a princess, it would only be a matter of time before you are cast aside. You might as well die early to spare us the sight of your ugliness." "Luocheng, mind your words." A warning from Jun-yun was abruptly cut off as, in a fit of rage, he delivered a sharp slap to her face. The sound of the crack echoed through the hall, and Luocheng's head turned sharply, a flush of red instantly rising on her cheek. A moment of stunned silence fell over the assembly, with all eyes fixed on the stricken Luocheng. No one had intervened, so how could this have happened? "You dare strike me?" After a brief pause, Luocheng leaped up, her rose-like complexion twisted in fury. Yet, as she began to shout, she realized she was losing ground. With so many witnesses, Luoyu stood there, calm and unmoving, rendering her attempts to place blame futile. With a venomous glare thrown at Luoyu, she retorted coldly, "With your abilities, you are hardly worth my time with that." She turned her ire toward the invisible assailant, hurling accusations into the air. "Who dares strike me? Show yourself, come out." Another sharp slap resounded, nearly causing Luocheng to stumble. Her other cheek quickly reddened. "Who is it?" Junshin's expression darkened as he sprang to his feet, casting a fierce glare at his bewildered fifth brother and sister-in-law. His fifth brother was incapacitated, his sister-in-law lacked combat skills, and Luoyu was the epitome of uselessness. Who had dared to strike? "I will kill you." In a fit of rage, Luocheng summoned her orange energy, swiftly drawing her sword and slashing at the air around her. However, before she could finish her sentence, an unseen force pierced through her energy and sword light, delivering two sharp slaps. Luocheng staggered, collapsing to the ground, blood spewing forth from her mouth, mingled with a pristine white tooth. "Father!" Luocheng was filled with indignation and confusion. What had just transpired? Why could she not see who had struck her? Junshin, furious, rushed to assist his daughter while bellowing, Who has the audacity to show themselves? Hiding in the shadows is cowardice, if you do not reveal yourself. I curse your entire family. Upon hearing this, Luoyu's expression turned cold as she flicked her finger at the enraged Junshin. In an instant, Junshin found his knees buckling beneath him, and he knelt before Luoyu. The hall fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Junshin's submission, including his weeping daughter Luochen. In the midst of this shocking atmosphere, Luoyu leisurely brushed off her clothing and addressed Junshin. Her face devoid of emotion. Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Such an extravagant display of respect would surely overwhelm my poor cousin. As she spoke, her tone shifted abruptly. However, a failure to educate one's child is indeed a father's fault. Luocheng's venomous words reflect a lack of decorum, and it is only fitting that you, uncle, offer an apology on her behalf. Thus, I shall graciously accept your tribute. Please, rise. After calmly uttering these words, Luoyu waved her sleeve and sauntered over to her parents' table. Taking her seat, Junyun and Fian exchanged glances, observing their composed daughter, then turning to the still kneeling Junshin, who remained in a state of disbelief. An eerie silence pervaded the hall, amplifying the distant sounds of merriment from the courtyard, making the atmosphere all the more chilling. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Junfei slightly raised an eyebrow. While Junyun and others were oblivious to the situation, he understood that this was a manifestation of Luoyu's inexplicable martial prowess, truly a wondrous phenomenon. After a brief silence, the city lord, his face pale, coughed awkwardly, attempting to diffuse the tension. Well, my lord, since you have confessed, please rise quickly. The sudden confession and apology from the lord was utterly bewildering. Nevertheless, given the noble's understanding and composure, they felt compelled to commend him. Yet, with Luoyu's insistence that kneeling was unnecessary, the continued prostration was perplexing. As Junshin remained on his knees, he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Did he wish to kneel? Did he wish to confess? He had no intention of remaining in this position. Damn it, did they not see him struggling to rise? He found himself unable to speak. His knees had gone numb, and his throat felt constricted. The situation escalated quickly, leaving him with a bitter taste in his mouth and unable to articulate his distress. Observing this, Luoyu directed her energy toward Junshin, urging, "Father, please rise, stand up." At the same time, Luocheng tugged at Junshin and suddenly, he surged to his feet, only to stumble and fall back to the ground. Ignoring his daughter's fall, Junshin fixed his gaze intently on Luoyu. Luoyu lifted her father's wine cup, idly toying with it. Sensing his scrutiny, she glanced over, her expression tranquil, resembling a still, deep pool, dark and unsettling. Yes, unsettling, as Junshin felt a shiver run down his spine. How could Luoyu possess such a gaze? With a mere glance, Luoyu dismissed him, her fingers brushing the rim of the cup as her gaze drifted to the courtyard. A faint smile graced her lips as she spoke slowly. Since you have already arrived, do come forth. Her calm words wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, yet they rippled through the tension like a stone cast into still water. Junyun, Junshin, and others were momentarily taken aback. Amidst their astonishment, the performers in the courtyard erupted into chaos. A flash of silver pierced the air, a silver weapon hurtling toward Luoyu. Watch out! Junyun shouted instinctively. Simultaneously, Junshin's brows knitted together, his green energy surging as he brandished his axe. Bellowing, "Who dares to move?" With a swift motion, he swung the axe toward the incoming silver sword. Luoyu had become the prized jewel of the Jun family. If she were to perish, the current selection of the third princess would never emerge from the Duke of Xian's household. The elders of the family would undoubtedly tear him to pieces. The silver projectile sped toward Luoyu, and Junshin, with equal swiftness, swung his axe to intercept. The two collided with a deafening crash, but the axe was violently deflected, sending Junshin stumbling backward, while the silver sword continued its unyielding trajectory toward Luoyu, propelled by a force exceeding that of Junshin's green energy. Junshin and Junyun's faces drained of color. Junyun, stripped of his martial abilities, could only rely on his sight. As the situation unfolded, he leaped without hesitation, throwing himself toward Luoyu. He could not allow harm to befall his daughter. The sword sliced through the air like lightning. Without energy, Junyun could not match the speed of the silver blade as he witnessed the impending danger that threatened to pierce Luoyu. His vision turned crimson, and he shouted in desperation, "No!" Just as Junyun's cry escaped his lips, a sharp clash resonated before Luoyu. The silver sword suddenly halted mid-flight, unable to penetrate further. Junyun's anguished shout was caught in his throat as he beheld Luoyu, holding her cup aloft, the sword embedded within its rim. A weapon that even Junshin failed to block had been effortlessly intercepted by Luoyu's wine cup. Junyun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he lost his balance, collapsing toward Luoyu, maintaining her grip on the cup. Luoyu steadied him with her other hand, Turning to him with a reassuring smile, "Father, do not worry, I am no failure with that." Luo Yu swayed slightly, standing firmly at the center of the hall. "Such petty tricks aimed at my life are utterly laughable." As her words fell, she hurled the wine cup, shattering it against the ground. The silver sword still lodged within. With a swift movement, Luo Yu's fingers curled like claws as she charged toward the disguised performers. "Alas, restore to us the lives of our brothers. Today we shall surely rid ourselves of you." The treacherous minister Lu Chengfei. Those few impostors masquerading as entertainers from the two noble houses, they clearly did not anticipate that the rumored clumsy and incompetent woman, Luo Yu, could actually parry their strike. This was evidently at odds with the tales circulating chapter 10 yet. They were indeed individuals from the two noble houses. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they immediately rallied, shouting their slogans and launching an assault towards Luo Yu. Upon hearing this, a mocking glint filled Luo Yu's eyes. They dared not confront her directly. Instead, they concocted a pretext to assassinate the city lord. Should she perish, it would merely implicate others, and naturally, there would be those who would meet their end. The two noble houses would benefit greatly from such a scheme. As for the treacherous city lord Lu Chengfei, he was inexplicably terrified, crawling behind Jun Chan and Jun Yun. Assassinate him? He had not wronged anyone. In an instant, the banquet morphed into a battlefield. The officials, both high and low, seated in Lidong City, were pale with fear, retreating hastily to evade the chaos. The wind rustled through the treetops, and the air was thick with murderous intent. Clad in blue, Luo Yu moved like a wraith, her feet barely touching the ground. Wherever she passed, the sound of bones cracking resonated, and shadows fell one after another. Yet, no one could discern how she executed her strikes. "Third brother, go assist Luo." This moment, Fian finally regained her senses and shouted in alarm. But her words faltered. Standing in the hall, Jun Chan observed the melee with a twitch of his lips, offering no reply. Instead, he instinctively touched his neck and shivered. This skill. The one who had covertly dealt with him must surely be Luo Yu. She had struck Luo Chan and forced him to kneel. As this realization dawned upon him, Jun Chen's face turned ashen. If Luo Yu intended to kill them, just moments ago silence enveloped them, a suffocating silence alternating with exhilaration. Jun Yun remained silent, Jun Chan silent, Fian silent. Even the proud peacock like Luo Chan was rendered mute. Was this the clumsy woman Luo Yu who could not contend? With a swift grip, Luo Yu seized the neck of the last entertainer. She raised her foot and delivered a fierce kick. Instantly, a sharp crack echoed. The man fell without uttering a sound. With a flick of her wrist, she discarded the lifeless body, her toes grazing the ground as the silvery longbow promptly fell into her hands. With a series of deft movements, 5 long swords leaped into her grasp. Executing a backflip, she landed gracefully atop the roof, turning to knock an arrow, drawing her bow in one fluid motion. A soft thud resounded as 5 long swords shot into the dark night. Thud, thud, thud. Under the moonlight, 2 impacts were followed by 3 muffled gasps, clear and distinct. Luo Yu frowned. Astonishingly, 2 had escaped. As her figure lunged to pursue, she recalled her past life as a member of the National Security Bureau, where she adhered to the principle of never engaging in indiscriminate killing. However, this did not mean she would spare those who sought to harm her and her family. Treat others with respect, and they shall reciprocate. If one wrongs her, she would pursue them relentlessly, ensuring their demise. Regarding her enemies, Luo Yu was never merciful. Just as she was about to chase, her brows furrowed suddenly and she halted. Slowly turning to face the darkness behind her with an arrowless bow spinning in her hand, she aimed into the night. "Heh, we are not enemies." At that moment, a voice, brimming with astonishment, erupted in laughter, soon followed by a few figures emerging from the shadows. 5 individuals, all coated in dust, appeared as if they had hastened through day and night. Second brother. Upon the appearance of a middle-aged man, Jun Chan and Jun Yun exclaimed in unison, astonished. The man, a bit more refined than Jun Chan, was none other than the Earl of Junlu from the Duke of Xiang's household, who smiled and replied before turning to the rooftop where Luo Yu stood. Bao still aimed at them. Put it away. I told you we are not enemies." Hearing this, Luo Yu cast a glance at the group and slowly lowered her bow. "Luo Yu, come here, this is your second uncle." Jun Yun, brimming with joy, gazed at Luo Yu with eyes filled with astonishment, yet glowing as brightly as the coming dawn. Suppressing her overwhelming delight, she feigned composure and addressed Luo Yu. Luo Yu noticed the forced excitement on her father's face. Her fierce expression gradually softened into a faint smile as she gracefully leaped down from the rooftop. Standing before Jun Yun, she softly greeted, "Second Uncle Jun Lu." Upon scrutinizing Luo Yu from head to toe, chuckled, "Had we known, we wouldn't have needed to rush here day and night to protect you." Chapter 11. Who would have thought our Xiang Duke's most inconsequential Luo Yu would reveal such strength today? We were blind to your potentials. He laughed heartily, stroking his beard behind him. Several elders of similar age followed suit, chuckling along. Though her martial prowess was enigmatic, strength was undeniable. Luo Yu, witnessing this, merely smiled faintly, neither pleased nor angered. Survival of the fittest is an age-old truth. Those with ability rise to prominence, while those without face exclusion. This has long been the way of existence. There is no reason for resentment, nor is there cause for fury, merely a few unfamiliar relatives. This light-hearted banter finally roused the stunned officials of Lidong City, who began to regain their spirits. Approaching with beaming smiles, their flattery reached celestial heights, nearly likening Luo Yu to a deity descended from the heavens. The obsequiousness made Luo Yu shiver with discomfort. Fian clung to Luo Yu's waist, her cheeks flushed with excitement. To go down and explain to mother. Luo Yu smiled at Fian, winking. Fian immediately nodded, embracing Luo Yu without further questioning. The hall was filled with joy, yet Luo Yu remained nonchalant. Jun Lu, perceptive as he was, turned to Luo Yu and remarked, previously, it was your uncles and aunts who lacked vision and overlooked you. On behalf of everyone, I apologize. However, it is in adversity that talent emerges. This serves as a valuable experience. Did you not harbor resentment towards the Duke's household? After all, it is your home, connected to your parents. How can children be angry with their own family? Upon hearing her second uncle's words, Luo Yu silently gave him a thumbs up. What a well-rounded statement, covering all bases, apologizing in advance, addressing feelings, and doing so with far more grace than her father's unyielding demeanor. To refuse would merely seem petty. However, she was Luo Yu, not just anyone. I am rather petty. She raised an eyebrow at the smiling Jun Lu, her smile enigmatic. This left Jun Lu momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. At this juncture, Jun Yun, who had once commanded the Imperial Guard, suddenly interjected. What exactly transpired? He was straightforward and upright, but that did not imply he was dim-witted. This situation clearly did not seem directed at the minor city lord. Jun Lu, upon hearing this, gazed at Jun Yun with amusement. I guess nothing particularly grave. However, I must first congratulate my fifth brother and sister-in-law. The king has issued a decree, summoning Luo Yu to the imperial capital to foster a relationship with the third prince, so that in a year upon the prince's coming of age, he may wed and take her as his consort. The moment these words fell, Jun Yun's eyes lit up, and Fian's gaze widened, almost in disbelief. Although she frequently discussed this matter with Luo Yu, she never anticipated that His Majesty the King would truly not disdain their Luo Yu. The officials of Lidong City, who had just praised Luo Yu's martial prowess, absorbed this news. They were further astounded. The future third princess? Good heavens, the seemingly unremarkable Luo Yu would become the third princess. My word, today has been quite a shock. This is a miraculous turnaround. They began fervently showering compliments upon Luo Yu. Jun Yun and Fian's family, fortunately, they had not offended them too gravely in the past. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in dire straits today. The hall buzzed with excitement. Your mother was right, wasn't she? You didn't believe me, but look. In the midst of the almost roof-raising flattery, Luo Yu surveyed the crowd with a smile. Her gaze was not piercing. However, those who felt her eyes upon them involuntarily trembled, hastily closing their mouths and insisting, we're done speaking, we're done. Seeing this, Luo Yu nodded, her gaze landing on the smiling Jun Lu. If everyone has finished, may I say something? The third prince, that one who is even more beautiful than a woman. Upon hearing this, Jun Lu burst into laughter. The third prince is indeed handsome, but how can he be compared to a woman? Luo Yu nodded. If he cannot be compared, then so be it. No matter. Please extend my gratitude to His Majesty for remembering this betrothal. However, as for being a princess, I have no interest, nor do I wish to marry that third prince. There are plenty of women in this world. Let him choose at will, as long as I am not entangled in it. With that, Luo Yu grasped her astonished parents' hands tightly and turned to the equally astonished Jun Lu. I have a rather poor temperament. I am not interested in family feuds, nor do I wish to dominate the harem. Since we are cast-off pawns, please continue to discard us. I do not seek your reclamation. Likewise, do not hinder my development. With those words, Luo Yu addressed the now frowning Jun Lu coolly. If you all enjoy this place, make it yours. We shall meet again at another time. With that, she tightened her grip on her parents' hands and, employing her lightness skill, leaped towards the estate's exit. Though her voice was gentle, her demeanor brooked no argument, leaving no room for negotiation. As the trio of Luo Yu, Jun Yun, and Fei Yan was on the verge of vanishing beyond the threshold, Jun Lu and several elders behind him sprang into action, eager to pursue. There are matters that warrant discussion. We bang. Just as they leaped to burst through the grand doors, a formidable surge of battle energy suddenly surged forth. Ensnaring them like a fishing net, Junlu and the others found their movements momentarily halted, and by the time they managed to break free from that energy net, the streets were already devoid of any trace of Luoyu and her companions. Not only were they unable to catch sight of Luoyu, but even the figures lurking in the shadows remained unseen. Standing at the doorway, Junlu furrowed his brow deeply. It appears that we have indeed missed out on numerous significant events. As the night unfurled, a tempest brewed in the skies the following day. Before the dawn had even broken, news began to radiate outward in all directions. The unattractive Luoyu had rejected the engagement to the current empire's third prince. Claiming that he was too pretty, akin to a woman. In other words, she found him effeminate. She had called off the wedding, taking her parents with her to leave home, thereby solidifying her resolve. This piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the empire with astonishing speed. In comparison, Luoyu's martial prowess was entirely eclipsed by this revelation. The third prince, do you know who he is? The third son of the reigning king, the queen's own offspring. It is said he possesses a charming demeanor, unparalleled in the realm. Moreover, at such a tender age, he had already broken through the green rank of battle energy, achieving the esteemed blue rank, marking him as a prodigious talent of the world. Yet today, he has been jilted by a plain girl. What news could possibly rival this shocking revelation? As the news spread, it quickly became the topic of conversation in every street and tavern. Embellished and exaggerated with each retelling. At this moment, within the dimly lit chamber, Luoyu was in high spirits, sipping fragrant tea leisurely. Opposite her sat Junyun and Fei Yan, both furrowing their brows. Your master taught you this? How come I was unaware? Junyun questioned Luoyu, bewildered. A master? When did Luoyu acquire a mentor? It seemed merely a fabrication to avoid having to explain certain matters. The master prefers not to be seen. Luoyu smiled enigmatically. Junyun exchanged glances with Fei Yan, realizing that in the vast expanse of the Wangchuan continent, it was entirely normal for mysterious figures to shun the limelight. It was indeed fortunate that such luck had brought them to Luoyu. Thus, Junyun ceased to inquire further into the origins of her martial abilities, which were evidently distinct from those of the Wangchuan continent. High beings must possess their own thoughts and extraordinary skills. Winning is what matters, not the means of combat. If that is the case, then it is only right to honor your master. Junyun paused, letting out a slight sigh as he looked at the smiling Luoyu. As for your engagement to the third prince, you should, however, upon meeting Luoyu's resolute expression, he could not continue after a long moment. He sighed again, saying, well, it is your choice. If that is what you desire, so be it, but remember, the third prince bullied you when you were young. Is it worth holding on to such a grudge? Listening to her father's musings, Luoyu found herself in a quandary, unable to decide whether to laugh or frown. Ultimately, she nodded decisively, yes, I bear a grudge. Who would covet being a princess? Junyun and Fei Yan exchanged a knowing glance, both unable to suppress their laughter. What about your brother Luo Li? Father, rest assured. Now that we have severed ties with the Jun residents, I will ensure my brother does not fall into enemy hands. My friends have already sent someone to fetch him from our grandmother's house. Luoyu gestured towards Jun Fei. Junyun examined Luoyu and then glanced at Jun Fei, whose aura of murder and mystery was palpable. Others may have overlooked it, but he certainly did not. He was no ordinary person. It seemed they had perhaps overlooked many things. Their daughter was gradually becoming a formidable force unbeknownst to them. Seeing that her parents had no objections, Luoyu cradled her tea and stated, Mother and Father, you may live here in peace. Your safety is absolutely assured. I must venture out shortly, but you need not worry. I am merely seeking something, the poison that had entangled her for over a decade, and the one who had poisoned her. This was a lingering concern in her heart. However, a greater peril loomed. Her father also bore this poison, albeit in minuscule amounts, so slight that it had gone unnoticed, yet it gradually consumed him. She had discovered this by chance over the years. She had researched extensively but had yet to identify the nature of this poison. It was an exceptionally lethal toxin unknown even to the kingdom of Feiyu. Deployed against their family. It seemed impossible that it was intended for their elimination, given that it acted slowly. What kind of enemies had her parents incurred? Luoyu was eager to inquire but recognized that the pressing concern was that while she possessed the inner strength to expel the poison, her father did not. Now that her skills had reached their zenith, the time had come to embark on the journey to cure her father. To the north of Lightingtown lay a mountain known as Wushan, where she had previously observed an abundance of medicinal herbs. However, at that time, her martial abilities had yet to mature, preventing her from ascending the cliff's peak. Now, however, the situation was different. Though there were no records of this poison in the kingdom of Feiyu, it did not mean she could not find a remedy. Ancient martial arts not only encompassed combat techniques but also delved into the study of medicinal stones. Upon hearing Luo Yu's intentions, Jun Yu nodded and exchanged a few words of caution with Fei Yan before falling silent. Their daughter had always been independent and meticulous in her actions. They had no reason to worry. As for the Duke's residence in the Xian Kingdom, the waters ran too deep. Despite being marginalized for years, they had enjoyed a far more comfortable life outside the Duke's household than they ever could have within its competitive and fame-driven atmosphere. Let it be, they had severed ties, and so they settled within the dark building's confines. After spending 2 days with her parents, on the third day, Luo Yu set off towards Wushan. The sky was clear, and spring bloomed in full splendor. As Luo Yu entered Wushan, she paid no heed to other matters, unaware that a tempest ignited in her wake. Sweeping towards the imperial capital, various messengers flew overhead, carrying the news far and wide. The imperial capital, with its ancient yet casual stone architecture, exuded an air of grandeur and elegance, quiet yet fierce. Such a bold atmosphere coalesced into a repressed grandeur. The oval and inverted triangular rooftops shimmered under the sun's brilliant light, surrounded by bustling shops and lively crowds. In the renowned Yun Cha restaurant, one of the finest establishments in the imperial capital, the lively chatter revolved around the astonishing news. Hey, have you heard? The ugly girl from the Duke's residence in Xian has rejected the third prince's engagement and moved away with her family. Who doesn't know? It has spread like wildfire throughout the realm. An unattractive woman dares to refuse the engagement to His Highness the Third Prince. What was she thinking? She could have soared to new heights. You know nothing. I heard that the ugly girl claimed the third prince looked too feminine for her taste, hence her rejection. Huh? Is that true? Really, that it can't be. In the bustling restaurant, the conversation swirled around the sensational news relayed by the messengers. However, in the most esteemed private room within the establishment, a man seated there wore an ashen expression. His fists clenched so tightly that they seemed about to crack. Beside him, 2 companions stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. I also heard that the reason the ugly girl rejected the engagement was that His Highness the Third Prince was lacking in certain areas. Is that true? Do tell. What would compel a woman to refuse a man if not for such reasons? Indeed, to say he looks more beautiful than a woman is merely a euphemism for his inadequacy. Ha! Yes, I have heard that too. Ha ha! The restaurant erupted in raucous laughter. Bang! Amidst the uproar, a deafening crash resounded from the most exclusive private room, as a palm shattered the sandalwood table into splinters. The door splintered apart, debris scattering in all directions. Calm down, calm down. A man in white struggled to suppress his laughter as he held back the furious, bloodthirsty man beside him. The original message has morphed beyond recognition. How can you believe it? Another man in purple interjected, wrapping an arm around the enraged figure, chuckling. Rumors from the streets. What do you take them for? We know your true capabilities. Hey! The furious man retaliated with a swift punch that struck his own nose, causing blood to spurt forth. He immediately clasped his nose and leaped back. As he retreated, the white-clad man could no longer restrain the furious lion, who broke free. Boom! A kick shattered the already damaged door, leaving nothing behind. With a flourish of his golden sleeves, the enraged man strode out, coldly surveying the chaotic crowd below from the elevated entrance of the restaurant. The raucous patrons below had already heard the commotion above and now looked up in unison. There stood a figure with long dark hair tied high, eyes that burned with an inner flame, ablaze with fury. His gaze, fierce and captivating, held an undeniable beauty. Who is that? So striking. It's the third prince. We're in trouble. Oh heavens, it's the third prince. What have we just? Instantly, the lively restaurant fell into a hushed silence, as everyone lowered their heads in trepidation and embarrassment. Shouldn't the third prince be at the Imperial Academy? Why was he here? An invisible fury blazed fiercely as the third prince cast a cold glance over the gathered crowd, descending the staircase step by step. The guests nearest to him could almost hear the grinding of his teeth, feeling the searing heat of his gaze. Thus, they dared not lift their heads. Humph! With each step, the third prince, Jashuan Moyan, let out a heavy, frosty snort, his sleeves swirling as he stormed away. Behind him, his 2 friends, who struggled to contain their own anger, covered their mouths and chuckled quietly, feigning calmness. Clearing their throats, they slowly remarked, "Rumors cease with the wise. Any malicious slander is always welcomed by the imperial dungeons." Having said that, they straightened up, seemingly indignant, as they followed the third prince out. Yet, not far from the tavern, they erupted into uproarious laughter. The tavern patrons, long after the third prince had departed, still dared not speak freely. The lingering aura of intimidation palpable. The sun glimmered brightly over the splendid architecture of the empire, a sight to behold. The Duke's residence in Xiang, A guard at the gate watched in astonishment as the third prince, Jashuan Moyen, kicked open the sandalwood doors and stormed into the duke's estate, too afraid to intervene in the grand hall. He bellowed, "Summon Duke Junraotan to see me." His voice reverberated through the layers of the duke's residence, echoing across the skies. In an instant, the current Duke Junraotan, along with several of his sons, emerged. "Your Highness." This Junraotan, with his head of white hair, appeared vigorous and greeted him with a smile. The third prince's face darkened. Suppressing his rage, his voice as cold as ice. "Do not play games with me, Junraotan. I do not believe you haven't heard the rumors circulating in the marketplace." The marketplace rumors. "Well," Junraotan began, but the third prince cut him off sharply, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I am not here to hear your excuses. I simply came to inform you that your ugly daughter must be brought to the capital. And the marriage must be annulled. She has no say in this, do you understand?" His furious roar reflected the extent of his wrath. How dare a woman, deemed undesirable, attempt to call off the engagement? How could she dare to insult him, to insinuate that he was inadequate? This was intolerable. He had never wished for her as a consort, but now he had changed his mind. He would ensure she was brought to him, to vent his anger upon her. Listening to the third prince's command, Junraotan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall obey your orders." Hearing Junraotan's acquiescence, the third prince let out a cold snort. Kicking over a jade table with a fierce kick before storming off, Junraotan remained composed, not turning around, but rather smirking lightly as he said, "Did you all hear the third prince's words?" "We did," replied the eldest and fourth sons of the household in unison. "Then this matter is entrusted to you. I do not wish to hear any unfavorable reports," he commanded. Understood. As spring breezes fluttered the curtains, the peach blossoms outside the hall bloomed vibrantly. A gentle breeze carried delicate petals to the ground, marking a season of unparalleled beauty. And the border town of Lidong, amidst the Wushan cliffs, Luoyu, undisturbed by any rumors that may have circulated about her, was diligently gathering herbs while carrying a basket on her back. After several days of traversing numerous mountains, she had collected a substantial bounty, with her basket filled with medicinal herbs to treat her father. Her spirits were high under the midday sun. The gentle rays of spring filtered through the treetops as Luoyu sat in a clearing, skillfully roasting a wild rabbit. Drops of golden oil sizzled as they fell onto the flames, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the air. Remembering the days when her master took her into the wild to hunt rabbits and catch birds, she smiled at her culinary skills as she turned the rabbit over. Lost in nostalgia, a sudden gurgling sound interrupted her reverie. Startled, she chuckled softly, thinking, "Am I truly this hungry?" The gurgling came again, more pronounced this time. Realizing it was not her stomach, she glanced toward the source of the noise. Not far from her fire, a small silver creature with round, bulging eyes stared intently at her. No, at her rabbit. Its mouth was slightly moist, a glistening droplet of saliva slowly forming and dripping down. Resembling a strand of silver, Luoyu couldn't help but laugh, her vigilance dissipating as she observed this small creature, which had approached her so stealthily. It was entirely silver, devoid of any stray hairs, no larger than the palm of her hand. It bore a resemblance to both a fox and a marten, yet Luoyu was certain it was an entirely unfamiliar species. At that moment, the little creature stood on its hind legs, clutching a stone the size of a baby's fist. Its gaze fixated on the roasting meat, a gluttonous expression etched upon its face, communicating its desires without uttering a single word. Though Luoyu was not particularly fond of small animals, she couldn't resist the charm of this little one and shook her head with a smile. Turning the rabbit over once more, the aroma intensified as the rabbit neared completion. Gurgle, Luoyu distinctly heard the sound of saliva being swallowed, unable to contain her laughter. What a greedy little creature! Upon noticing the rabbit's movement, the little creature glanced up at the laughing Luoyu, its eyes wide with indignation, as if it were scolding her. This only made Luoyu laugh harder. Feeling mocked, the little creature glared at Luoyu before sulking and biting down sharply on the stone it held. Crunch, crunch, it devoured the stone as if it were a fava bean. Luoyu's laughter abruptly ceased as she stared at the stone that had been bitten into, resembling a crescent moon with a chunk missing. This little creature was actually eating stones. Its teeth were astonishing. Crunch, crunch. As Luoyu gazed in astonishment, the little creature quickly gnawed the stone clean, then returned its unwavering gaze to the cooking rabbit. Luoyu's lips twitched slightly. Truly, the magical beasts of the Forgotten River continent were remarkable. She had never seen a fox that could eat stones. For now, she decided to refer to this little one as a fox. Faced with the drooling little creature, Luoyu wisely tore off a sizable rabbit leg and tossed it to it. That little creature, clearly enticed by the mouth-watering scent, pounced upon the offered leg with a fervent woof. Devouring it in mere moments, Luoyu observed the palm-sized creature as it busily gnawed at the rabbit leg, its mouth moving in a delightful rhythm. Unable to help herself, she chuckled and tore off another leg for herself. Just as she took a bite, an unexpected flash of silver sped past, almost too fast for her to comprehend. On one side of the rabbit leg she was holding, her bite met the little creature's as it clamped onto the other end. Suspended in midair, Luoyu and the little creature locked eyes, its gaze fierce and determined, unwilling to yield in the battle for the delectable meat. Seeing such determination, Luoyu found herself both amused and speechless. Ultimately relenting and allowing the little creature to have the other leg victorious, the little creature embraced its prize, eagerly devouring the rabbit leg with astonishing speed, stripping it of its bones and meat. Luoyu silently laughed, letting the little one enjoy the most succulent parts of the rabbit while she reached for the body. However, as soon as she made a move, the little creature sprang onto her hand. Taking 2 quick bites of the rabbit meat before looking up at her, Luoyu was taken aback, gazing down at the little creature. Its dark eyes sparkled with triumph, reminiscent of her younger brother, Luoli, who would resort to mischief and spit on her food when he couldn't win a fair fight for it. This behavior was utterly. Luoyu tried to maintain a stern expression but ultimately failed. Bursting into laughter that resonated across the mountaintop, carried away by the gentle breeze, what a delightful little creature. With its victory secured, the little one consumed all of the rabbit meat, leaving Luoyu with only a pile of bones. After feasting, it stretched languidly, then rubbed its paws and mouth against Luoyu's leg, appearing to seek affection in a friendly manner. Luoyu, seeing this, felt quite pleased. Although her lunch had been devoured, the endearing gestures of the little creature brought her joy. In the present moment, she yearned to extend her hand and caress the silver fur, which appeared as smooth as satin. Yet, before her fingers could graze that gleaming coat, the little creature released its grip, retreated a step and lowered its head to inspect its paws, then gently touched its tiny mouth, seemingly quite pleased to find no trace of remnants upon it. With a swift turn, it left behind a flash of silver as it darted away. Leaving Luoyu's hand suspended in the air, after a considerable pause, she slowly lowered her gaze to her clothing, discovering a patch of grease upon her light blue trousers, marked distinctly with 2 paw prints. It is often said that certain animals are exceptionally clean, diligently grooming their fur and paws after eating. Today, however, it seemed rather unfortunate for Luoyu to encounter a creature so fastidious. The consequence was the loss of her lunch. Along with a memento of claw marks on her garment, she wished to express her anger, yet it seemed rather foolish to hold a grudge against such a small being. Frowning, yet suppressing a laugh, she ultimately remarked in the gentle breeze, "This little rascal, the next time I see you, I shall not feed you." It remains uncertain whether Luoyu's words were born of embarrassment or a vow. Nevertheless, in the ensuing days, her promise bore no fruit. That little creature appeared to have firmly established Luoyu as its walking provider of delicacies. Whenever hunger struck, it would appear, punctual to the second, before the delectable meal she prepared. It would consume its fill and then scamper away, patiently awaiting the next dining opportunity. Luoyu found herself caught in a mix of irritation and amusement, simultaneously astonished by the creature's remarkable speed. It was astonishingly swift, far too swift. Despite her mastery of the 8th layer of the muscle change technique, this little one seemed to traverse distances in the blink of an eye. It shadowed her relentlessly, and it appeared to possess an abundance of energy. What breed could this little creature possibly be? It was truly astonishing. As night fell, strands of starlight cascaded from the heavens, resembling mischievous eyes twinkling in the dark. Atop the peak of Wushan, the wind rustled through the treetops, producing a whispering sound. The serene breeze and luminous moon combined to create a splendid scene. In this nocturnal setting, Luoyu leaned against a stone, a smile gracing her lips as she leisurely munched on a root of yam. Tonight, she opted not to roast meat but to observe what the little creature might eat. She was determined to tame it. As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The hour for her usual meal had long passed. The little one, hidden within the woods, seemed quite impatient, making noises to signal its arrival and request for food. Luoyu heard every sound, her smile growing brighter, yet she continued to savor her yam root at a leisurely pace, knowing that a day without roasted meat would not spell disaster for her. After a while of commotion, the little creature, unable to contain itself any longer, darted from the trees and landed right before Luoyu. It waved its tiny paws, chattering excitedly at her. Its big eyes bulged, and its little mouth was raised in a pout, its paws flailing in a manner reminiscent of a child shouting, "Dinner, dinner! I want to eat, hurry and prepare my meal." The creature's appearance was irresistibly adorable. Luoyu's amusement deepened, yet she chose to ignore it, reaching instead for a yam from the nearly harvested medicinal herbs, continuing to munch away in a leisurely manner. She stated, "I shall have this tonight." Whether the little one understood her was questionable. Watching Luoyu extract the yam and continue eating, the little creature grew indignant. With a leap, it landed on Luoyu's arm, baring its tiny white teeth in an astonishing display of speed. The yam in Luoyu's hand was devoured in an instant by the little creature. In mere seconds it was all gone. The little one wiped its mouth with its paw and lifted its head to meet Luoyu's gaze, its demeanor exuding an air of triumph as if to say, "Eat! Now what will you consume?" Luoyu raised an eyebrow at this audacious little creature. She had seen it consume nearly anything in recent days. Whenever she returned late from foraging, it would either be gnawing on a stone, a piece of wood, or even a chunk of crystal or dirt. It was a quintessentially unpicky eater. Thus, watching the little one gobble up her yam elicited no surprise from Luoyu. She simply decided to forego her meal. Folding her arms behind her head and reclining against the stone in repose, the little creature, finding Luoyu indifferent to its presence, became enraged and hopped atop her head, throwing a tantrum and tangling her hair into a nest. Still unsatisfied, it took a bite, severing a lock of Luoyu's dark hair and swallowing it in frustration. Surprisingly, Luoyu remained unfazed. This little creature had grown accustomed to being spoiled and could hardly tolerate such neglect. Its eyes reddened and soon tears glistened, plummeting onto Luoyu's face with a soft thud. Startled, Luoyu opened her eyes to find the little one looking at her with a pitiful expression, its gaze brimming with accusation. Though it seemed to accuse her of bullying, Luoyu had merely intended to tease the little creature. Seeing its distress softened her heart. After all, what was there to argue with such a small animal? She sat upright and reached out to soothe the little one. Yet, the creature, with its red eyes and glistening tears, shot her a reproachful glance before dashing into the woods. Luoyu knew that despite her agility, she could not catch up to this little one. Frowning, she realized she may have gone too far in her teasing. Consequently, she hurriedly retrieved a wild chicken that she had prepared for the little creature from behind a rock and set about starting a fire to roast it. Once the aroma wafted through the air, the little one would surely catch wind of it. This would serve as her apology. The sizzling sound of oil mingling with flames filled the air, and the rich aroma permeated the surroundings. The wild chicken was already cooked, yet the little creature had yet to arrive. It seemed she had truly offended it today. Shaking her head, she lamented the rarity of encountering such an adorable creature. Yet, before Luoyu's thoughts could fully form, amidst the flickering firelight, the silver figure dashed toward her with a whoosh, landing right before her. A smile crept onto Luoyu's face as she began to speak. "Little one, are you still upset?" "Here I have, however." Her words were abruptly halted as she beheld the sight before her. The little creature stood upright, presenting her with a medicinal herb cradled in its tiny paws. Its 5 colorful leaves gleamed vibrantly, adorned with a minuscule white flower blooming with grace. The delicate fragrance wafted through the air, captivating her senses. The 5-colored leaves were a premium antidote. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What was truly significant was that this herb grew upon the sheer cliffs, and it was one of the remedies for her father's ailment. Earlier that day, she had found it but chose not to harvest it, intending to return the following day. As the flower had yet to bloom, unbloomed 5-colored leaves would yield only half the potency, and now, this little creature had brought her exactly what she needed. Gazing at her with a face full of grievance, had this little one been following her, aware of her desires? Her master had once told her that all things possess a spirit, and animals are the most acute among them. This little one. A smile emerged in Luoyu's eyes as she refrained from taking the 5-colored leaves. Gently stroking the creature's head instead, with a smile, she said, "Feast upon what I have prepared for you. No need for payment, for I cherish you and am willing to cook for you. I merely wished to tease you earlier, but I shall not do so again. How could you be so adorably charming?" The little creature could not comprehend Luoyu's words, yet it sensed the gentleness emanating from them. Without hesitation, its tiny mouth broke into a wide smile, and it joyfully leaped, nudging Luoyu's hand with its head. Rubbing against it fervently, then, it unceremoniously stuffed the vibrant leaves it had gathered into Luoyu's embrace. With a swift turn, it pounced upon the already roasted wild chicken, exuberantly beginning to feast. Chapter 18. Nibble. Nibble, nibble. It devoured the wild chicken with lightning speed. Before Luoyu could even collect her thoughts, the little creature had finished its meal. Afterward, it rubbed its tiny paws against the ground, wiping away the grease. And with a swift motion, it leaped onto Luoyu's shoulder, then burrowed into her embrace. Curling up, it revealed its soft white belly, ready to drift into slumber. It seemed as though it intended to settle here permanently, clinging to Luoyu without intention of letting go. Seeing this, Luoyu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to tap the little creature's head. "You glutton, following others around without a care. Aren't you afraid of being trampled?" Nevertheless, she allowed the adorable creature to stay. Such a charming companion, Why not keep it? As night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly in the vast sky. The following day, Luoyu began to realize that this little creature was of more than just superficial charm. It was only when Luoyu came to her senses that she understood the true treasure she had stumbled upon. Ever since the little creature had joined her, her medicinal pouch had been swelling at an alarming rate. Within it lay precious herbs, so valuable that Luoyu had started to handle them with utmost care. Rare finds such as millennium ginseng, 10,000-year-old lingji, everlasting grass, and golden fruit were tossed in like mere weeds by the little one. These items, if sold on the market, would fetch a fortune, yet, to the little creature, they were but trivialities. One could only wonder about its keen sense of touch and smell, as it unearthed heavenly treasures that even Luoyu could not detect. It appeared as if its innate talent was to seek out these gems. Recognizing this astonishing gift, even the otherwise unready Luoyu found it hard to restrain her excitement. After gathering all the herbs her father required, she lingered in Wushan for an additional 10 days, accompanied by the little creature, who thoroughly scoured the entire mountain. The contents of her backpack grew increasingly precious and rare. Had Luoyu not remembered to leave roots intact when harvesting these treasures, the little creature would have undoubtedly uprooted them entirely. Thus, 10 days swiftly passed. Xiaoyin, it's time to go home. With her backpack brimming, Luoyu set off towards the Litong dark building. A small creature named after its fur color perched on her shoulder. The sky was a deep azure, and the white clouds transformed into various shapes, dancing with the swift wind. Luoyu's spirits soared as she glided along, almost as if propelled by the wind itself. Returning to the town of Litong. Upon arriving in the town, night had just fallen. Unable to contain her joyful demeanor, Luoyu leaped over the low city walls, scaling the rooftops to reach the establishment known as the Nightshade Tea House, which served as the dark building. As she landed gracefully at the back door, a smile played on her lips, eager to surprise her parents. However, as she stepped forward, Luoyu's keen eyes caught a faint mark on the back door, and her expression shifted slightly. The joy faded slowly from her face. A secret mark. What could have happened at the dark building to warrant such a signal from Jun Fei, urging her to be cautious? Furrowing her brow, Luoyu turned on her heel, opting not to enter but to head in another direction. The night breeze was sharp, and the air remained cool under the springtime sky. Entering through another hidden door of the dark building, she was immediately greeted by someone with a serious demeanor. What has happened? Luoyu inquired, her voice grave. It concerns you, the leader. The master has instructed that upon your return, you must seek him immediately, the newcomer replied swiftly. Upon hearing this, Luoyu nodded and swiftly made her way towards Jun Fei's residence. The night was thick with darkness, yet Jun Fei's quarters were brightly lit, indicating he had not yet retired for the night. Pushing open the door, Luoyu asked in a low voice, what has occurred? Inside the room were not only Jun Fei but also Jun Yun and Fei Yen. The moment they saw Luoyu return, their serious expressions seemed to relax slightly, as if a weight had been lifted. Leader, you have finally returned, Fei Yen said, her eyes betraying a sense of suppressed urgency. Seeing this, Luoyu closed the door behind her and stepped forward, placing her hands on her parents' shoulders, speaking in a steady voice. Do not panic. I am here and we will resolve this. Though her words were not particularly forceful, they carried an unusual calm and composure for a 14-year-old girl, instilling a sense of reassurance in those around her. I won't beat around the bush. 3 days ago, we received some troubling news, Jun Yun said, his expression steady and unhurried, reflecting a veteran's composure. He positioned Luoyu at a stage where they could discuss matters collaboratively. Yes, father, please tell me, Luoyu replied, facing Jun Yun without a hint of panic. Jun Yun nodded subtly and continued, 3 days ago, the 3 subordinates Jun Fei sent to retrieve Luoli returned severely injured. Upon hearing this, Luoyu's expression darkened, her brows knitting tightly in alarm. My brother was taken? Indeed, Jun Fei interjected, his tone icy. The Duke's residence of Xian, a master of the blue rank along with 3 green rank experts, took Luoli from us. We were powerless to stop them. I apologize. Leader. As he spoke, Jun Fei sank to one knee, intending to kneel and accept blame. Luoyu, witnessing this, waved her sleeve, using her internal energy to support him and prevent his prostration. The Duke's residents of Xian, how swift they are. Once they realized we could not locate them, they immediately targeted my brother. Luoyu's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. After a moment, she reined in her anger and spoke slowly. It was my oversight. We are not yet capable of confronting masters of the blue rank. The blue rank, estimated to possess internal energy surpassing 75 years, was a rarity even in the Empire. The fact that the Duke's residence of Xian dispatched its great elder solely to abduct her brother indicated their ruthless intent. Luoyu's fingers curled into fists. Even I would struggle against a blue rank master, let alone others. This cannot be blamed on the people of the dark building. Since Luoli has been taken by his father, we need not worry excessively about his safety. Chapter 19. In the heavy atmosphere. Junyoon continued, however, they have spread word that they want you to go to the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Luoyu crossed her arms and sat down. The abduction of her brother served no purpose beyond coercing her. She had already deduced this upon learning of his capture. Marriage? Luoyu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of coldness crossing her gaze. Without a doubt, the message relayed to you was to summon you to the imperial capital. Or they would not kill Luoli but would hand him over to the third prince, Junfei added. His expression strained. Word has it that the third prince is quite enraged that if Luoli were to fall into his hands now. I doubt it would bode well for him, Junyoon concurred, a complex expression crossing his face, a mix of amusement and concern. Having spent the past few days in Wushan, Luoyu was unaware of the rumor circulating about the third prince's fury. Thus she did not believe he would be particularly enraged. Did he wish to marry her? What a laughable notion. However, Junfei would not make light of the situation given his words. It was clear that matters would not be pleasant. It seemed Luoli truly could not fall into the third prince's hands. She cherished her brother dearly and could not allow him to suffer or be tormented. Jia Xianmo Yan was a ruthless individual. A cold glimmer permeated Luoyu's eyes as a smile crept onto her lips. Since they wish for me to go, let us see if they will regret it in the future. Her voice floated through the night air, light and carefree, devoid of any forced fury. Yet, it instilled a sense of foreboding for the future of the Duke's residence of Xian in the hearts of Junfei. Junyun and Fei Yan. As the night wind swept by, the Duke's residence of Xian felt an inexplicable chill run down its spine, as if forewarned of the approaching storm. Raising his head, he gazed thoughtfully at the bright moon. What about you, mother? Do not worry. I have it under control. This matter is settled. Fei Yan, though aware of Luoyu's mysterious capabilities, could not suppress her concern. As a mother, she cherished both her son and daughter. And she did not wish to see her daughter sold out for her son. Luoyu smiled as she embraced her mother's arm. Leaning against her, she was well aware of her path. To be proud, one must possess the means to be so. It was foolish to believe that the world could not turn without her presence. In the face of formidable foes, Luoyu understood the necessity of biding her time, withdrawing her claws and striking decisively when the moment presented itself. As the slender figure of Luoyu leaned against Fian's arm, Xiao Yin, who had been sleeping in her embrace, suddenly crawled out, driven by hunger. A magical beast? Both Junfei and Junyun were taken aback at the sight of the emerging Xiao Yin. Only those skilled in combat could tame magical beasts, yet Luoyu possessed no such talent. This was merely a creature that sought sustenance. With a smile, Luoyu scooped up the begging Xiao Yin, playfully squeezing it in her hands. Xiao Yin immediately bared its teeth at Luoyu, yet remained motionless, allowing her to indulge in her antics. Observing this, Junyun raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Xiao Yin for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "What breed is this?" "Unknown," Luoyu replied succinctly. Junyun gazed intently at Xiao Yin, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. He felt he had seen this magical beast's likeness before, though he couldn't quite place it. However, the magical beasts he had only glimpsed were all right. "Father, come with me. I have something to discuss." As she continued to play with Xiao Yin, Luoyu suddenly recalled another matter she had forgotten due to the incident involving Luoli. She promptly stood and made her way toward the medicinal cabinet by the door. Addressing Junfei, spread the word. Inform them that I will attend, but they must wait. Also, if Luoli loses a single hair, they shall bear the consequences. With that, she tugged at the cabinet while pulling her father along, playfully winking at her mother as they departed. Observing this, Fian muttered, "Why is this child so close to her father? Isn't it often said that daughters are closer to their mothers?" The flickering candlelight danced as Junfei remained speechless. Leading Junyun into the secluded chamber where she practiced, Luoyu set down the medicinal cabinet, her previously gentle demeanor replaced by a grave expression. Junyun, maintaining his composure, understood that Luoyu had summoned him for a reason and solemnly asked, "What is it?" Without uttering a word, Luoyu reached out and pulled aside her father's garments, exposing an acupoint between his breasts, and lightly pressed her finger against it. His Junyun's face contorted in pain, his body instinctively bending forward. The excruciating agony struck swiftly, yet dissipated just as quickly, leaving a tangible change in his complexion. "As this poisoning?" Junyun, a man of experience, quickly deduced the situation. Luoyu nodded gravely, stating a chronic poison at least 14 years in the making. Junyun's eyes widened in shock, and after a brief moment of silence, he reined in his emotions, straightened his back, and furrowed his brow, asking, "What kind of poison?" "Unknown. Junfei has searched throughout the Feiyu kingdom, but no one recognizes this poison. Luo Yu replied somberly. Upon hearing this, Jun Yun's eyes flashed with disbelief. Father, did you perhaps offend someone particularly influential? Luo Yu leaned forward, her gaze fixed upon her seated father. Jun Yun, upon hearing Luo Yu's question, hesitated momentarily in contemplation, before a flicker of surprise crossed his dark eyes, quickly suppressed, had Luo Yu not been staring intently at him. He might have overlooked it entirely. As a former leader of the Empire's Guard, he had certainly crossed paths with many, but none so formidable as to warrant this. Jun Yun gently patted Luo Yu's shoulder, and she understood that he might not wish to speak further on the matter, or perhaps he was uncertain. In that case, father, please exercise caution from now on. I will be heading to Wu Mountain soon to gather the antidote. This is a chronic poison. I still have time to counteract it with that. Luo Yu glanced at Jun Yun, choosing not to elaborate further, but her meaning was clear. Should the next poison be of a more acute nature, the consequences would be dire. Jun Yun comprehended her implication, and after a moment of deliberation, he suggested, if you manage to enter the Imperial Academy during your visit to the capital, seek out a person named Wu Ya. He may know something. Hearing this, Luo Yu's tense expression softened slightly, and she nodded in agreement. Very well. Acquiring leads to uncover the source of the poison is paramount. The enemy lurks in the shadows while they remain in plain sight. If they wish to avoid being taken advantage of, they must seek out the perpetrator and eliminate them. As the gentle breeze swept through, the world continued its cycle. The spring breeze coaxed the willows to green, while peach blossoms intoxicated the vibrant hues of spring. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the capital city, where colors bloomed in abundance, prosperity remained in full swing. Clad in a light blue ensemble and mounted on a black steed of lesser quality, Luo Yu strolled leisurely across the grounds of the capital, exuding an air of calm confidence. The capital of the Feiyu Kingdom bore a resemblance to the ancient Rome of Luo Yu's memories, where grandeur and elegance coexisted with gravity and solemnity. As she traversed the streets, Luo Yu felt as though she had stepped into the era of ancient Rome itself. Miss Luo Yu. Amidst her leisurely observations, a gentle voice called out, and a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, approached and halted before her. Luo Yu turned her head, casting a glance at the man, yet remained silent. Miss Luo Yu, you have finally arrived. I am here to escort you, the steward said, bowing slightly as a lavish carriage approached from behind him. Luo Yu knew that the so-called birthmark on her face served as the most effective means of identification. The esteemed Duke of Xian would undoubtedly have discovered her arrival, and thus she felt no surprise, merely nodding as she made her way toward the carriage. Onlookers turned their heads at the sight of the Duke of Xian's carriage, their gazes drawn to the figure of Luo Yu, who, unrepentantly unattractive, drew whispers that surged like tidal waves, spreading in all directions. The ugly woman from the Duke of Xian's household, who rejected the engagement with the third prince, has arrived in the capital. This explosive news quickly rippled throughout the entire city. Chapter 20. Meanwhile, at the center of it all, Luo Yu sat in the carriage, unperturbed. Her demeanor exuded an unyielding calm, viewing the gossiping onlookers as mere ants beneath her notice, embodying a haughty grace that left the steward taken aback. Such composure at such a young age spoke volumes of her steady character. Traversing half the capital's bustling streets, they arrived at one of the three major powers of the Feiyu Kingdom, the Duke of Xian's estate. The architecture, adorned with intricate carvings, could scarcely be described for its grandeur. Its imposing presence and regal air defied mere words of description. In the side hall of the Duke's estate, Luo Yu sat in a guest seat, idly toying with the teacup in her hands. How delightful! It has been half an hour and no one has yet appeared. Are they attempting to intimidate me? Her eyelashes fluttered as a faint smile graced her lips. Since the host was unfamiliar with the art of hospitality, she would teach them a lesson in etiquette. Her delicate fingers slowly traced the rim of the teacup, and with a surge of her profound inner strength, the tea within congealed into ice. With a swift squeeze, the teacup shattered into countless shards of frozen fragments. A smile lingered on her lips, though a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she addressed the impatient Xiaoyin, who was gnawing on the chair. Every creature has its own path. If this side hall is not meant for my presence, then let it be destroyed. With a flick of her wrist, the icy shards shot forth like sharp projectiles, striking the four white jade pillars supporting the hall with a resounding thud. The pillars began to crack at the points of impact. Luo Yu then gracefully swept her sleeve and sauntered toward the exit, with Xiaoyin chattering excitedly in TOW as she stepped outside the side hall. A resounding crash echoed behind her, followed by a cloud of dust and smoke. The white jade pillars, deprived of their support, led to the entire side hall collapsing. Striding 10 meters away, Luo Yu remained untouched by the ensuing chaos, not a single hair out of place. The exquisite side hall, just moments ago, had transformed into a heap of rubble. After a brief silence, figures emerged from the debris. Those who had come to witness Luo Yu's humiliation, now left in a state of disarray. One by one, they stared in shock at the fallen hall. Their expressions contorted. Meanwhile, Luo Yu continued her leisurely pace, stroking the small magical beast nestled in her arms, unfazed by the commotion around her as she approached the main entrance. Cough, Miss Luo Yu, please do not leave without permission. A steward quickly stepped forward to impede her path. Without lifting her gaze, Luo Yu merely waved her sleeve, and the obstructing steward found himself tumbling head over heels. Miss Luo Yu, this behavior makes our tasks exceedingly difficult. One steward lamented as he fell into a heap. Miss Luo Yu, you. Another steward exclaimed as he landed unceremoniously, rolling several times before becoming stuck amidst the stones. Miss Luo Yu. Along the way, stewards flocked to capture her. Yet it was as if an invisible wall stood before her. Before they could reach her, they were repelled back. In the distance, numerous onlookers from the Duke of Xian's estate widened their eyes in astonishment. Miss, young masters, they gasped, witnessing the sight of Luo Yu walking with unwavering determination, her pace steady, her head held high, focusing solely on the small magical beast in her arms, as she effortlessly dispatched steward after steward. Exuding an air of tranquility as if she were merely out for a leisurely stroll, disregarding everyone in her path as she made her way toward the main entrance. Miss Luo Yu, the Duke requests your presence in the main hall for a discussion. Amidst the chaos, a deep voice rang out, and a middle-aged man in a crisp long robe stepped forward. The head steward of the Duke's estate had made his appearance. As Liyue continued her solitary path, she gradually came to a halt, lifting her gaze to deliver a cold smirk. I was under the impression that the residents of the Xian Duke's mansion had perished. Upon hearing these words, the stewards present clenched their teeth in response. It appeared that, in Liyue's eyes, they were mere shadows of humanity, yet they understood the implication of her words. They lacked the standing to engage in conversation with her. A sense of irritation welled up within them at the audacity of this woman. Miss Liyue, please, a middle-aged man said, refraining from retorting or displaying anger. His expression remained utterly devoid of emotion, a testament to the unyielding pride inherent to the Xian Duke's household. Liyue observed this with keen eyes, scoffing inwardly. The hall of the Xian Duke's mansion, while not as ostentatiously adorned as the royal palace, commanded an air of solemnity that was impossible to overlook. Commoners were altogether barred from entering the hall for discussions. Among the younger generation relegated to the periphery, Liyue was the sole one permitted to enter this grand chamber for deliberations. The hall was magnificent, with two principal seats positioned centrally, flanked by 8 individuals on either side. 6 grand pillars of white jade were entwined with ink-black tigers, complementing the rosewood tables and chairs, which further enhanced the hall's majesty. At this moment, one of the individuals seated in the principal seat was a tall and imposing figure, bearing a striking resemblance to his father, her uncle Marquis Junli, second only to the Duke Jun Raotian within the Xian Duke's household. He disregarded the hierarchy entirely and took his seat. Liyue, cradling the comfortably dozing cat, Xiaoyin spoke coldly. I have arrived, hand over my brother. Unfazed by her lack of fear, Jun Li's brows furrowed as he replied in a low, authoritative tone. Jun Liyue, you would do well to recognize your own identity and temper your tone. His voice was deep, exuding an unspoken threat. However, Liyue remained undeterred by his imposing presence, her brow arching as she retorted with a cold smile. I am acutely aware of my identity. And I do not require your reminders, Marquis Jun. You would likewise be wise to acknowledge your own standing. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger ignited in Jun Li's expression that no junior from the Xian Duke's household had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. His face darkened as he narrowed his eyes. Jun Liyue, do not presume that having learned a few disjointed skills from some obscure corner grants you invincibility. There is no one in this world who cannot be subdued. Your petty tricks are hardly worthy of our attention. While this was not an outright threat, it bore a weighty implication. Liyue remained composed, leaning back against her chair as she coldly replied. The Xian Duke's household is not one of the 3 great dukes of the Feathers Kingdom. Its influence is deeply rooted throughout the kingdom. To speak of strength, it is undeniable that there is a blue master among the 4 elite of the kingdom within your ranks. This power is indeed formidable. And I concede that I am currently incapable of contending with a master of the blue level. However, what of it? In her heart, Liyue possessed her own measure of worth. One may be audacious. One may be proud, but should one's arrogance persist in the face of overwhelming power, it transforms from bravado into folly. Liyue would never consider herself a fool. And what of it? Junli scoffed. What that signifies is that you lack the qualifications to challenge me here. The fate of Jun Lily is not for you to dictate. His derisive tone emanated a palpable arrogance, Liyue regarded him with raised brows. Her expression untroubled by anger, impatience, or fear. Instead, a smile graced her lips, one that seemed to pity him. Her visage was a compelling juxtaposition of angelic and demonic, embodying an exquisite collision of beauty and monstrosity. Junli's countenance darkened, realizing that Liyue dared to feel pity for him in that charged moment. Liyue began to speak slowly. The Xian Duke's household, excluding collateral branches, consists of a total of 348 direct descendants. The highest rank among them is your son Jun Luofei, a green level master. Yet, there are but a handful of individuals within the Xian Duke's household who have reached the blue master level. Marquis Jun, I trust your two brothers have apprised you of my strength. Now, while I may not be able to contend with those above the blue level, what of those beneath it? She paused. Observing the sudden stiffening of Junli's expression, her fingers gently caressing Xiaoyin's small form, I am confident that if I so wished, eliminating them would be as simple as lifting a finger. Her demeanor was gentle, yet her words pierced like ice, sharp and unyielding. You dare? Junli's eyes narrowed, a murderous aura radiating from him. In that instant, Liyue withdrew her gentle facade, lifting her chin defiantly as she retorted. Then let us put it to the test. Should you lay a finger on my brother, I will ensure that the Xian Duke's household is left without descendants. The once languid kitten transformed into a ferocious beast ready to devour. This sudden shift in demeanor momentarily caught Junli off guard, and he found himself momentarily overshadowed by Liyue's fierce presence. The atmosphere within the hall grew heavy, stifling. Such audacity from a mere girl. Do you not fear that you may not leave this duke's mansion today? Just then, a voice tinged with age broke through the tense standoff. An elder with silver hair strode in, hands clasped behind his back. Father, Junli immediately stood, addressing him with respect. Jun Raotian, the current duke of the Xian household, cast a fleeting glance at Junli before fixing his gaze upon Liyue. Junli felt a twinge of embarrassment. His father was likely displeased that he had allowed a young girl to overshadow him in this manner. Turning to the spirited duke, Liyue collected herself, leaning back against her chair and coolly stating, If you wish to kill me, do you truly believe you possess the courage to do so? Upon hearing this, Jun Raotian nodded appreciatively. A fine young lady indeed. That we misjudged you in the past. No wonder you have made a name for yourself. You are quite clever. Liyue smiled in response, nodding as if graciously accepting the duke's praise along her journey. She had heard numerous outrageous rumors, as well as the command from the third prince insisting on her presence in the imperial capital. In her current standing, she was merely a pawn desired by the third prince simultaneously. The marriage pact with the king remained unrevoked. These dual identities rendered her untouchable by the Xian Duke's household. Were it within their power to decide, they would not have compelled her to come to the imperial capital today. However, the duke's heart was ruthless. After the earlier commendation, Jun Raotian's next words were of utmost significance. The threat of annihilation loomed over the next generation of the Xian Duke's household due to a single Jun Lily. These individuals were her kin when we were ostracized. Did not Duke Jun already make his choices? The Xian Duke's household seeks only the capable. As for the weak, their demise in some forgotten corner elicits no concern. If that is the case, then the Xian Duke's household and my Jun family are merely two former acquaintances turned strangers against an enemy. What talk is there of mercy? Liyue smiled, a faint, cold smile. I shall abide by your rules. However, do not attempt to forge connections with me now. I will ask once more. Where is my brother? Upon hearing this, the previously furrowed brow of Jun Raotian flashed with genuine surprise and depth. Suppressing Junli's rage, Jun Raotian scrutinized Liyue before slowly seating himself in the principal position, establishing a clear distinction between host and guest. The younger generation of our duke's household is not lacking in promising talents. Your presence changes nothing. Since you have made your intentions clear, we shall address matters directly. Jun Raotian's tone was calm, yet it carried an unassailable authority. Since your family and my Xian Duke's household are now strangers, you must understand that the marriage agreement was arranged by your father. Because of this pact, my Xian Duke's household has been struggling in front of the king and the third prince. Moreover, the third prince adamantly refuses to annul the engagement and has requested the king's permission to marry as soon as he comes of age. Should anyone dare to oppose this, their family will face annihilation. As the Duke, I see no necessity to resolve this issue on your behalf. Rather, it is you who must provide us with a satisfactory resolution. Very well, Liyue replied, a frown marring her brow, yet her response was resolute and decisive. Jun Raotian nodded, adopting the air of a negotiator. As for your brother Luo Li, he underwent our Duke's household trials a month ago. His aptitude was deemed commendable, and he has been sent to the Imperial Academy for further studies. Though the third prince is present there, I have arranged for his protection. Jun Liyue, You are well aware of how difficult it is to gain entry to the Imperial Academy. Your brother's future is boundless now that he has been admitted. This is, after all, a personal favor from our duke's household. Liyue felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of Luo Li being thrust into the presence of the third prince. Yet, she understood that being accepted into the Imperial Academy was indeed a remarkable opportunity. This institution was the finest in the Feathers Kingdom and its neighboring nations, renowned for producing exceptional talents. Thank you for this favor. I shall repay it in due time. Liyue rose to her feet. Excellent. Jun Raotian nodded, then gestured, sending a thin, red invitation flying toward Liyue. With a swift motion, she caught the invitation between her fingers. Today marks the final enrollment deadline for the Imperial Academy's spring session. Accompanied by a letter of recommendation from the Duke of the Kingdom, Luo Yu glanced at the letter, noting that the ink was still wet, suggesting it had been freshly penned. Her brows furrowed slightly as she looked up at Jun Raotian and suddenly remarked, "The Duke is indeed the Duke." Jun Raotian nodded in acknowledgement and surprisingly responded, "Thank you for the compliment." Observing this exchange, Luo Yu chose not to pursue further conversation, offering a slight fist salute to Jun Raotian before turning to exit the hall. As her figure swayed and swiftly vanished from sight, Junli, who stood within the hall, cast a quizzical glance at Jun Raotian and queried, "Father, why?" Jun Raotian slowly lifted the teacup from the table, savoring a sip, then gazed at Luo Yu's receding silhouette, and gradually said, "Junli, remember this. It is better to offend the elderly than to belittle the young. This girl is far more astute than we believe." A flicker of surprise crossed Junli's face at the weight of Jun Raotian's words. Could it be that Jun Luoyu, with her appearance, could indeed ascend to the position of princess and eventually aim for the title of queen? Yet, even if she were to aspire to such heights, it would still fall short of the power necessary for their esteemed duke's household to depend upon. Jun Raotian, perceiving Junli's confusion, chose not to elaborate further and simply rose to leave. While the duke's household appeared to wield significant influence, he was acutely aware of the decay and rot within. It was a grand vessel, yet unbeknownst to many, it had suffered myriad breaches. The distance it could still sail was uncertain. As was the time of its eventual sinking, the young woman, at such a tender age, preferred to sever ties with the duke's household rather than forge connections with those who eagerly sought to climb the social ladder. Her cunning was not to be underestimated. It would be prudent to offer some advantageous concessions, for mutual benefit is the best course. However, should she jeopardize our interests? Jun Raotian's unspoken words lingered in the air as he swept his hand downward. An expression of cold, resolute determination that if she could not be utilized, then she must be eliminated. The duke's household would never tolerate the ascendance of anyone detrimental to their cause, even if that person were a kin. Outside the hall, the melody of birdsong mingled with the fragrance of blossoms. Sunlight cascaded in golden hues, saturating the spring landscape. In the Feiyu royal palace, within the chambers of the third prince, news had just arrived. Your fiancée has entered the duke's household. The man clad in white, having set down the ointment in his hand, cast a mocking glance at the grim-faced Jia Xianmo Yan, who was applying the medicine. Upon hearing this, Jia Xianmo Yan's already dour expression darkened further, and he forcefully slammed the ointment onto the jade table. "Heard she's shockingly ugly," he scoffed. The man in purple, leaning back in the sandalwood chair with arms crossed, regarded the scar on Jia Xianmo Yan's back with a malicious grin. Returning from training with nothing to show for it, he had the audacity to storm straight to the duke's household. The repercussions would surely involve punishment from the academy, resulting in a near-fatal confrontation with their instructors. Yet, this did not impede their swift exchange of information. Enraged, Jia Xianmo Yan donned his attire with a scowl, declaring, "Did Jun Raotian give that recommendation letter to that ugly woman?" "He did. She is currently en route to the academy." The man in purple replied promptly, having just received word from the duke's household. Clenching his fists with a crack, Jia Xianmo Yan narrowed his eyes and coldly chuckled. "Very well, let us head back to the academy." With that, he threw down his sleeves and strode purposefully out of the chambers. An ugly woman daring to claim he was inadequate. This time, he would show her. The men in white and purple exchanged knowing glances. Smirking silently, Jia Xianmo Yan had already suffered at the hands of the ugly girl, and now with his disgraced fiancée arriving, it promised to be quite the spectacle. As the sun dipped lower, casting a vibrant spectrum across the sky, summer's heat began to assert itself. Chapter 24. The Imperial Academy, a prestigious institution jointly established by the Feiyu Kingdom, Haotsong Kingdom and Fenglin Kingdom, stands as a testament to their interconnected power. Its founder's tale is nothing short of legendary. Born in Haotsong, trained in Fenglin, and achieving fame in Feiyu, he is a prodigious talent renowned throughout the Wangchuan continent. Given his deep ties to all three kingdoms, establishing a singular academy within any one of them proved impractical. leading to the decision to create a shared institution. Situated in the relatively secluded southern part of the imperial capital of the Feiyu Kingdom, the academy spans thousands of acres and encompasses several mountains, appearing to stretch endlessly. At this moment, a long line resembling a dragon snaked its way to the imposing gates of the academy. Countless parents, accompanied by their children, eagerly awaited their turn, their faces etched with anxiety, hope, and impatience. Just one day remained. Failure to enroll now would mean waiting another 3 years as Luo Yu approached the Imperial Academy. She was met with the sight of this extraordinary queue, having witnessed admissions at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua, Peking University, and even Harvard and Cambridge. She had never encountered such an unprecedented scene. Waving the recommendation letter in her hand, she felt grateful for its presence. Otherwise, shaking her head, she took a shortcut towards the enrollment testing area. "Why are you wandering about? Queue up," barked a haughty middle-aged man at the forefront of one of the testing stations. Without a word, Luo Yu promptly extended her recommendation letter towards him. "I said, do you not know how to queue? From the Duke's household, I see," the middle-aged man replied, momentarily pausing before lifting his gaze to Luo Yu. Noticing this, she smiled, saying, "Please make an exception." The man's eyes fell upon the birthmark on Luo Yu's face, and upon recognizing her voice, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you!" Surprised that she was well known within the academy, Luo Yu chose not to elaborate and simply smiled in return. "Very well, you may proceed to the test." The middle-aged man, intrigued by Luo Yu, dismissed the boy standing in front of her and gestured for her to step closer to a crystal the size of a basin. "Place your hand here and unleash your full power." The crystal, an embodiment of purity, served as a testing apparatus. Luo Yu observed the surroundings. Some children placed their hands upon it, eliciting no reaction, while others emitted red or even orange auras of fighting spirit. It seemed the crystal was sensitive to such energies. However, Luo Yu was not adept in fighting spirit. "Who does she think she is, cutting in line?" murmured a voice nearby. "Sure, have you not heard? That ugly girl is the one who rejected the third prince. Junlu from the Duke's household. No wonder that I've heard she is a waste, incapable of any fighting spirit. Let us see how she embarrasses herself." A cacophony of whispers and jeers surged towards Luo Yu, invading her ears. Despite her attempts to ignore them, her expression remained unchanged, neither angered nor pleased, unaffected by the surrounding chatter. Slowly, she placed her palm upon the crystal's surface. As moments passed, the crystal remained colorless, as pure as the air. "See, I told you, a waste." Laughter erupted around her, echoing like crashing waves. The middle-aged man at the testing station mocked, "I dare say." Bang! Just as he began to speak, the sturdy crystal emitted a sound of shattering. Chapter 25. In an instant, it began to fracture visibly, crumbling into powder at an astonishing rate. The middle-aged man swallowed his words, staring in disbelief at the crystal before him. The basin-sized crystal disintegrated within Luo Yu's grasp, transforming into powder in mere seconds. Yet the shattering did not cease. The black stone pedestal supporting the crystal followed suit, beginning to crack, the fissures clearly visible to all, resembling delicate spider silk. Stunned silence enveloped the crowd. As the crystal shattered, the mocking voices gradually dwindled, and every gaze converged upon Luo Yu's hand resting upon the crystal. The middle-aged men at the various testing stations stood up, entranced by the spectacle. As the spring breeze stirred, the powdered remnants of the crystal and the large black pedestal silently ascended into the sky, leaving no trace behind. What had once been neatly arranged now vanished in an instant. Amidst the astonishment of all present, Luo Yu calmly withdrew her hand and remarked nonchalantly, "My apologies, I must have applied too much pressure." The weight of the hand was somewhat excessive, and the surrounding crowd was almost suffocated to the point of hemorrhaging. The shattered stones turned to dust, a feat only achievable by masters of the green energy level. Yet, this seemingly unattractive woman, who clearly possessed no fighting energy, had effortlessly obliterated the so-called hardest crystals and black stones known to all. Good heavens! The spring breeze rippled gently, the verdant ambience serene. Just moments ago, the trial site had been bustling with noise, and now it fell into a profound silence, dusting off the powder from her hands. Luo Yu tucked her palms into her sleeves, casting a calm gaze towards the middle-aged man who still stared at the now vacant storage of crystals and black stones. She spoke slowly. "May I inquire if I am now qualified for admission?" Her words jolted everyone awake, as the trial heads exchanged bewildered glances. This was clearly not fighting energy, yet the potential was formidable. How should one assess it? Of course, the Imperial Academy welcomed any student with promise. Amidst the hushed atmosphere, a voice tinged with surprise and delight emerged as someone approached from within the academy, clad in a crescent blue robe, embroidered with the emblem of the Imperial Academy at the edges. and adorned with the imperial medal and a small star indicating rank at the collar. He appeared quite refined. A third-year instructor. Following him was a small boy who barely reached his waist. Sister, upon seeing Luoyu, the boy's delicate features instantly brightened, and he leaped towards her. Luoli. A smile of joy instantly illuminated Luoyu's previously indifferent face as she opened her arms to embrace the boy. Her brother, her beloved Luoli. Sister, I missed you so much. Luoli, much younger than Luoyu, was only 8 years old and barely reached her chest. At that moment, he pounced into her arms, clinging tightly and whining playfully. Luoyu's expression softened with affection as she wrapped one arm around Luoli and playfully pinched his small nose, chuckling, "And you don't miss mother and father? They are quite worried about you." "I do miss them very much." Luoli immediately twisted his body, tilting his head back defiantly. Seeing this, Luoyu burst into laughter, ruffling his hair affectionately. Her brother, the only sibling she had in this life and the previous one, was safe and unharmed, thank goodness. "Let us go inside the academy to talk. We shouldn't linger at the entrance." The third-year instructor smiled and waved at Luoli, then nodded at Luoyu. Luoyu, not keen on showcasing their sibling bond to outsiders, took Luoli's hand and began to walk towards the Imperial Academy, sharing their reunion along the way. The Imperial Academy, indeed a grand structure built by the collaboration of the three great empires, loomed majestically, not seeking mere beauty but exuding a magnificent aura that invoked feelings of insignificance. The imposing teaching halls, expansive training grounds, towering arenas, and exquisite lodgings all stretched endlessly, reminiscent of waves in the ocean, creating an atmosphere of awe. Chapter 26. Which scoundrel bullied you? Luoyu was oblivious to the grandeur of the Imperial Academy, her expression darkening upon hearing Luoli's words. He nodded, frowning. "Yes, I don't even know how I offended that so-called third prince. As soon as I arrived, many people began to trouble me, but the teachers resolved it. Then they ignored me. No one spoke to me or practiced with me. Humph, I don't care about that. But they even snatched my food, denying me delicious meals that I've been so hungry every day. Some even plotted against me in secret, threatening me. Sister, they are bullying me far too much. You must seek vengeance for me. I heard them say that you are very formidable." With the arrival of his beloved sister, the wronged Luoli poured out all his grievances in a rush. In the end, he mysteriously pointed towards the direction of the Duke of Xiang's residence. "Silly child, haven't you endured enough hardship these past days? Haven't you learned to be clever? When your arms cannot surpass the thigh, holding a grudge only brings harm." The third-year teacher, who had been leading the way, could no longer bear to listen and paused, shaking his head slightly in admonishment. He then turned to Luoyu and said, "Since you are no longer under the Duke's residence, I will leave Luoli in your care from now on. You both take care of yourselves." With that, he turned to depart. Understanding his intentions, Luoyu swiftly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." The teacher waved his hand, saying, "No need that I in the future." "You too." Just then, a scornful female voice interrupted. "Oh, what a hideous and disgusting woman. Being ugly is one thing, but to flaunt oneself so brazenly, are you not afraid of tainting others' eyes? Indeed, how revolting. I have never seen such an unattractive woman." Luoyu halted, turning to face the source of the remarks. 6 or so women approached, their faces twisted with mockery and disdain. What had once been a somewhat elegant countenance was now distorted beyond recognition. The onlookers, who had already been pointing fingers at Luoyu, immediately came to a standstill, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. "What did you say? You scoundrels, you are the ugly ones, a bunch of hideous creatures." The 8-year-old Luoli, upon hearing these women insult his sister, exploded like a firecracker, jumping up and shouting at the group, "How dare you insult her, you wild spawn!" The lead girl, dressed in purple, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, had yet to finish her tirade when Luoyu suddenly stood before her. In the blink of an eye, the crowd barely had time to register what had happened before they heard a wail escape the purple-clad girl, who clutched her half-numb face and staggered back a few steps. Her red lips trembled, and moments later, a tooth fell from her mouth. Meanwhile, Luoyu stood seemingly unaffected, coldly beside Luoli, as if she had not moved at all. The onlookers were astounded by the speed of her actions. "If anyone dares to utter a single slur against my brother, it will not merely be a tooth they lose." Her icy words carried an undeniable authority. The group of women who had come to provoke instinctively took a step back in shock. What a brazen woman, to dare attack a senior student upon entering the academy. How audacious! She might just bring calamity upon herself. In the brief silence following Luoyu's threat, an angry voice suddenly pierced through, laced with a sharp malice. At that moment, the provocateurs turned their faces to the newcomer, quickly grinning and exclaiming, "Sister Baiyun, please help us teach this arrogant and ignorant ugly woman a lesson. She is so audacious, It seems the Imperial Academy cannot accommodate her. Chapter 27. Such an ugly woman if she is not taught a lesson. She will never learn the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Instantly, the women began chattering excitedly, embellishing their grievances to the newcomer. Luo Yu remained expressionless as she regarded the girl who approached. Dressed in a tight-fitting yellow gown that accentuated her curves, the girl was not exceptionally beautiful, but an alluring mature charm enveloped her. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. With her eyes and brows betraying unmasked scorn and disdain, the Academy prohibits private fights, but if you wish to spar, I am happy to oblige you. The girl named Bai Yun cast a contemptuous glance at the impassive Luo Yu. Pointing towards a distant high arena, the surrounding spectators erupted into excited murmurs at the sight. The third-year teacher, who had not yet departed, leaned in to whisper to Luo Yu, the Academy forbids private fights. But it does not prohibit duels. On the arena, as long as both parties agree, they may fight as they wish. He paused briefly before continuing. Bai Yun is a third-year student, at the pinnacle of yellow energy level. A direct descendant of the Duke of Lianqing's 7th house, and is quite favored with that. He crossed his arms and stepped back, ceasing further commentary. The pinnacle of yellow energy level implied she was on the verge of entering the 4th level green energy realm. At 16 or 17, she was undeniably a prodigy, and no wonder she spoke so arrogantly. A faint smirk played at the corners of Luo Yu's lips. She understood why the Duke of Lianqing's residence had targeted her. Sister, let us not fight her. Come, let me show you where I live in the academy. Luo Yu's expression remained impassive, but the 8-year-old Luo Li grew concerned. The pinnacle of yellow energy level was far beyond his capabilities. Despite his young age, he had been told by the old man from the Duke of Xiang's residence that he possessed considerable talent, having naturally reached a low-level orange energy state. Although he had heard that his sister was formidable, he had always known her to be someone who did not wield fighting energy. Even with martial skills, she would not stand a chance against a third-year senior. Thus, Luo Li promptly voiced his concerns, pulling on Luo Yu's hand, urging her to leave. As Luo Yu beheld the scene, a faint smile graced her lips as she reached out to tenderly ruffle Luo Li's hair, playfully tousling the dark tresses. What's this? Are you afraid? Weren't you just brimming with arrogance, dismissing everything and daring to speak your mind? Yet today you seem to tremble in fear, with a hint of mischief. She continued, very well, since you dare not accept my challenge, I suggest you crawl beneath his trousers, and we shall let this matter pass. The scorn on Bai Yun's face deepened as she casually pointed to a man standing behind her. The short, wiry figure immediately let out a chilling chuckle, spreading his legs wide in a display of intimidation toward Luo Yu. Don't push your luck. Luo Li could no longer contain herself, leaping up in indignation. Luo Yu raised a hand, halting Luo Li's fury, and with a gaze as frigid as ice, she fixed her eyes on the haughty Bai Yun, coldly stating, I am offering you a chance to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun erupted into laughter, as if she had just heard the most absurd joke. Her laughter was infectious, drawing the attention of those around, who joined in mockery. Reconsider? You think you have the right to utter such words? Perhaps you should reflect on your own worth before speaking so brazenly before me. As she laughed, her derision grew even more pronounced. The surrounding jeers intensified, and Luo Li's face flushed crimson with rage. Nearly resembling a small leopard ready to pounce, but she was restrained by Luo Yu's grip on her shoulder. With a chilling glance at the triumphant Bai Yun, Luo Yu's eyes flashed with an unyielding coldness. If that's the case, don't regret it later. With those icy words, Luo Yu took Luo Li by the hand and strode towards the arena. The crowd, witnessing Luo Yu's audacity in accepting the challenge from the higher-ranking Bai Yun, buzzed with excitement, gathering to witness how the so-called ugly girl would fare today. In a mere moment, those within the academy who caught wind of the news had already assembled outside the arena, their faces brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Don't worry, it's all fine, Luo Yu reassured the anxious Luo Li with a smile. Standing at one corner of the arena, she leisurely flexed her fingers while Bai Yun, facing her, pursed her lips and let out a sharp whistle. Moments later, a black pangolin, roughly the size of a table, burst through the crowd and leaped onto the arena, positioning itself beside Bai Yun. The creature's black armor was adorned with menacing spikes, and as it swung its claws on the granite-like arena, deep gashes were left in its wake. A beast with sharp teeth and claws. Classified as a level 4 magical beast, its combat prowess was on par with Bai Yun's yellow energy. The spectators were astounded to see Bai Yun summon a level 4 magical beast against Luo Yu, a newcomer to the academy. What was her intention? Whistles of disbelief filled the air. On the arena, Bai Yun looked down at the expressionless Luo Yu with contempt, declaring, the rules of the arena dictate a fight to the death. No mercy shall be shown. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. A fight to the death. The Academy did not prohibit such battles as long as both parties consented and signed the necessary documents. However, no one was foolish enough to engage in such lethal contests lightly. After a brief silence, the onlookers began to murmur, some shaking their heads, others laughing, and some cheering. This was clearly an act of bullying. A third-year expert challenging a mere first-year student. Everyone expected Luoyu to decline, but to their astonishment, she waved her hand and boldly signed her name on the document Bai Yun presented. This unexpected act caused the crowd to hesitate, pondering whether she truly possessed the skill to back her bravado. Meanwhile, a man clad in white robes, standing atop a distant spire with arms crossed, gazed in astonishment at the arena, exclaiming, "It's her. It's actually her." A companion in purple robes, surprised by the usually composed man's outburst, queried, "Who?" The white-clad man, observing the androgynous yet unappealing figure of Luoyu on the arena, recalled their previous encounter, the beauty intertwined with grotesqueness from that fateful night. Reflecting on their clash, he stole a glance at his companion, who exuded an icy demeanor yet was barely able to suppress an explosion of rage. Choosing silence, he allowed a subtle smile to form on his lips. Realizing the intriguing connection between them. In the midst of his internal turmoil, the towering figure of Jia Xianmo Yen, standing nearby, remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on Luoyu. The tension in his clenched fists was palpable, as if the very sound of bones grinding could be heard. Half of her visage was demonic, the other half angelic. How infuriating it was that his loathed fiancée was the same woman who had captured his heart that night he had first proposed. The world is indeed a curious place, and this situation promised to be quite the spectacle. As the crowd began to waver in their certainty, Bai Yun's face twisted into a malevolent grin. Luoyu pressed her fingers together, her voice calm yet chilling. "It seems the people from the Duke of Lianqing's residence neglected to inform you that I am not one to be trifled with." With a voice as cold as ice, Luoyu sprang into action. At the same moment, Bai Yun unleashed a shrill cry, summoning forth her yellow energy, which manifested as two sword-like projections aimed directly at Luoyu. Simultaneously, the pangolin at Bai Yun's feet lunged forward, baring its sharp teeth and charging at Luoyu with the force of a freight train. Observing this, a cold smile crept onto Luoyu's face. With a flick of her wrist, she extended her fingers, ready to confront the yellow energy head-on. The onlookers, including upperclassmen, shook their heads in disbelief as Luoyu chose to meet the attack rather than evade it. Yet before they could fully process the scene, a resounding crack echoed as Luoyu effortlessly tore through Bai Yun's yellow energy as if it were mere paper. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. With a smirk of absolute confidence, Luoyu advanced, her wrist flicking as she reached for the approaching pangolin. Just then, a small creature, having been snugly nestled in Luoyu's embrace, stirred and bolted from her arms, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it prepared to pounce on the pangolin. However, before it could leap, Luoyu swiftly intervened, a low command escaping her lips, "Return or no meat for you." The threat was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, the small creature promptly spun midair and obediently hopped onto Luoyu's shoulder, remaining still. In that moment, Luoyu's hand grasped the pangolin's sharp jaws with a powerful grip. She struck the creature's head with force, sending it reeling. The level 4 beast was instantly stunned, its head tilting as it began to tumble downward. Yet before it could hit the ground, Luoyu delivered a swift kick to its abdomen, launching the creature into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Luoyu reached up with her claws, and as the armored pangolin let out a pained roar, its skin was torn apart, leaving a gory spectacle in the air. Bai Yun, still reeling from the shock of her energy being shredded, gasped in horror at the sight. With a flick of her wrist, Luoyu discarded the mangled pangolin and, dripping with its blood, advanced swiftly toward Bai Yun, her hand poised above the latter's head, moving with the speed of wind and the swiftness of lightning. Completely overwhelmed by Luoyu's formidable presence, Bai Yun's face drained of color. Her eyes widened in terror. The spectators, witnessing the impending doom, collectively held their breath. "Show mercy, Luoyu! Have mercy!" they cried, their voices filled with desperation as they witnessed Bai Yun's imminent demise at Luoyu's hand. A piercing scream suddenly erupted in that very moment. Luoyu raised her foot and forcefully kicked Bai Yun off the stage. Below, the figures rushing towards her leapt up in unison, catching the bloodied Bai Yun, who had fainted from the pain. Upon checking her pulse, both individuals let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although they had arrived a moment too late, at least they had salvaged a life. One of them turned to Luoyu and expressed, "Thank you for showing mercy." After saying this, he slightly bowed to show his gratitude and then swiftly turned to carry Bai Yun away. The golden sun shone brightly, illuminating the space. The radiant sunlight poured down from the horizon, enveloping Luo Yu in its warmth. Chapter 30. Half of her resembled an angel, the other half a demon. With a single strike, she vanquished a magical beast and obliterated her opponent. This. The students who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle were now left in utter shock. At a loss for how to express their emotions. This woman, this supposedly ugly woman renowned across the land due to the third prince, was she not a mere waste? How wow sister, you're amazing sister, you're amazing. In the midst of this profound silence, Luo Li, who had been anxiously watching, finally recovered from her astonishment, her joy propelling her to leap as high as 3 feet. She bounced around the edge of the stage like an exuberant kangaroo. Overflowing with excitement, standing on the stage, Luo Yu did not glance at the jubilant Luo Li. Her cold eyes slowly scanned the students of the Imperial Academy below, with a voice as frigid as ice. She declared, "Who else wishes to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Today, I shall accompany you to the very end." The words, though softly spoken, resonated as if thunderous in everyone's ears, causing all present to instinctively shudder. On the stage, Luo Yu, clad in blue, appeared grotesque with her red birthmark, and her bloodied hand hung limply at her side. Before her lay the torn carcass of an armadillo, a grim reminder of her power that captured everyone's gaze. This ugly woman was no mere waste. She was a fierce and formidable leopard, silenced at a silence as deep as death, and no one spoke. No one stepped forward to challenge her. All who had once harbored such intentions now buried their thoughts deep within. Standing atop the stage, Luo Yu coldly regarded the crowd below with a disdainful snort. She slowly remarked, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Next time, I will show no mercy with that." She flicked her sleeve and leaped off the stage. "Sister, that was incredible! Incredible!" Luo Li immediately dashed forward, her eyes filled with adoration. Seeing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Luo Li's hair with her unbloodied hand. She could never maintain her cold demeanor around family. "Let us go, take me to." Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Yu suddenly furrowed her brow and turned to gaze at the distant white spire. There, a gaze bore down upon her, one she could feel. Luo Yu frowned slightly, feeling the pressure of that intense stare. "Sister, let us go. Let us go. I'll take you to where I live." Luo Li pulled Luo Yu along. Her face brimming with excitement, Luo Yu glanced back at that direction one last time before turning to follow Luo Li away. The sunlight was blinding, casting a brilliant glow around Luo Yu. From behind, one could see that her figure, though merely a silhouette, exuded a grace far surpassing that of the enchanting Bai Yun, such a keen sense, to have been noticed. Atop the white spire, the man in purple lowered his arms from his chest. Raising an eyebrow, not merely a feeling but strength, what formidable power. The man in white beside him raised an eyebrow in agreement. His eyes filled with acknowledgement. He had already witnessed her prowess and ferocity when she had managed to free the golden lion from their grasp. This alone spoke volumes. Furthermore, she was remarkably clever. Her brutal tactics served as a warning to everyone, instilling fear even in those whose skills were comparable to hers. She established an image of being formidable right from the start. Showcasing sharp tactics, quick reactions, and an audacious demeanor, the man in purple raised an eyebrow. The man in white nodded in agreement. Indeed clever. I in a life-and-death battle. Even if she were to perish, the opponent's family could not seek revenge. Yet, she spared Bai Yun's life, choosing not to become enemies with the Fengye family, while also doing them a favor. Such a young age. Yet her methods are remarkably astute. Humph, just because you're silent doesn't mean we think you're mute. Just as the two men in white and purple were praising Luo Yu, the third among them, the fiery Jiaxian Mo Yan, let out a cold snort, his words dripping with disdain. The other two exchanged glances and fell silent. Though their expressions were laced with barely concealed anger, Jiaxian Mo Yan glared at the retreating figure, his fury palpable. "Very well, indeed very well. This so-called waste of the Duke of Xiang? They are the real wastes." His eyes narrowed. "You ugly woman, it's you, how interesting, how very interesting." With a flash of murderous intent in his gaze, he flung his sleeve and stormed away, leaving an aura of rage in his wake. The men in white and purple exchanged a brief silence before bursting into laughter. "Ha! Who's to say that Jun Luo Yu is anything good? This is quite the blow." Spring was in full bloom, and the earth was vibrant with life. The Imperial Academy was vast. Luo Li's residence was located in a relatively secluded corner of the academy. The structure was adorned with azure and white glazed tiles. Neat and exquisite. Yet, Luo Yu felt a nostalgic resemblance to her childhood dormitory, though the environment was certainly not as pristine. Luo Li had been admitted due to the Duke of Xiang's recommendation and her unparalleled talent. Thus she had been accepted despite the absence of open enrollment, leading her to occupy a less desirable corner, mixed in with other year groups. "Luo Li, you're back." As Luo Yu entered, two young men turned to greet her. their faces lighting up with smiles. Good lad, with such a strong sister, and you didn't tell us? We'll show you how it's done indeed. We must teach you a lesson for keeping it from us. The two men teased as they ruffled Luoli's hair affectionately. I didn't mean to keep it a secret, really, I truly didn't. Luoli looked up, her face a mixture of excitement and sincerity. The two men laughed heartily at her response, their expressions filled with care. Luoyu shut the door behind her, leaning against it with her arms crossed, a smile adorning her face. After teasing Luoli, the two men turned their attention to Luoyu. Wang Ho, pleased to meet you. The taller of the two, appearing around 16 or 17, greeted her with a clever smile and a nod. The other, slightly shorter and with a handsome face, nodded as well. Huang Yu sister, they are my friends. Whenever I was bullied when I had no food, they secretly helped me. Luoli beamed as she introduced Wang Ho and Huang Yu, her joy evident. Luoyu smiled as she replied, Jun Luoyu. I am also very pleased to meet you both. Thank you for looking after Luoli. The third prince's status was such that if he disapproved of Luoli, he wouldn't need to voice it. There were certainly others willing to act on his behalf. At this moment, it was surprising that these seemingly ordinary young men could assist Luoyu, a favor of considerable weight. And no need to thank us. This kid is quite likable. If we can help, we will. Wang Ho waved dismissively, his tone casual. Huang Yu nodded in agreement. Luoyu noticed a flicker of depth in their eyes, indicating their understanding of her appearance. Devoid of any disdain or repulsion, such judgment was not based solely on looks, but rather on character. They likely already knew of her ruthless reputation, yet there was no trace of fear or flattery in their demeanor, just courage. Moreover, their willingness to assist the vulnerable in such circumstances spoke volumes of their integrity and character, rare qualities indeed. Luoli had chosen her friends well, and Luoyu silently acknowledged this with a smile. She addressed Wang Ho and Huang Yu. As long as this kid doesn't starve, that is a significant matter. Upon hearing her words, both Wang Ho and Huang Yu raised their eyebrows, breaking into laughter. In the midst of their mirth, Luoyu pulled a small bottle from her pocket, pouring out 2 red pills with a flick of her finger. She tossed one to each of them before either could refuse. She cheerfully insisted, this is a small matter for me. I have plenty. As she spoke, she shook the bottle, and the sound of numerous pills rattling within echoed, confirming its abundance. Wang Ho and Huang Yu exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by the alluring smell of the pills in their hands. They could tell this was no ordinary concoction. Huang Yu furrowed his brow and spoke, we help Luoli because we want to. Not because Luoli's friends are my friends. We don't stand on ceremony among friends. Let us not become distant. Chapter 32. Luoyu interrupted Huang Yu, her smile warm yet imbued with fervor. Yes, what my sister gives, Wang Gu and Huang Gu should accept. This is merely a small gift. I have plenty to spare. Luoli stepped forward, taking the pills from Wang Ho and Huang Yu's hands, eagerly pressing them into their palms. The demeanor of Xiao Mo did not convey any sense of the preciousness of the item at hand. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ho and Huang Yu exchanged glances. And Wang Ho in a candid manner chuckled, very well, since we are friends, there's no need for further discussion. Let us accept it. This sentiment elicited a joyful smile from Luoli. Seeing Wang Ho and Huang Yu acquiesce filled her with happiness. It was truly delightful to see her sister get along well with her friends. At that moment, she reached out and embraced Luoyu, who was reluctant to be held, yet surrendered under the threatening gaze of Luoyu, who warned that there would be no food for him. The 4 of them engaged in a light-hearted conversation as the night deepened. Shrouded in pure darkness, the spring breeze suddenly arose, carrying the fragrance of blooming peach blossoms across the land. In the days that followed, Luoyu remarked that she was neither particularly busy nor entirely free. The new students had to report, assign teachers for their respective grades, and fill out details such as their place of origin, age and family background. The Imperial Academy did not rank students by age but by strength. While this was generally acceptable, it posed a challenge for Luoyu, who had just entered the academy and was unfamiliar with combat techniques. How could she be classified as a new student when even third-year experts were no match for her? The issue of age could be resolved, but who would serve as her mentor? With all the instructors gathered, they could not determine what skills Luoyu possessed, so how could they teach her? Moreover, her peculiar martial arts were beyond their comprehension. These challenges were compounded by the information regarding her family background that Luoyu submitted. Instead of listing the prestigious Ji Yen Duke's residence, she indicated the Jun residence, a name that was unfamiliar to them. When the relevant officials inquired, Luoyu casually mentioned that she was from the Jun family, which had separated from the Ji Yen Duke's residence, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the room. To forsake a noble background and live as a commoner was, upon hearing Luoyu's words. Luo Li immediately rushed to amend her own family information to everyone's astonishment. The Jiyan Duke's residents acknowledged her claim. This was unprecedented. The academy had encountered countless individuals over the years, but none as audacious as this. With no resolution to the issues of age and mentorship, Luo Yu found herself in a state of idleness. However, she had never intended to learn ancient martial arts at the academy. Her motives for coming were twofold. First, for Luo Li, and second, for the enigmatic Wuyo mentioned by her father, as well as to address the marriage contract involving the third prince, Jia Xianmo Yan. With no one to guide her, it conveniently allowed her to pursue her own agenda. As the moon set and the sun rose, brilliant sunlight pierced through the layers of darkness, casting vibrant rays across the horizon. A new day began anew. Since her arrival, Luo Yu had been living with Luo Li, while Wang Ho and Huang Yu had moved into the adjacent room, sharing space with others. The Imperial Academy typically segregated accommodations by gender. Yet it remained unclear whether they had forgotten or genuinely believed Luo Yu's appearance posed no threat, allowing her to reside in the male quarters. This was indeed a groundbreaking occurrence for the Imperial Academy. On that bright morning, Luo Li adjusted her martial attire and waved goodbye to Luo Yu as she opened the door to leave. Luo Yu had yet to respond when she heard Luo Li exclaim in surprise. "Who are you looking for?" A gentle yet subtly mocking female voice inquired. "Is Jun Luo Yu residing here?" Luo Yu turned towards the door, curious about who sought her. Standing at the entrance was a girl clad in a third-year gold and white martial outfit, flanked by two similarly dressed third-year boys. The girl possessed a delicate beauty. There was no need for self-introduction, as the birthmark on her face unmistakably revealed her identity. As Jun Luo Yu stepped forward, a flicker of disdain and aversion crossed her eyes. The girl extended a red invitation card towards Luo Yu, arrogantly declaring, "We look forward to your attendance and hope you aren't too frightened to come. Lest you disappoint us all." Without allowing Luo Yu a chance to respond, she turned and left, her back radiating an air of haughtiness and disdain. Observing this, Luo Yu furrowed her brow and examined the invitation card in her hand. A beast banquet? What was this? Was it possible that a birthday banquet had been mistakenly labeled as a beast banquet? Luo Yu flicked the red invitation card with her fingers upon hearing the commotion. Wang Ho and Huang Yu, who had already emerged, exchanged glances and furrowed their brows, hastening towards her. Luo Yu, noticing their approach, handed the invitation to Huang Yu for his inspection. The composed Huang Yu quickly scanned the card and whispered, "Let us discuss this inside." He then led the way to the room shared by Luo Yu and Luo Li. Meanwhile, Wang Ho pushed the bewildered Luo Li aside, urging, "Hurry to class. Just arrived and already trying to skip. You'll fall behind." Without waiting for a response, he unceremoniously tossed Luo Li out the door. Inside the room, Luo Yu observed Huang Yu's worried expression and leaned against the wall, prompting him. "What's going on?" Huang Yu glanced at Luo Yu, whose expression betrayed little emotion, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied gravely, "The beast banquet is essentially a gathering centered around the competition of magical beasts. As you know, magical beasts grow through constant battles, thus they require opportunities to hone their skills. Consequently, students occasionally organize these beast banquets within the academy to facilitate the growth of their magical beasts." He paused, and Luo Yu tilted her chin, encouraging him to continue. Huang Yu continued, "However, there are two types of beast banquets. Point one is purely for competition and friendly exchange, where participants engage without causing harm. The other, however, involves a betting element where life and death determine the victor, with significant stakes and dangers involved. Such events are typically held between adversaries. The invitation I reviewed is initiated by the esteemed daughter of the Aoyun Duke's residence. I cannot help but suspect that it will not be a friendly exchange." Having conveyed this, Huang Yu cast a sidelong glance at the still drowsy Xiao Yin, who had just emerged from beneath the covers. Hair disheveled, a creature that only knew how to eat and sleep participating in a competition. It could very well be sent back home with a single kick. Upon hearing Huang Yu's explanation, Luo Yu grasped the situation. The Aoyun Duke's daughter was trying to undermine her, having previously dealt with the likes of Bai Yun from the Lianchang Duke's residence. At that moment, Wang Ho, who had tossed Luo Li out, re-entered and interjected, "Don't underestimate this young lady. She is not on the same level as Bai Yun." Wang Ho chuckled and added, "That arrogant Bai Yun believes herself to be the pinnacle of the new generation from the Lianchang Duke's residence. Looking down on everyone, she is a fool, and I need not elaborate further. However, this young lady is somewhat cunning. She is elegant, beautiful, and knows how to navigate situations with a blend of gentleness and decisiveness. Comparing her to Bai Yun is like comparing the heavens to the earth." To this point, Wang Ho shot a playful glance at the impassive Luo Yu and continued, "Most importantly, she has always been close to the third prince. Rumor has it that the third prince is quite fond of her. Had it not been for the presence of a roadblock like you, we would all have assumed she was to be the third princess consort." As he finished speaking, Wang Ho's face was alight with mischief, as he regarded Luo Yu with an expression that suggested he was thoroughly entertained. Huang Yu too shifted his gaze to Luo Yu, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, the woman, who was deemed undesirable and declared she would not marry the third prince, was hardly a source of seriousness for them, seeing the teasing expressions on their faces. Luo Yu rolled her eyes. When had she ever claimed that the third prince was inadequate? Such rumors were utterly malicious. Yet, despite their playful banter, Huang Yu resumed a serious tone, advising, "If you can avoid attending, it would be best. Banquets rarely end well." Wang Ho nodded in agreement, adding, "At the last beast banquet, the loser not only lost their magical beast but also faced ruin, and that's not even mentioning the disgrace of having to run naked around the academy, bowing to the victor in public. Ultimately, they were driven to madness and had to leave the academy. Every attendee at such events was a prodigy in their own right, while losing a magical beast was unfortunate. The loss of wealth paled in comparison to the humiliation of losing face and dignity, which could haunt someone for a lifetime." After hearing this, Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at the red invitation. Realizing that this was indeed a calculated move, one that demonstrated greater cunning than Bai Yun, however, stepping forward, Luo Yu retrieved the red invitation card, and with a flick of her fingertips, her powerful internal energy shattered it into fragments that fluttered down like red butterflies within the room. As the morning light streamed through the window, a cold smile curved on her lips as she mused, "Since they have extended an invitation, why should I not attend?" Her voice was calm, yet an undeniable pressure emanated from her, enveloping the room in an invisible weight. Huang Yu and Wang Ho exchanged astonished glances. Momentarily speechless after a brief silence, they stood up and exited the room, returning shortly thereafter. Indeed, since the invitation had been delivered to their doorstep, not attending would only suggest fear. Thus they would go. "Luo Yu, here, take this. We have little money, but you can use it as your stake," Wang Ho called out loudly, unabashedly offering her the funds. As the words fell, a small wooden box was hurled directly at Luo Yu. They were aware that Luo Yu had severed ties with the Duke of Xiang's household, renowned throughout the realm for rejecting a marriage proposal. Luo Yu's family background and identity had been thoroughly scrutinized, revealing her to be nothing more than a resounding poor girl, destitute and powerless. What could she possibly wager now, except for the assistance of friends? Luo Yu extended her hand to receive the box, opened it, and discovered a stack of gold coins, estimated to be around 100 pieces. 100 gold coins, in the context of the Duke's household, were virtually laughable. One could easily find more wealth in any corner. However, for an ordinary family, where copper and silver coins reigned supreme, this sum was indeed substantial. In the academy, they could engage in gambling contests, and this sum might represent the entirety of their fortunes. Luo Yu closed the wooden box, glanced at Huang Yu and Wang Ho, and with a slight smile unabashedly declared, "All right, if we lose, it's on you. If we win, we shall share the spoils among the three of us." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu and Wang Ho, after a brief moment of surprise, erupted into hearty laughter, amused by Luo Yu's clever method of dividing the winnings. Yet isn't that what friends are for? As the day turned to dusk, the Empire Academy's martial arts hall, which should have fallen into silence, was now filled with the vibrant sounds of hundreds of voices. With every seat occupied, the crimson torches cast a warm glow against the luminous pearls adorning the walls, illuminating the hall as if it were midday, every detail vividly displayed. In the center, the black stone platform bore witness to a hint of bloodshed amid the flickering flames. The hall was divided into two levels. The lower level featured general seating, while the upper level housed private booths, all filled with individuals eagerly awaiting the arrival of a certain person. Within the north private booth, the atmosphere grew tense as the time approached. "Surely, she wouldn't dare to show up," a mocking voice echoed. "No, I believe she will arrive shortly," replied a lady in a light yellow gown, her beauty matched only by her gentle demeanor. As she smiled and shook her head at the woman beside her, "Does she truly have the audacity to come?" questioned the woman who had delivered the invitation, her face contorted with disdain. "If it were me, I would attend," chimed in a male voice with a light laugh. The lady in the yellow gown turned to glance at the man in white sitting across the jade table, who responded with a smile, "I share the same sentiment." The man in white took a sip of wine, casting a sidelong glance at the man in red beside him, whose icy demeanor barely concealed his simmering anger. She's here. At that moment, a ripple of anticipation swept through the hall as the chatter abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards the entrance dressed in her blue attire, with her hair loosely tied back. and a small silver creature perched on her shoulder. Luo Yu strolled in with an unhurried grace. Her expression remained calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the myriad of gazes directed her way as she made her way to an empty seat. Followed closely by Luo Li, Wang Ho, and Huang Yu, she actually dared to come in with some nerve. But I wonder how long that courage will last after today. After a brief silence enveloped the hall, whispers of derision erupted as Luo Yu took her seat. Leaning back, she gently stroked the small silver creature, appearing to disregard the mocking remarks surrounding her. Her demeanor exuded a tranquility that only served to heighten the pressure felt by those around her. Gradually, the cacophony of whispers began to wane under the weight of her composure. In the private booth, the lady of the Lien family observed this with a slight furrow of her brow. Rising gracefully, she stepped out of the room, positioned herself at the railing, and waved gently to silence the tumult below. I am delighted to see everyone here today, ready to engage in this gathering. I trust you are all familiar with the format of the Beast Banquet. I shan't elaborate further, however, since we are fortunate enough to have so many participants. Mere contests lack excitement. Let us introduce a wager, a prize to be claimed, contingent upon mutual agreement from both sides, with no interference from others. Her words were met with a chorus of whistles and applause. The lady continued, "Yet, with so many eager to compete, I fear we may be here for an eternity if we proceed in pairs. Therefore, let us implement a roulette system. The steward will spin the wheel, and whoever seat number it lands on will take their turn, while the rest may place their bets and join in the fun." Sounds good. No objections. Let us follow Senior Sister Lien. Let us get started. The students below instantly erupted into excited shouts. The lady of the Lien family smiled, nodding at the crowd, her gaze landing on the unflappable Luo Yu seated below. With a warm smile, she addressed her. "Today we are graced by the presence of a new junior, Luo Yu. Are you familiar with the rules?" After a brief pause, she continued with an even gentler tone. "Would you like me to explain further?" Her demeanor radiated warmth, yet her words concealed a sharp edge. Luo Yu cast a sidelong glance at the lady of the Lien family on the second floor. Before she could respond, the curtain behind the lady fluttered, revealing 4 individuals within the booth. Among them was the woman who had delivered the invitation, accompanied by 3 young men appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. The one on the left, clad in white, possessed striking features and an air of scholarly elegance, radiating friendliness, reminiscent of the man from that fateful night. The one on the right, dressed in purple, bore a rugged handsomeness, exuding a bold masculine aura. The central figure, however, was a strikingly handsome young man, his expression marred by anger and disdain, akin to a lion on the verge of unleashing its fury, none other than Prince Jashuan Moyan, with whom Luo Yu had previously clashed. Their eyes locked, and the tension in the air crackled with electricity. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, maintaining her impassive expression. In response, Prince Jashuan Moyan's gaze narrowed, his demeanor growing colder as he pointed a finger at Luo Yu with a chilling gesture. Luo Yu's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes silently questioning his intent. In that moment, Prince Jashuan Moyan smirked, mouthing the words, "What do I want? Quite simple. I want you to suffer in silence, to live out your days as a servant in the depths of the palace. Never to rise again." Luo Yu deciphered his words, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why did he harbor such hatred towards her? She had never wished harm upon him. Yet, if that was the case, she saw no reason to bow her head. Mutual respect begets peace, and she would not cower. With a steely expression, she returned his gaze and mouthed, "If that is your wish, then let us see what you're capable of." Prince Jashuan Moyan's eyes glinted with cold determination. "I too wish to see just how bold you truly are to act so brazenly." As the gentle breeze brushed through, the curtain fell, and in that same moment, both Prince Jashuan Moyan and Luo Yu averted their gazes. The silent exchange of defiance did not go unnoticed by the attendees below, who were immediately swept up in a whirlwind of speculation. Whispers of an illicit affair filled the hall, as it was well known that the prince and his unappealing fiancée had never crossed paths before. Observing the tension from the booth, the lady of the Lien family's smile deepened. Clearing her throat, she declared, "Let us commence." With those words, the hall erupted into chaos. The academy steward entered, ready to draw numbers, spin the wheel, and establish the stakes. With Lien as the house, a total of 21 participants were involved. In the first round of roulette, Luo Yu was not called to the stage. Instead, 2 unfamiliar individuals were selected. The betting commenced, each wagering on who would emerge victorious. Watching the steward take his position, Luo Yu remained still, prompting Wang Ho to discreetly tug at her sleeve. "You should place a bet," he urged quietly. At the same moment, Huang Yu whispered, "Bet, or you'll be deemed a forfeiting player." Luo Yu's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. The rules indeed bore resemblance to a modern game of poker. Once seated at the table, One could not simply abstain. Casting a glance at the record book, she noted that the minimum bet was 50 gold coins. With a frown, she withdrew 50 coins, betting on a combatant she had only seen but not observed the beast accompanying him. The two magical beasts on the black stone platform clashed fiercely, their battle intense. Yet, in Luo Yu's eyes, this level of contest was hardly noteworthy. She knew that her 50 gold coins would be lost. As the individual she wagered upon did not prevail with only 50 coins remaining, caution was imperative. I believe Li Kuei will win. His fierce tiger is a level 5 magical beast, quite formidable, Wang Ho advised in her ear. I believe Fei Hui will come out on top. His flying leopard has considerable battle experience, Huang Yu countered, holding a differing opinion. Luo Yu could easily discern the martial prowess of individuals, but when it came to magical beasts of the same rank, she felt at a loss. She was certain she could not match them. Thus, she placed her second 50 gold coins on the table amidst the disagreement between Wang Ho and Huang Yu, only to lose again swiftly. It's over. Wang Ho and Huang Yu gritted their teeth. We've lost all our capital. How are we supposed to gamble now, without even stepping onto the stage? They found themselves devoid of funds, akin to a gambler with the skills of a master yet lacking the means to enter the final round. Indeed, there is no greater tragedy in life than this. How is it that the younger sister has no money left to place a bet? Observing the steward standing before Luo Yu for the third time, Luo Yu did not immediately reach for her purse. While the three companions beside her wore anxious expressions, even the young lady, with a beaming smile, spoke up instantly. The crowd in the hall fixed their gazes upon Luo Yu. A few even began to jeer. Crawl like a dog. Crawl out from here. The stakes of this gamble were indeed to crawl out like a dog for the one who loses. If Luo Yu lacked the funds to continue betting, it would inevitably mean her defeat. At that moment, the entire hall was filled with spectators eagerly anticipating Luo Yu's downfall. What should I do now? Should I borrow some money? Wang was nervously rubbing his hands together. Time was running out. Huang Yu appeared relatively calm, yet his eyes were filled with impatience. Meanwhile, Luo Li wore a tense expression, nearly on the verge of tears. What is there to panic about? Just as the three were in a state of anxiety, Luo Yu suddenly spoke up, gently patting Luo Li's head, and nonchalantly retrieved a gold note from her bosom, tossing it into the dish. I'm sorry, I don't have any small change, she remarked casually. 10,000 gold coins? The steward exclaimed, his eyes widening as he caught sight of the amount on the note. Upon hearing this, the raucous crowd fell silent, their expressions transformed to disbelief. 10,000 gold coins. Such an amount could not simply be wagered even by the collateral branches of the Duke's estate. And this girl, both poor and unattractive, had severed ties with the Duke of Xian. How could she possess such wealth? Little did they know, the mastermind behind the scenes, adept at turning empty hands into golden opportunities, was certainly not lacking in funds. Though not as wealthy as the Duke's estate or the royal palace, she certainly had more than enough to cover her bets. If they wished to see her humiliated, they would find it far from easy. Continue. Chapter 37. The voice, cool and resonant, echoed through the silent hall. Wang and Huang Yu snapped back to reality, their eyes wide with astonishment. Luo Yu, noticing their reaction, smiled at the two and gestured for them to return, then turned her icy gaze towards the steward who stood before her, arching an eyebrow and stating coldly, "Is something missing?" The steward, startled by Luo Yu's frosty glare, quickly regained his composure and began to take notes. I truly underestimated her. In a private room, the white-clad Luo Yu-chan, the legitimate grandson of the Duke of Lianqing, chuckled softly while holding his tea. This earned him a sharp glare from the third prince. But it only made Luo Yu-chan laugh even more heartily. Money was not an issue. Even if discernment posed a challenge, it would not become a problem. The ensuing gamble had essentially devolved into a contest between Luo Yu and the young lady. The game of all-in was a test of skill, strategy, luck, and above all, fortune. No matter how many times one folded, a single winning hand sufficed. Out of the original 21 contestants, only 6 remained, while the rest had either run out of funds or lost in the competition. Currently on the stage, a colossal azure wolf with wings was clashing with a massive 2-headed serpent, each a 5th-level magical beast. The azure wolf, leveraging its wings, soared through the air, asserting aerial dominance. It swooped down, claws bared, leaving deep gashes upon the serpent's scaled body. The serpent retaliated, spewing toxic mist and thrashing its tail with ferocity. The impact of its tail striking the arena floor produced a sound that was nearly deafening. Who do you think will win? Wang asked, both excited and anxious. The azure wolf is fast and airborne. It stands a chance, Huang Yu mused, stroking his chin. No, my sister has bet on the 2-headed serpent to win. You are being disloyal, Luo Li exclaimed, pointing at Huang Yu with a furrowed brow. Huang Yu fell silent. The 2-headed serpent will emerge victorious. The azure wolf won't last long upon hearing the trio's discussion. Luoyu leaned back in her chair and spoke leisurely. Why before Huang Yu could finish his question, the azure wolf suddenly plummeted from the sky with a resounding crash, the two-headed serpent sweeping its tail and sending the wolf flying. Poison, Huang gasped in disbelief. Moments ago, the azure wolf's countenance had darkened, a clear sign of having been poisoned. Instantly, Wang and Huang Yu exchanged glances, recognizing Luoyu's keen insight. As this match concluded, only 3 remained on the stage. Luoyu, the young lady, and the victorious two-headed serpent. All others had lost everything. Yet, this did not dampen the spirits of the onlooking students. The main event was about to commence. The next match is Luoyu against Wu Feng. The steward announced loudly. The crowd, having waited all night, was now on the brink of excitement, nearly speechless. The two-headed serpent of Wu Feng coiled atop the black stone arena, its massive form and fierce expression exuding dominance. In contrast, everyone knew that Luoyu's magical beast was merely a gluttonous fox. The outcome was almost unquestionable. At that moment, the students, already on the verge of losing everything, wagered their remaining fortunes, convinced that Luoyu could not possibly win. The younger sister has had good luck extending her run thus far, the young lady remarked, leaning against the railing of the private room with a smile. I had hoped to bet on my sister's victory. But given her current strength, had I wager 100,000 gold coins on Wu Feng to win, an additional 100,000 as a stake, losers must crawl out of here. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in uproar, excitement palpable in the air. Crawl out. Haha, Luoyu will crawl out. Despite her lack of beauty and unimpressive stature at 14, she had connections to the third prince, and the young lady was similarly linked. The stakes between these two were thrilling, and the crowd was ecstatic. This is outrageous. It is nothing short of bullying. Wang clenched his fists, his face ashen were it not for Huang Yu holding him back. He would have rushed out to confront them. Do not act rashly. You cannot defeat them, and this does not violate any rules. Chapter 38. Huang Yu's forehead pulsed with veins, but indeed such stakes did not contravene the Academy's regulations. However, it was unprecedented for a female to wager in such a manner, holding back the furious Luoli. Luoyu glanced at the unyielding private room, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Without the third prince's consent, the young lady would not dare to propose such stakes, for she was his fiancée, despite having broken the engagement. If she wished to see Luoyu humiliated, then Luoyu need not spare her any dignity. Unbeknownst to her, this was not a directive from Jashuan Moyan. After all, Luoyu was still his fiancée, and sending her out in such a manner would be a disgrace. Consequently, Jashuan Moyan's expression darkened, a hint of anger stirring within him. Luoyu gently stroked the small silver creature nestled in her bosom, its large black eyes filled with curiosity, eager to leap out but restrained by her grip. If Wu Feng loses, I will gladly roast it for you. If it loses, well, you can figure it out with that. She released her hold on the small silver creature, which shot forth like an arrow into the arena. The stark contrast between the diminutive creature and the monstrous two-headed serpent, resembling a mountain, elicited laughter from the audience, as if they were merely squashing an ant. No, that's not the case on the arena. The two-headed serpent swayed its heads, fixating its menacing gaze upon Xiaoyin, yet remained motionless. Meanwhile, Xiaoyin gradually moved across the stage, its tiny eyes greedily locking onto the imposing two-headed serpent, as if gazing upon a colossal roast. Enough to satisfy its hunger. Go on. Attack. Kill it. Charge forward. Below, witnessing the serpent's inaction, Wu Feng and his companions erupted in shouts. Suddenly, the two-headed serpent tilted its head, flicked its tongue, raised its heads, and opened its cavernous maw to lunge at Xiaoyin. At that moment, Xiaoyin, circling the arena, seemed to have found its mark. It stood firm, observing the incoming serpent, a fleeting glint of cold ruthlessness flashing in its small eyes. With a resounding leap, it soared forth like a silver streak, hurtling towards the two-headed serpent. A dull thud reverberated through the hall. All the students present could almost envision Xiaoyin being torn apart, devoured, or sent flying in a gruesome spectacle. One by one, they rose, ready to erupt in cheers, celebrating their anticipated victory. However, as a mist of blood rained down upon the arena, the scene that unfolded left everyone in utter shock. What? Lady Lian, who had been leaning against the railing with a smile, gaped in disbelief, her complexion shifting dramatically. Goodness, what speed and strength! In the private room, Lu Yuchen rubbed his eyes. Beside him, Prince Jashuan Moyan slowly rose, his eyes fixed intently on Xiaoyin. Meanwhile, his cousin Jashuan Li kicked open the door with a bang and rushed down to observe closely. In an instant, the hall transformed from a cacophony to a profound silence. A stillness enveloped the space, broken only by the sound of heavy breaths. All gazes converged upon the black stone arena. There, the massive two-headed serpent lay, a gaping bowl-sized hole in its neck, Blood mist swirling around it appeared as though it had been pierced by arrows, each shot striking with lethal precision. Blood splattered. The serpent's enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust into the air, a fatal blow swift as a meteor chasing the moon. At this moment, in another corner of the arena, the palm-sized Xiao Yin, splattered in crimson, was rather displeased as it rubbed its bloodied form against the ground. Such a diminutive creature, an unknown ranked magical beast, had effortlessly slain a 5th-level beast with a single strike. What sort of monster was this? Wow, Xiao Yin is incredible. Ha ha ha, we won. In the previously silent hall, Luo Li's voice suddenly shattered the stillness, erupting in jubilant exclamations. Ha ha ha, we won. Wang Ho and Huang Yu exchanged glances, joining in the raucous celebration. This little creature was astonishingly powerful as Xiao Yin tidied its fur on the stage. A triumphant leap brought it back to Luo Yu's shoulder, standing proudly on its hind legs with its front paws stylishly ruffling its fur. It raised its head in sheer delight, exuding an air of arrogance that made Luo Li, Wang Ho and Huang Yu adore it to the utmost. What, is no one going to clear the stage? In stark contrast to the jubilance of Luo Li and the others, Luo Yu sat expressionless, arms crossed, coldly observing the officiants below. The officiants, momentarily stunned by Xiao Yin's prowess, quickly regained their composure and began to clear the arena. With a frigid glance sweeping across the silent hall, Luo Yu sneered and remarked, "Such a pity. It seems you lack the ability to win any money from me." With that, she ignored the crowd, turning her attention to the now pale-faced Lady Lian, and said coolly, "Very well, this is the final match. Win this and you can return to your slumber." I detest having my sleep interrupted. At her last words, Lady Lian shivered involuntarily, a chill that sent shivers down her spine. The officiants worked swiftly, and in the atmosphere of stifling silence, they efficiently tidied everything up. The 10,000 taels of silver that Lady Lian had wagered evaporated in the face of Wu Feng's pallid complexion. Beneath the flickering lights, Luo Yu gazed at the now silent arena, her hand gently stroking the self-satisfied Xiao Yin on her shoulder. With a slight curve of her lips, a cold smile emerged as she said, "After betting for so long, I have yet to stake my prize. Since Lady Lian is so fond of it, I shall indulge you in this final round." Her words ignited another uproar in the once quiet hall, as all eyes reignited with fervor. This was a counterattack, the most thrilling duel between kings. Upon hearing this, Lady Lian's expression darkened immediately. Yet, she managed to maintain a stiff smile and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your desires, junior sister. In terms of stakes, you lack the qualifications to purchase a prize." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow at this. Huang Yu, standing behind her, quickly explained, "Your funds are insufficient compared to hers. Only the banker or the one with the highest capital can purchase a prize." Luo Yu's gaze shifted slightly. No wonder she hadn't seen anyone else placing bets. Currently, the banker had a stake of 470,000 gold coins, while the players had 190,000. Just then, the officiants revealed the bets they had gathered. With her previous winnings, Luo Yu had a total of 190,000 gold coins, substantial, yet still not enough to challenge Lady Lian's stake. Casting a sidelong glance at Lady Lian, who seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "In that case, I wish to raise the stakes." As her declaration echoed through the hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Raise the stakes? How could this unattractive woman possess more capital than Lady Lian? The crowd fell into a brief silence before erupting in excitement. A spectacular show was about to unfold. Ignoring the frenzied crowd and the suddenly pale-faced Lady Lian, Luo Yu turned her attention to the astonished officiant before her and said firmly, "Is that not possible?" "No, of course not," the officiant from the training hall replied affirmatively. "Good," Luo Yu nodded. Then, without looking at Lady Lian or the others, she leisurely produced a porcelain vial from her pocket. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she poured out a single red pill. Behind her, Wang Ho and Huang Yu, astonished that Luo Yu carried such a fortune, were taken aback when she revealed not gold notes, but the red pill instead. As the aromatic pill was unveiled, a fragrant scent wafted through the hall, invigorating all who inhaled it. Those familiar with rare items widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the red pill in Luo Yu's hand. "What is that? Tiancheng pill?" Lu Yuchen in the private room stood up in astonishment. Standing by the door, Jashuan Moyan shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it." After a brief pause, he reluctantly uttered, "It's better than Tiancheng pill." Lu Yuchen stroked his chin, perplexed. "Then what is it?" "It's the Ning Shandan," he exclaimed just as Jashuan Li, dressed in purple, leaped in, his face alight with shock. "What? Ning Shandan? She actually possesses Ning Shandan?" Lu Yuchen was astounded, and Jashuan Moyan's eyes widened slightly. Ning Shandan was a treasure worth its weight in gold. Meanwhile, Lady Lian, standing outside the private room, turned ashen upon hearing this as the trio's shock settled. The officiant in the hall also recognized the pill in Luo Yu's hand. Left speechless for a moment, holding the red pill, Luo Yu fixed her gaze on the officiant and slowly said, "Please provide an appraisal." The officiant, previously exuding an icy demeanor, now radiated humility. Upon hearing Luo Yu's request, he promptly replied, "This I cannot appraise, however. We will immediately send someone to ask the Pharmacists Guild to evaluate this pill. Please wait a moment." He then quickly departed. The crowd buzzed with excitement mixed with astonishment. The training hall's personnel dared not appraise the item of this seemingly unattractive woman, opting to call for an expert. Clearly, this was no ordinary affair. Leaning back in her chair, Luo Yu ignored everyone around her, eyes closed as she stroked Xiao Yin. Her regal composure emanated an aura of authority that was hard to overlook. Jiashuan Moyan, standing in the private room, fixed his gaze on Luo Yu, recognizing the calm confidence she exuded, akin to a phoenix amidst a flock of chickens. Despite her apparent flaws, her brilliance shone through. His heart inexplicably raced, and his brows knitted in concern. The officiant returned swiftly, accompanied by a person clad in a white robe, adorned with the insignia of a pill, ready to assess the pill in Luo Yu's palm. Ning Shandan, valued at 400,000 gold coins, as the white-robed figure spoke. The already boisterous hall erupted into chaos once more. Ning Shandan, worth 400,000 gold coins. This pill has been purchased by the Pharmacists Guild. Here are the gold notes. Please confirm receipt. The white-robed individual smiled at Luo Yu, appearing well-prepared. Luo Yu opened her eyes, glanced at the white-robed figure, and nodded with a slight smile, not bothering to count the gold notes. Instead, she pressed her hand down and turned her gaze toward the now pale Lady Lian, stating, 59,000 in this match. Whoever loses must walk out of here empty-handed. Chapter 41. A chilling voice resonated throughout the hall, cutting through the cacophony of the crowd. Those still immersed in the frenzy of the concentration pill were jolted back to reality by a thunderous sound, heightening the excitement. The duel between the two women promised a spectacle, as the stakes involved public nudity for the loser. What a show indeed! In a private booth, Lu Yuchen, Jia Xuanli, and Jia Xianmo Yen exchanged glances, silently raising their eyebrows. The concentration pill was indeed the topic of discussion. How astonishing these women could be! Below, seated behind Luo Yu, Wang Ho and Huang Yu blinked in surprise, awakened by the uproar. They knew the red pills Luo Yu had given them were valuable, yet they had never imagined they were concentration pills. Astoundingly precious, however, this was not the time for such musings. Once they regained their composure, Wang Ho leapt to his feet, shouting, "Stop dawdling! Hurry up and finish the match so I can get back to bed." His words prompted a faint smile from Huang Yu, who quipped, "Are you afraid? Too scared to accept the challenge? Afraid? Then just strip and crawl out of here." Wang Ho and Huang Yu bantered back and forth, their playful jibes accompanied by the laughter of those around them, causing the hesitant young lady to turn pale. With a nod towards the attendant, she accepted the challenge. Thus commenced the final gamble. On the black stone stage, a lithe silver leopard leapt into view, its entire body gleaming silver, sharp fangs bared, with two wings unfurling from its back. A sixth-level magical beast, a rarity even within the Imperial Academy. The young lady had relied heavily on this beast to achieve her esteemed status. Leopards are renowned for their speed, and with the added capability of flight, this one was truly formidable. The crowd erupted in cheers as the silver leopard took the stage. Little Silver was swift, and Luo Yu was affluent, yet the leopard's speed was unparalleled, making this match seemingly evenly poised. As she observed the young lady's renewed confidence and her smile, Luo Yu affectionately tapped Little Silver's head, saying, "The amount of roasted meat depends on your performance." Upon hearing this, Little Silver's fur bristled in excitement, and with a swift motion of its tiny paw, it silently declared its intent to charge forth for the sake of roasted meat. A flash of silver, and Little Silver appeared atop the stage. There, the large silver leopard and the diminutive Little Silver faced each other, both shimmering in silver. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. With all eyes fixed on the two magical beasts, with a resounding clang, the match began. The sound of the bell, Little Silver suddenly flashed, and before anyone could comprehend, it was already perched atop the silver leopard's head. The leopard, taken aback, began to thrash violently. "What incredible speed! What kind of magical beast is this?" Lu Yuchen exclaimed, stepping closer to observe. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it," Jia Xuanli responded, leaning over the railing. Eyes glued to Little Silver, Jia Xianmo Yen remained silent, fully aware of the leopard's speed. Yet Little Silver's initial advantage was unprecedented. Perched atop the leopard, Little Silver gripped its fur tightly with its hind legs. Undeterred by the leopard's frantic movements, its tiny paws danced wildly across the leopard's head, sending tufts of silver fur flying. What on earth is little silver doing? Is it plucking its fur? Luo Li blinked in confusion. Wang Ho and Huang Yu were equally perplexed, unable to provide an answer. They had expected it to engage in combat, not fur removal. Luo Yu, witnessing the scene, chuckled softly, murmuring, "That narcissistic little creature." Luo Yu's laughter echoed. The stage was enveloped in a flurry of silver fur, obscuring both the silver leopard and Little Silver. Moments later, a roar erupted from the leopard as it separated from Little Silver, standing on the stage. Now stripped of its majestic silver coat, reduced to a mere flesh-colored beast. Chapter 42. Opposite it, Little Silver stood on its hind legs, paws raised in the air, letting out a defiant paw while spitting at the fallen silver fur. It then provocatively raised a tiny fist towards the bald leopard, as if to declare, "You think you can be silver? The world belongs to me now." A stifled laugh escaped Luo Li, which quickly triggered a ripple of laughter throughout the hall. A hairless leopard, what a sight! Meanwhile, the young lady's face turned an ominous shade of anger. The stripped leopard, humiliated and enraged, let out a howl and charged at Little Silver, flaunting its ability to fly. "I can soar. No matter how fast you are, you remain earthbound." Unfazed by the leopard's arrogance, Little Silver mimicked the roar and flashed forward in a silver streak. In an instant, the audience witnessed a collision of silver and flesh in the air. Followed by a resounding boom and a spray of crimson mist, the flesh-colored leopard turned and ascended into the sky, with Little Silver hot on its tail. "The leopard can fly. It has the advantage." Lu Yuchen observed from the railing. "It can escape if it loses. This could turn into a drawn-out battle." Jia Xuanli nodded in agreement. "Not at all," Jia Xianmo interjected suddenly upon hearing this. Both Lu Yuchen and Jia Xuanli raised their eyebrows in curiosity, but before they could voice their questions, they witnessed Little Silver, which had momentarily halted in midair, suddenly surge upward, catching up to the flying leopard. A gasp of astonishment escaped the two as they watched the blood-colored droplets fall. The leopard let out a pained cry. In a matter of moments, the silver leopard plummeted to the ground. Its wings broken and barely clinging to life, defeated in mere exchanges. None had grasped how swiftly Little Silver had acted. Luo Yu had always known of Little Silver's remarkable speed and sharp fangs, but witnessing the combination of these traits in action was astonishing. Raising her brows in surprise, Little Silver leaped back into Luo Yu's embrace, standing upright and wiggling its little rear, its eyes gleaming with excitement. "Roasted meat, roasted meat." Luo Yu, smiling, gently ruffled Little Silver's head. "When we return, you'll have a delicious meal with that." She lifted her gaze, the warmth in her expression vanishing as she regarded the now pallid young lady. Sensing Luo Yu's stare, the young lady's face twisted in distress as she turned to Jia Xianmo, her voice laden with grievance. "Third prince." Jia Xianmo ignored her pleading gaze. His voice icy as he stated, "A bet is a bet. A bet is a bet. Since you accepted the challenge, you must abide by its terms. Such is the nature of integrity, and I shall not show favoritism. Moreover, you are not my concern." This time, the young lady's flattery had backfired. Their eyes met, and Jia Xianmo's gaze was as intense as fire. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and departed. With his words, the onlookers erupted into a chorus of excitement. Public nudity. A woman stripping in public. What an unprecedented spectacle. Amidst the raucous cheers, the young lady remained motionless, her expression dark. Luo Yu observed her silence and coldly remarked, "If you choose not to comply, you may find me in your path again, and I shall not hesitate to confront you." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. One should show mercy where possible. Amidst the din, a figure in a white robe standing beside Luo Yu spoke up. Turning to face the calm yet smiling figure, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and replied, "If the roles were reversed today, she would not hesitate to pursue me." The white-clad pharmacist chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. The young lady had harbored ill intentions towards Luo Yu, and had she emerged victorious, she would have spared no effort in humiliating Luo Yu. After a brief nod, the white-clad pharmacist dismissed the matter, smiling as he addressed Luo Yu, "Shall we converse privately, or would you prefer to watch the conclusion of the match?" Chapter 43. Luo Yu surveyed the frenzy around her, a flicker of disdain crossing her features as she stood and said, "Let us go." She had no interest in the sight of a woman's nudity. Accompanied by Luo Li, Wang Ho, Huang Yu, and others, she exited the martial arts hall. As the crowd watched Luo Yu depart, their expressions shifted, their admiration for her growing. The night breeze swirled, carrying the scent of fresh grass. "Warm and elegant Luo Yu. At 14 you concocted this concentration pill, didn't you? Would you be interested in joining our pharmacist association?" The white-clad pharmacist inquired as they stepped outside. "The pharmacist association? Before Luo Yu could respond, Wang Ho exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the Imperial Pharmacist Association. Luo Yu, you must be nearing the level of an advanced pharmacist, as I see the purity of your concentration pill is remarkable. Are you interested? Upon hearing the white-robed pharmacist speak of the concentration elixir once again, Wang Ho and Huang Yu exchanged glances. The Wanchuan continent is rife with magical beasts. Over the course of centuries, the inner cores formed within these beasts, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, serve as exceptional treasures for enhancing one's power. However, the ferocity and wildness of these creatures make their inner cores perilous. While they can swiftly augment a person's strength, they also carry the grave risk of leading one to madness. Thus, the corresponding concentration elixir, which can alleviate such madness, is considered a treasure among treasures, valued at 400,000 gold coins. Its true worth, and yet Luo Yu without hesitation presented each of them with one that they had never anticipated that such a precious pill would be bestowed upon them. Nor did they imagine that Luo Yu could be a mid-level pharmacist. It is worth noting that pharmacists represent the pinnacle of professions on the continent, categorized into junior, intermediate, senior, grand pharmacist, and holy pharmacist. The fact that Luo Yu, at merely 14 years of age, had already achieved the status of a mid-level pharmacist, nearing senior rank, was indeed more remarkable than that of a 14-year-old adept. Pharmacists Association. Sister, I need to think it over. Before Luali could express her excitement, Luo Yu interrupted, smiling at the white-robed pharmacist. The pharmacist was taken aback. In all these years, no one had ever declined an invitation to join the Pharmacists Association. Yet, quick to recover, he laughed heartily. It is only natural to consider my authority does not extend to inviting you to join. I shall report to the president of the Imperial Pharmacists Association. Luo Yu, trust me, joining the association will bring you countless benefits without a single drawback. The influence of the Pharmacists Association spans across several great empires. I believe it will serve as your most advantageous support, allowing you to focus on your pursuits. With a meaningful glance towards Luo Yu, the white-robed pharmacist bid her farewell and departed. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, interpreting his words as a subtle implication that, before the Pharmacists Association, the three great noble houses held no fear. With a smile, she remained silent. Her gaze sparkling. Without further ado, the group made their way back to their dormitory. Don't regale me with trivialities. I have no interest. If you are friends, then share the spoils. If not, then let it be. Upon entering, Luo Yu tossed this remark over her shoulder without looking back. Huang Yu, who had been pondering how to broach the subject of returning the exorbitantly priced concentration elixir, instinctively turned to Wang Ho. Their eyes meeting in surprise. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Then Wang Ho laughed, stepping forward to clap Luo Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "All right, let's await our share. After deducting your initial investment, we still have tens of thousands left. We've struck it rich." Huang Yu, following suit, nodded in agreement. "This is it." Luo Yu turned and laughed. Having never studied alchemy in the Wanchuan continent, her expertise lay in ancient martial arts and the art of potion making. In the annals of ancient China, who among the various sects would not know how to concoct an antidote? The so-called concentration elixir was merely a byproduct of the top-notch medicinal ingredients that Xiaoyin had procured for her. After she concocted an antidote for her father, the elixir was simply a bonus. The three exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. The stars twinkled brilliantly against the backdrop of a magnificent night. Amidst this splendor, the eldest daughter of the Lien family, having emerged from the martial arts hall, retained her composure, for the power of the Aoyun Duke's residence was not insignificant, cloaked in a black veil. The crowd could only surmise that she had indeed lost her modesty. However, her face was what truly bore the shame, rendering her unable to hold her head high within the Imperial Academy. As night deepened within the palace of the Feiyu Kingdom, a deep voice resonated, filled with astonishment. "What? A mid-level pharmacist, nearly a senior?" "Indeed." A low chuckle followed. "Remarkably capable. Jun Raotian, it seems you have overlooked her talents." The voice continued. "Except for His Majesty the King, who possesses the discerning eye for talent. 3 years old, I have been keen on my unsightly daughter-in-law. Since she is so capable, I cannot allow her to annul this betrothal. Bring forth a decree." The night sky fell silent, stars twinkling above. The following morning, a royal edict was proclaimed. The third prince and his fiancée, having not seen each other for many years, are granted permission to cultivate their relationship by residing together. What nonsense! Who would wish to live with that hideous creature? In the isolated small villa within the academy, Jiaxian Mo Yen see that upon hearing the decree, resistance proved futile against the messengers. At that very moment, in her secluded quarters, Luo Yu leaned against the door, arms crossed, a knowing smile on her face as she regarded the messenger, observing her demeanor. Shook his head and chuckled. His Majesty has decreed that if you reside together for 6 months and find it unsuitable, the betrothal may be annulled. Miss Luoyu, does this align with your wishes? Agreed, Luoyu beamed, turning decisively. A 6-month cohabitation leading to a betrothal annulment, without bloodshed, worth it. Moreover, His Majesty had merely stated they would reside together. That term holds myriad interpretations. Thus, as the morning light danced, sunlight bathed the colorful noble villa of the Imperial Academy, where Jia Xianmo, his face a stormy shade of green, awaited his cohabiting fiancé. Following closely behind Luoyu were her companions, Luoli, Wang Ho, Huang Yu and Xiaoan on the black stone staircase. Jia Xianmo, arms crossed, suppressing his fury, cast a cold gaze at Luoyu as she entered, gritting his teeth. Do not presume that simply because you have moved in here, I will regard you with favor. Luoyu merely glanced at him unperturbed as she and her entourage strode past, casually tossing over her shoulder with a radiant smile. A wish unfulfilled. You, let us go. It's time to eat. Lu Yuchan and Jia Xianli, who resided next door, immediately approached Jia Xianmo, pulling him away, though the grin on their faces was impossible to conceal. The morning light soared. The standalone villa was incomparable to the remote dormitory. Luoyu may not have been pleased with her cohabitant, but she was quite content with her new abode. Luoyu, why do you not wish to marry him? Wang Ho inquired curiously while tidying the bedding. Luoyu, hearing this, smiled faintly without reservation. To judge solely by appearance is to risk entrusting one's life. Huang Yu and Wang Ho exchanged glances, beginning to understand he will regret it. Huang Yu said softly that I could not care less. As long as I have no regrets, his fate is beyond my concern. Luoyu shrugged. Huang Yu and Wang Ho burst into laughter at her carefree attitude. Sister, it's time to eat. Luoli's voice called from outside. Even if we do not sleep together, we must at least maintain the custom of dining together. As decreed by His Majesty in the expansive dining hall, a lavish breakfast was laid out on a peachwood table, with Jia Xianmo and Lu Yuchan seated at one end, while Luoyu, Luoli, Huang Yu and Wang Ho occupied the other. Stand up. Who allowed you to sit? Jia Xianmo with a scowl commanded. Luoyu, in a good mood that day, did not take offense but raised an eyebrow at him. If you wish to enter my royal family, you must understand the rules that I have not permitted you to sit or to eat. Who gave you the audacity to act first? Jia Xianmo's demeanor was icy. Luoyu rested her chin on her hand, regarding the coldly defiant Jia Xianmo with a teasing smile. Your Highness, such a young age, and yet you are so forgetful. This does not bode well. It may lead to early onset dementia. Laughter erupted around the table, even though none understood the term dementia. The implication was clear. Luoyu was not keen on marrying into royalty. Rather, she was determined not to. Jia Xianmo, infuriated, raised his hand to slam the table. Your Highness, please wait to strike. Luoyu, placing Xiaoyin on the table, swiftly grabbed several dishes. Standing up with a smile, you may continue. Turning to Huang Yu and the others, she urged, hurry up. If he strikes the table, there will be nothing left to eat. Wang Ho, Huang Yu, and Luoli hastily seized their share of the food, while Xiaoyin had already set her sights on the roasted meat before Jia Xianmo. With a crunch, she devoured the meat whole. Plate and all. Jia Xianmo froze, caught in a dilemma. His hand raised, yet unable to decide whether to slam the table or not. His expression darkened to a deep shade of black. Chapter 45. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment, before Lu Yuchan and Jia Xianli could no longer contain their amusement, bursting into laughter. How delightful! How delightful! I have never seen Jia Xianmo wear such a gloomy expression. It is truly a sight for sore eyes. Jia Xianmo glared at Luoyu, who was now walking away, her back turned to him, further fueling his rage. From childhood to now, no one had ever dared to defy him. He had always been the exalted son of heaven, talented, well-born and handsome, with women from all corners vying for his attention. Yet now, he found himself with such an unappealing fiancée, and to add insult to injury, she had managed to humiliate him. This was utterly intolerable. Jia Xianmo exploded. What is the occasion that brings such merriment? Do share. Let this old man join in the joy. Just as he began to speak, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the door. The door swung open, revealing two middle-aged men. Upon recognizing the visitors, Jia Xianmo's simmering rage was quelled, and with a stiff turn he addressed them. Teacher, Grand Pharmacist. Lu Yuchan and Jia Xianli, who had been laughing moments before, immediately ceased their mirth, standing respectfully as they greeted Principal, Grand Pharmacist. Quite the lively gathering, I see. Dressed in a long light gray robe, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s and bearing a slender countenance, smiled as he addressed Luoyu, who had just come to a halt. Are you the fiancé of this young lad? We both wish we weren't, Luoyu replied with a smile, though a flicker of surprise danced within her heart. The newcomer had approached so closely that she hadn't sensed his presence at all. His formidable prowess surpassed her own. Haha, the young lady is quite amusing, teacher. Jashuan Moyan's expression darkened upon witnessing this. Yanlai couldn't help but chuckle more heartily. Luoyu, another man, radiant with joy and graying hair yet still appearing merely in his 40s or 50s, gestured to himself. I am Fu Hayu, a guest instructor at the academy and president of the Imperial Apothecaries Association. As these words left his lips, Huang Yu and Wang Holi gasped in unison. These two individuals were undoubtedly among the Empire's elite, and it was astonishing that they introduced themselves so formally to Luoyu. In contrast, Luoyu did not share in the astonishment of the three. She had a faint understanding of the significance behind the Grand Apothecary's formal introduction, and chose not to break the silence. She simply responded with grace. I am Jun Luoyu, a student at the academy. It is an honor to meet the president and the principal. Yanlai and Fu Hayu exchanged knowing glances, nodding approvingly at Luoyu's composed demeanor. Come, lad, let your teacher show you some excitement, the principal beckoned, waving toward the sullen Jashuan Moyan. Upon hearing this, Jashuan Moyan's frown softened as he stepped forward, saying, all right. If his teacher was eager to witness some excitement, then it surely must be a significant event. Thus momentarily setting aside Luoyu's matters, Principal, Jashuan Li and Lu Yuchen looked on with eager anticipation. Yanlai, noticing their enthusiasm, waved his hand dismissively. No way, there isn't enough room. I can only take one. Jashuan Li and Lu Yuchen's spirits sank instantly. Luoyu, come, there is something splendid today. You should accompany me to see it, Fu Hayu said, smiling at Luoyu just as Jashuan Li and Lu Yuchen were feeling dejected. At that moment, Jashuan Moyan's face darkened again, his eyes seething with jealousy as he glared at Luoyu for accompanying Fu Hayu. After a brief moment of surprise, Luoyu smiled and responded, it is an honor for Luoyu to accompany the Grand Apothecary. Fu Hayu chuckled at her words, and with Yanlai, they proceeded toward the exit. Behind them, Jashuan Moyan shot Luoyu a fierce glare, yet found himself unable to express his anger, begrudgingly following along Luoyu, entirely oblivious to Jashuan Moyan's hostility and ire. Gestured to Wang Ho and Huang Yu to leave Xiaoyin behind, assuring them that she would be sufficient protection for the three of them in her absence. Wang Ho and Huang Yu, quick-witted, understood her intent, nodding in agreement with smiles beneath the golden sunlight. The quartet departed from the Imperial Academy in a horse-drawn carriage. The capital city bustled with activity, filled with the sounds of clattering carriages and animated chatter. The Huayu Auction House, the foremost auction establishment among the three great empires, wielded influence across Feiyu, Haotsong and Fenglen, facilitating trade of goods. This moment, the Huayu Auction House was abuzz with excitement. Within the opulent Feiyu Hall, renowned for showcasing only the most exquisite auction items, the crystal chandeliers flickered as the auction items and auctioneers had yet to make their appearance. However, several hundred seats below were already filled to capacity. Luoyu sat in the VIP section on the second floor, casting a glance at Junrao Tian, who had also arrived from the Duke's residence of the Xian Kingdom. Even my royal uncle is present. Teacher, what treasures are being auctioned today? Jashuan Moyan inquired, looking at the direction of his royal uncle, who represented his father. You'll find out soon enough, Yanlai replied cryptically. Directly across from you is the current Duke of the Lianqing Kingdom, Fu Hayu remarked, gesturing toward the front. And to the west is the current Duke of the Aoyun Kingdom. Luoyu sat beside Fu Hayu. She looked in the indicated direction and observed that the current Duke of the Lianqing Kingdom, though not young, had a head of silver hair and a lean physique, exuding an air of sharpness. In contrast, the Duke of the Aoyun Kingdom appeared slightly younger, perhaps in his 50s or 60s. With a dignified demeanor that radiated elegance and grace. It seemed that today's auction items were quite valuable, as not only had representatives from the prominent factions of the Feiyu Kingdom arrived, but the clan leaders were also present. Luoyu began to reassess the significance of this auction. What exactly? She instinctively began to inquire, but stopped mid-sentence, realizing her question might be inappropriate. To her surprise, Fu Hayu chuckled and replied, it is said to be a top-tier magic core. Luoyu was taken aback, turning to glance at Fu Hayu, who wore a gentle smile. You old rascal, spilling secrets, Yanlai grumbled in annoyance. Jashuan Moyan was even more displeased, as his teacher hadn't divulged any information to him, while the Grand Apothecary freely shared with Luoyu, which he found exceedingly vexing. He shot Luoyu a fierce glare. Anyway, it's only a matter of time. Thank you all for your patience, Fu Hayu began, and the auction hall fell silent, as someone had already taken the initiative to open the proceedings with a cheerful remark. The atmosphere instantly quieted. Emerging from behind the white jade auction platform was a man of average stature with a jovial expression, radiating warmth even before he spoke. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. Today I, the old man, personally oversee the auction of this remarkable item, he announced as he positioned himself at the vacant center of the auction stage. Wu Xing, the head of the auction house, Fu Heyu whispered to Lu Yu in introduction. The fact that the head of the auction house had come personally for this auction hinted at the extraordinary nature of the top-tier magic core, leaving Lu Yu in silent contemplation. Once Wu Xing stood firmly at the center of the auction platform. He bowed to the gathered crowd. I believe you are all aware of the treasure we are auctioning today, so I shall not elaborate further today. We shall not adhere to the usual practice of auctioning other items in this Feiyu Hall. I prefer to avoid any displeasure and will proceed directly to the auction of the most crucial treasure. As he spoke, murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd, clearly pleased with Wu Xing's insight. Observing this, Wu Xing clapped his hands, his expression turning serious as he proclaimed, "Now the auction begins. Please open your eyes wide, for this is a treasure that has never before graced our auction house in 100 years. As his passionate voice echoed, the previously empty white jade auction platform began to part, revealing a black jade square pedestal rising from below. Atop this pedestal rested a black crystal cover, enveloping the item within and sealing away any trace of its aura. The audience instinctively straightened in their seats. While the black crystal cover was not particularly rare, it was not something to be taken lightly. Just as pure crystal could detect fighting spirit, black crystal could obscure any aura. If the item within were ordinary, the cover would be ineffective. However, the more extraordinary the item, the more it concealed its essence. Yet now, no one could perceive even a hint of the aura hidden within the black crystal. Silence reigned, a profound stillness. In that quietude, Wu Xing extended his hand, dimming the lights of the crystal chandeliers until only a few faint lights remained. Esteemed guests, please observe closely. With a voice tinged with excitement and a raspy quality, Wu Xing slowly lifted the black crystal cover. In an instant, Lu Yu beheld a radiant crimson glow bursting forth, reminiscent of the sun, accompanied by a powerful aura that nearly took her breath away. What kind of force is this? Lu Yu marveled as the black crystal cover was removed. The fiery red brilliance dazzled the onlookers, its brilliance swirling and almost impossible to gaze upon directly. In the midst of that fiery glow, a crystal the size of an infant's fist lay quietly displayed upon the pedestal, confirmed by the 3 top auctioneers of the house. This was indeed an 11th level magic beast core. Boom! As Wu Xing's words concluded, the guests in the auction hall erupted in unrestrained excitement, some nearly leaping from their seats. Good heavens, an 11th level magic core, an 11th level! Yen Lai exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing his ears. An 11th level? Are there really 11th level magical beasts in this continent? Jashuan Moyan stood up in shock, utterly unable to comprehend. An 11th level. That's the legendary rank of magical beasts. In the 1,000-year history of the Feiyu Kingdom, the highest level magical beast recorded has only been a 10th level. To think today, heavens, an 11th level! I can scarcely imagine. Fu Heyu clenched his fists in excitement, unable to contain himself. In contrast to the shocked and ecstatic reactions of those around her, Lu Yu remained relatively composed. It was simple, the magic beast core held no benefit for her, thus her mindset was more balanced than that of anyone else present. Yet, she couldn't help but rub her eyes. An 11th level. Today has truly opened my eyes. Below, Wu Xing seemed to anticipate the crowd's loss of composure and refrained from further comments. With a wave of his hand, the dimmed crystal chandeliers were reignited, casting a brilliant glow upon the smooth, flowing surface of the 11th level magic core. Although it lacked the captivating beauty it held in the dark, it possessed its own unique charm as the lights brightened. Every individual present was among the elite of the capital, and after a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. The auction for the 11th level magic core commenced without a starting price. However, the Huayu auction house's headquarters had declared that if the bids did not meet their expectations, they reserved the right to withdraw the item and transfer it to another empire. Wu Xing nodded slightly to everyone present before raising his hand, signaling the start of the auction. A fleeting silence ensued. I did not expect such a top-tier treasure. My Duke's residence cannot even dream of such a thing, but I shall make a starting offer of 3 million gold coins. In the midst of the silence, a count from the empire chuckled as he made the opening bid. Chapter 47. In an instant, the fervor of the crowd was ignited. 0.5 million, 0.6 million, 0.7 million. No one dared to offer a lesser sum, each mouth open to add millions. The 11th grade magic elixir was worth every penny. It is important to note that an 11th grade elixir is essentially a product of magical beasts that have existed for 1,500 to 2,000 years. The benefits derived from such a top-tier item could almost be described as boundless. Perhaps consuming it could elevate one directly from crimson energy to the pinnacle of the purple realm. Perhaps it could even grant resurrection or bestow immortality, and no one could affirm what the exact benefits might be. But all were acutely aware that they would be substantial. 15 million. 18 million. The Duke's residents of Aoyun Kingdom made their bid. 21 million. The Duke of Xiang Jun Raotian spoke up. 20. The numbers surged dramatically as the three great ducal houses began to stake their entire fortunes on this 11th grade magic elixir. On the second floor, the esteemed guest area. Luo Yu perched on the railing to observe the spectacle. The staggering value of this magic elixir sparked a thought. If she could acquire a basketful, that would be a fortune indeed, Luo Yu chuckled. 40 million. Amidst her light laughter, a chilling voice emerged. None other than the previously silent Uncle Jashuan Moyan. The three great ducal houses fell momentarily silent. They were well aware of the king's financial prowess. Yet the allure of the 11th grade magic elixir was simply too captivating. 45 million. Jun Raotian furrowed his brow and spoke once more. To produce over 40 million in one go was no small feat for the Duke of Xiang. 50 million. Uncle Jashuan Moyan cast a glance at Jun Raotian. The three great ducal houses exchanged glances. They understood their financial capabilities. 60 million. Just as the three great ducal houses fell into silence, the previously unmoving Fu Hiyu finally spoke. The Apothecaries Association wielded power that spanned across the three great empires. It was a veritable treasure trove. A single elixir was worth 400,000. Revealing just a glimpse of their wealth, Luo Yu turned her head to observe the excited Fu Hiyu, who had reddened with exhilaration, then glanced at the frowning royal family below, her eyes subtly shifting. 70 million. Following Fu Hiyu's declaration, Yen Lai, who had been watching the commotion with a smile, also spoke up. The Imperial Academy was another place rich beyond measure. Fu Hiyu frowned slightly, about to raise his bid. When Luo Yu discreetly transmitted a message, President, exercise caution. While the item is delectable, one must also be able to digest it. Fu Hiyu was taken aback, quickly turning his head to look at Luo Yu, who remained perched on the railing, still watching the spectacle with interest. Fu Hiyu was an astute individual, momentarily forgetting his composure due to the allure of the 11th grade magic elixir. However, after Luo Yu's reminder, he regained his composure. A commoner is innocent, possessing a gem brings guilt. He understood the implication. This was certainly not the territory of the Feiyu Kingdom. Fu Hiyu steadied himself. 80 million. Just as he regained his composure, the royal family made their move again, announcing 80 million gold coins, a sum that could be considered half the treasury of the Feiyu Kingdom. Simultaneously, Uncle Jashuan Moyan cast a cold, murderous glance at Yen Lai. Yet, who was Yen Lai? The Imperial Academy was not lacking in experts. At that moment, he was about to speak, ready to confront the audacity of privately auctioning off his master's possessions without permission. However, just as Yen Lai was about to speak, an exceptionally cold voice suddenly pierced through the closed hall doors. With a bang, the heavy black stone door was shattered by a single kick. Debris scattering, and the sealed entrance was obliterated. The attendees in the hall were drawn to this sudden event, instinctively turning to face the entrance. 8 figures strode in coldly. The leading man, clad in azure, walked with a commanding presence, his countenance as hard and icy as an eternal glacier. His aura radiated outward, like a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a sharpness that was palpable, a threat of imminent slaughter. Behind him were 7 individuals of unremarkable appearance, yet they bore an air of concealed power. Their ordinary attire belied their formidable presence, causing those seated at the entrance to instinctively retreat. Though merely 8 individuals, they conveyed the might of an army. Silence enveloped the room. As the cold-eyed man in azure surveyed the assembly, his gaze fixed upon the 11th grade magic elixir on the stage. A glint of cold light flickered in his frigid eyes. Huayu Auction House. Very well, very well. His chilling voice was intertwined with a turbulent aura of menace and anger. Upon hearing this, the bewildered factions of the Feiyu Kingdom quickly regained their composure, frowning and exchanging furtive glances. Scanning both Wu Xing and the extraordinarily cold man, what was happening? Yet no one dared to speak on Wu Xing's behalf. The aura emanating from these 8 men was overwhelmingly oppressive. His words were almost comical. Your master's possessions? Does this 11th grade magic elixir bear your mark? Wu Xing was taken aback, his expression sharpening as he regained his senses. Tio's attempt to seize this top-tier magic elixir without regard for their location was audacious. They were in the heart of the Feiyu Kingdom. This insignificant Feiyu Kingdom does not concern us. A voice chimed in from outside the door. Hua Yu Auction House, my master grants you one final opportunity. Return the magic elixir to me. Or we, who are capable of subduing the 11th grade magical beasts, can easily extinguish your influence in the three kingdoms, as easily as crushing an antis. The chilling voice echoed. Two figures approached, illuminated by resplendent golden light. The 8 men in the hall immediately stepped aside, bowing their heads in deference. Luoyu stretched her neck to gaze at the newcomers. The sunlight was brilliant, momentarily blinding her as the golden glow drew closer. She recognized the figure approaching. Even with her vast experiences, she found herself momentarily stunned. The newcomer had long silver hair cascading freely down his back, with a few strands delicately framing his forehead, partially obscuring his enigmatic eyes. Those eyes, shrouded in darkness, were as profound as the universe itself, exuding an allure that rendered one entranced, as if they contained the essence of the cosmos, drawing all light into their depths. His hands tucked within his sleeves, he wore an opulent robe of crescent white adorned with purple and gold, exuding an air of grandeur as he advanced, his gaze unyielding yet devoid of overt hostility, compelling those present to instinctively bow before him. Detached from the world, he stood alone, incomparable, lacking the striking beauty of Jashuan Moyan's fiery presence, nor the gentle grace of Lu Yuchen's demeanor. His elegance masked an indomitable force, embodying the nobility of Tianshan's snow lotus and the fierce power of the hellfire lotus. Upon his entrance, the brilliance of the crowd dimmed. Chapter 48. The hem of his robe brushed the ground as the silver-haired man came to a halt within the Feiyu Hall. His pitch-black eyes swept over each individual present. Though devoid of intimidation or cruelty, his gaze prompted the upper echelons of the Feiyu kingdom to instinctively avert their eyes. This was an involuntary submission, a profound fear emanating from the depths of their souls. Luoyu, perched upon the railing, observed the unfolding scene, her brow arching slightly, only to find herself locking eyes with the silver-haired Amendarai. That moment, she felt a shift. She had misjudged him. Her previous notions of warmth hiding dominance and elegance revealing grace were utterly misplaced. Beneath the surface of this man lay an absolute tyranny, an unyielding strength, and a ruthless essence. His elegance was merely a fade, a product of the darkness from whence he hailed. The depths of those black eyes concealed a soul steeped in brutality. As his gaze swept over them, it felt less like he was observing individuals, but rather surveying a colony of ants. Luoyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in response to the chilling intensity of his gaze. The silver-haired man's eyes flicked over her before moving on. Yet before Luoyu could react, his gaze returned. Meeting hers once more, she remained unflinching, holding his stare. A glimmer of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he slightly furrowed his brow before redirecting his focus to the 11th grade magic elixir. Will you submit, or shall you perish? Following closely behind the silver-haired man was a gentler-looking figure with deep crimson hair, who, upon noticing the silver-haired man's attention to the magic elixir, immediately raised his voice in protest. By what right do you claim the elixir as yours? This is an act of theft. Wu Xing struggled to articulate his thoughts in the face of the imposing figure clad in blue. His words faltering under the pressure, however, he understood the urgency of the situation. The auction house's experts surged forth from the backstage area, ready to defend their territory. The silver-haired man, still fixated on the magic elixir, cast a glance at Wu Xing and the others, a flash of cold fury crossing his features. He lifted his chin slightly and issued a chilling command. Leave none alive. A frigid resonance echoed throughout the Feiyu Hall, inciting a wave of alarm among the factions of the Feiyu kingdom, who now wore expressions of dismay. Leave none alive. Do you mean to slaughter the people of Hua Yu Auction House right before us? Or do you intend to eliminate us all? The audacity of such words, spoken in the heart of the most powerful gathering in the entire Feiyu kingdom, was utterly outrageous. At once, the Duke of Lianchang, filled with indignation, slammed his palm upon the nearby table, bellowing, such audacity! In the heart of my Feiyu kingdom, you dare to seize treasures in our presence and slaughter the innocent? Come forth! But before his furious proclamation could be completed, the blue-clad man striding toward the magic elixir shot a cold glare at the Duke of Lianchang, his eyes flashing with a piercing blue light. Despite his advanced age, Duke Lianchang possessed remarkable agility and experience. As he observed a flicker of blue light in the eyes of the man clad in azure, his expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. In an instant, the grand chair behind him was cleaved into splinters by the piercing blue energy. Shards exploded, and those within the Lianchang Duke's residence who failed to evade were instantly drenched in blood from the sudden onslaught of debris. The man in blue was a master of the Blue Sovereign Realm. At this moment, Jun Raotian and Yen Lai discerned the true power of the azure-clad figure. The blue energy was indicative of a blue sovereign expert. the countenance of the previously furious crowd shifted abruptly. Today we merely seek to reclaim what belongs to my master and have no desire to provoke you. Feiyu, those who wish to intervene should consider their own capabilities. Otherwise, do not blame us for using our strength to oppress the weak and for the bloodshed that may ensue. The azure-clad man's eyes narrowed, a flash of blue-violet light shimmering within at a peak blue sovereign. Yanlai clenched his fists in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. A glimmer of purple energy flickered in his gaze. A sign that he was on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the purple sovereign, the pinnacle of expertise on the continent. This was entirely beyond their capacity to contend with. The members of the Feiyu kingdom, who had momentarily considered taking action, now fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 49. At the peak of the blue sovereign realm, none within the Feiyu kingdom stood as a rival. A hint of surprise flashed in Luoyu's eyes, yet she remained poised upon the railing, her expression unwavering, her mind racing with thoughts of desperation. "Help, Principal, Your Highness Dukes, save me!" The countenance of Wu Xing shifted dramatically, and no longer able to consider anything else. He frantically implored, bowing deeply to the silver-haired man, "Take the magic core. We will not auction it. I present it to you. Please spare us." It was too late. The azure-clad man bellowed coldly, his brows sharp as blades. His aura commanding. He advanced menacingly toward the personnel of the Huayu auction house. Meanwhile, those behind him remained closely clustered around the silver-haired figure, refraining from intervening, as if the presence of the azure man alone sufficed. None within the three kingdoms of Feiyu, Haotsong, or Fenglin had managed to slay a level 11 magical beast. Such high-level creatures had never been seen in the realm. Amidst the palpable tension, the red-haired man accompanying the silver-haired figure spoke up. He was the very individual who had conversed outside moments earlier. "You, Huayu auction house, have taken advantage of our distraction to pilfer our possessions. Your audacity knows no bounds, and while my master has shown mercy by not annihilating all your forces, you have gravely offended him." The tone of his voice was cold, sending shivers down the spines of Wu Xing and the others. Upon hearing this, the various factions of the Feiyu kingdom fell silent. Throughout history, there had never been magical beasts above level 10 within the three great kingdoms. The audacity of the Huayu auction house to engage in theft was astonishing. Luoyu's eyes flickered as she processed the implications of the red-haired man's words. It seemed they were not merely attempting to seize the magic core by force. In an instant, the four blue sovereign experts of the Feiyu kingdom, already at the pinnacle of their power, now realized that the peak blue sovereign expert before them was merely a servant of the silver-haired figure. This silver-haired man, although no one could perceive the full extent of his strength, the mere presence of such a formidable servant spoke volumes about his own prowess. The silver-haired man could only be an unparalleled expert above the blue sovereign level, a realm that had never been seen in the Feiyu kingdom. "Help me!" Bang! Just as Wu Xing's startled cry escaped his lips, the ceiling of the Feiyu hall erupted, a gaping hole appearing as a figure shot in like lightning, aiming directly for the Tyrannosaurus Rex magic core. A throng of individuals followed closely behind. Not good. Luoyu's heart sank as she realized the impending danger. The azure-clad man, who was now but a step away from the magic core, narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flashing within. With a swift motion, he grasped at the air, simultaneously striking downwards. The jade auction platform shattered, and the fiery red Tyrannosaurus Rex magic core rocketed towards the direction of the silver-haired figures. Boom! Boom! The air crackled with energy as assailants surged forth, and in an instant, the entire hall erupted into chaos, the two factions colliding with blinding speed. Heavens! Another blue sovereign expert? How many blue sovereign experts are there? Yanlai's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. The masked assailants, all of whom were blue sovereign experts, had descended upon the hall. When did it become so common to encounter blue sovereign experts? As if they were mere vendors in the market. This was utterly incomprehensible, especially for those who had dedicated their lives to achieving the blue sovereign realm. Amidst the stunned silence, the Feiyu hall was being torn apart. Decorative stone platforms shattered, and the building trembled perilously when a blue sovereign expert unleashed their power. Demolishing a structure was a trivial matter. Now, a multitude of blue sovereign experts were embroiled in battle. In the blink of an eye, the various factions of the Feiyu kingdom regained their senses and began to scatter in panic. Wu Xing, who had narrowly escaped death, surged forward, desperate to flee as if his life depended on it. "Quick, let us go," Yanlai urged, gripping the astonished Joshua and Mo Yan, pulling them toward the exit. Fu Hai called out to Luoyu in a low voice. Luoyu, being astute, realized she could not possibly contend with the blue sovereigns and decided to bide her time until she possessed the necessary power. She cast a glance at the level 11 magic core that was being tossed about in the hall, her gaze drifting to the silver-haired man, who remained composed amidst the chaos. Chapter 50. As Luoyu's eyes swept over the scene, the silver-haired man suddenly turned to meet her gaze. Startled, she wondered how, amidst the throng of powerful figures vying for the magic core, he had noticed her. Just as she pondered this, she attempted to turn and flee, the Feiyu Hall trembling on the brink of collapse with a single step. Before she could fully turn, her peripheral vision caught sight of the red Tyrannosaurus Rex magic core soaring through the air, curving gracefully as it descended toward her. Luoyu's eyes widened in shock as the magic core fell. The two factions vying for it rushed toward her. The blue energy emanating from the blue sovereign experts was lethal. 100 Luyus would perish in an instant. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Luoyu swiftly twisted her body and retreated. Yet, she could not outrun the blue sovereign expert at the forefront as the masked assailant wielded a sword of blue energy to snatch the magic core. He simultaneously swung it toward Luoyu with deadly intent. Realizing evasion was impossible, Luoyu took a deep breath and braced herself to withstand the blow. However, before she could even make a move, the silver-haired man, who had been standing quietly, suddenly flashed forward, positioning himself before her with a swift motion. He seized Luoyu's arm and yanked her backward, while his other hand casually waved towards the incoming masked assailant. A dull thud echoed as the assailant was sent sprawling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. The blue sovereign expert could not withstand even a mere flick of the silver-haired man's hand. Luoyu was astonished, gazing at the back of the silver-haired figure. Did he just save her? Useless. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the silver-haired man's cold voice rang out. Accompanying his words, he flung Luoyu backward toward the entrance of the hall with a force akin to lightning. In an instant she soared through the hall. Boom! Just as Luoyu exited the hall, the Feiyu Hall collapsed with a resounding crash, debris and dust swirling chaotically. As she landed and steadied herself, she barely had time to brush off the dust when Yen Lai, who had just emerged, suddenly turned pale and shouted, "Quick, we need to leave! A more powerful presence is approaching." At that moment, Luoyu sensed two incredibly potent auras racing toward them, far surpassing the blue sovereigns. A frown creased her brow. Were these individuals also after the silver-haired man's magic core? Run! The factions of the Feiyu kingdom scattered in panic. Luoyu sprinted forward, her heart racing. Fu Hao's expression darkened as he reached for Luoyu. "I know," Luoyu began, but before she could finish her sentence, a flash of red light erupted from the ruins. The Tyrannosaurus Rex magic core shot forth like a meteor, striking Luoyu directly in the mouth as she spoke. Instinctively, she bit down and fell silent. Those fleeing around her were left in a state of disarray. In the midst of this chaos, Zhao Xian and Mo Yen, who had distanced themselves earlier, reacted swiftly and shouted, "Why aren't you running?" At that moment, Luoyu snapped back to reality, her form unfurling as she utilized her lightness skill to its utmost, sprinting away at breakneck speed. "Where's the magic core?" The blue sovereign experts, who had shot upward, howled in fury amidst their cries. Luoyu discerned their positions and took flight, pursued closely by the two immensely powerful auras. In an instant, the splendid Huayu auction house's Feiyu Hall lay in ruins, and the instigators had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a profound silence. With the speed of a lightning strike, Luoyu pushed her lightness skills to their limits, darting through the streets toward the dense forests on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Over 100 miles away, Luoyu did not wield energy. Her internal power remained undetected by the blue sovereign experts and other masters. In a fleeting moment, the masters of the blue clan pursued, their efforts becoming increasingly vague. After a few turns, they struggled to discern the direction in which Luoyu had vanished, only able to follow the faintest traces. The wind rustled through the treetops. The sun blazed fiercely. Time flew by, and before long, the golden sun sank in the west, giving way to the rise of the moon. In the vast, towering forests on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Luoyu concealed herself among the trees, gasping for breath. In the span of a day, she had traversed over 100 miles. Never before had she fled for her life with such fervor. Leaving her utterly exhausted, leaning against a tree trunk, sweat poured from her brow. Daring not to catch her breath, nor to linger, Luoyu took a moment to rest before pushing her weary body toward the towering mountains deep within the forest. She had traversed that path upon her arrival in the imperial capital. On the precipice of those mountains lay a great river, and once she plunged into its depths, her presence would be obscured, rendering her difficult to locate. The mountain peak loomed high, its cliffs steep and perilous. What audacity it took to consume a demon pill before her very eyes, completely oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Yet, in that very instant, a chilling, furious shout echoed from the night sky behind her, and upon hearing it, Luoyu inwardly cursed her misfortune. Without waiting to sense the attack approaching from behind, she lunged forward. Rolling on the ground just as she dove away, the spot where she had stood moments before silently split open, as if the earth had been cleaved by an invisible blade, the cut mercilessly sharp. Rolling away, Luoyu barely had time to rise before a fierce wind rushed toward her, a flash of violet light hurtling toward her chest. The force was so swift that it materialized in the night sky and, in the next moment, was upon her. Realizing she had no means of evasion, Luoyu inhaled deeply, contracting her chest and abdomen, her palm striking the ground as she propelled herself backward. The violet energy surged toward her. Yet Luoyu, like a bolt of lightning, retreated, the two forces briefly connecting before she shot back. A strange technique, the figure in the darkness murmured. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Luoyu managed to stabilize herself. Her sword poised in readiness, the night breeze was cool against her skin, yet she felt a chill across her abdomen. A glance revealed her tunic had been sharply sliced open, exposing her skin beneath. A crimson line stretching from her chest to her lower abdomen. Instinctively, she clenched her fist, realizing that had she been but a fraction slower, she would have been disemboweled. A foolish endeavor, a consequence of one's own choices. From the depths of the forest, a voice coldly scoffed, and with a subtle gesture, two streams of violet energy shot forth, targeting Luoyu. The violet energy, emanating from a peak master of the purple rank, was formidable. Luoyu forced a bitter smile. Was her luck truly this abysmal today? As she contemplated this, her movements did not falter. Summoning her last vestiges of internal power, she unleashed a torrent of sword energy while retreating towards the cliff's edge. You still wish to escape? Do you truly disregard our presence? A chilling voice rang out, accompanied by two more streams of lethal violet energy, with wolves before her and tigers behind, ensnared in a web. How could she possibly break free? Luoyu felt a shiver run down her spine, her hair standing on end, her mouth bleeding from her clenched teeth, her grip on the sword causing the skin of her palm to split. Blood trickling forth, just as Luoyu braced herself to withstand the onslaught of four streams of violet energy. A sudden flash of silver light pierced the darkness. A silver-haired man descended, his fingers curling as he reached for the four streams of violet energy aimed at Luoyu. The energy stuttered, as if grasped by an unseen hand, before being torn asunder. The pressure surrounding Luoyu dissipated, and she instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her, with silver hair billowing and stepping through the air. Luoyu barely caught a glimpse of the man before a white and black gold crescent robe swept toward her. She instinctively extended her hand, grasping it tightly as she wrapped herself within its folds. The night wind howled, silver strands swirling chaotically. The silver-haired man's expression was icy. Who dares to seize my possessions in front of Yun Shirtian? What audacity! In that moment, the night was enshrouded in an eerie silence. Yun Shirtian, while others may fear you, we do not. Do not forget that we are two masters of the purple rank here. And though you are formidable, do you still dare to strike? The atmosphere thickened, and two figures emerged, their forms crackling with violet energy that sliced through the air towards Luoyu with a force that commanded the heavens. Yun Shirtian's expression darkened, with a flourish of his hands. Violet energy transformed into two lotus-like blossoms that rose from his grasp. Do you think that you, having just entered the purple rank, would dare to act recklessly before me? That it seems the Empire of Fantian has not educated you adequately. I, Yun Shirtian, only consider whether I wish to act. I have never been deterred by fear. His haughty words soared through the night, and in that instant Yun Shirtian flung the two blossoms forward to meet the incoming streams of violet energy. The clash resonated with a deafening boom. Yun Shirtian, you! Luoyu had just secured her garments when two agonized cries erupted, followed by a cataclysmic collision. Before she could lift her gaze, she felt her body propelled backward by the immense force of three powerful energies, hurtling toward the cliff behind her. Simultaneously, the smooth cliff face seemed unable to withstand the sheer force of their clash, abruptly splitting open to reveal a dark, gaping chasm. Luoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the cliff face yield? As she plunged towards the abyss, darkness enveloped her, and just as despair began to creep in, a flash of silver light illuminated above her as someone dove down, seizing her hand. The grip was icy yet incredibly strong. Luoyu looked upward, violet energy swirling around her, illuminating the darkness with a dazzling brilliance. Her hand trembled slightly. The night was dense. The combined might of the three masters of the purple rank unleashed a torrent of power, sweeping across the ground and forcing air into the depths of the chasm. The pressure was overwhelming, akin to being submerged under tens of thousands of tons of water, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Blood seeping from her mouth and nose. Even with Yun Shirtian's formidable grasp, he dared not confront the onslaught head-on. Surrounded by violet light, his silver hair billowing. He seized Luo Yu's hand and, instead of leaping upward, plunged deeper into the chasm as he dove. The oppressive force trailing behind was left in his wake. Once freed from the crushing pressure, Luo Yu exhaled, tasting blood in her mouth. The might of 3 top-tier masters was simply too overwhelming. As they descended rapidly, silver strands brushed against her face, intertwining with her dark locks. The chasm was not deep, and soon they neared its the bottom. A flicker of silver light appeared, a faint glow illuminating the pitch-black depths. A rusted iron door lay before them. Yun Shirtian, glancing at it, did not question how such a door resided in the depths of the cliff. With a flick of his sleeve, an immense force surged toward the iron door. With a resounding crash, the heavy door, weighing 1,000 pounds, was forced ajar by Yun Shirtian's power. Seizing the moment, he propelled Luo Yu inside, swiftly closing the door with a fierce shove. With a loud bang, the door sealed just as the powerful pressure from behind collided against it. In an instant, the door shuddered violently, accompanied by deafening rumblings from outside. Leaning against the stone door, Luo Yu panted slightly. Remarkable. The destructive force of 3 top-tier masters in combat was truly astounding. Listening to the cacophony of stones shattering outside, sealing them within, Luo Yu silently attempted to rub her temples as her hand moved. She felt a coldness gripping her wrist. Glancing down, she saw a powerful hand tightly clutching her, nearly digging into her flesh. Blinking in surprise, she turned to her side, finding Yun Shirtian, his silver hair cascading. Eyes closed in a serene expression as if sensing her gaze, Yun Shirtian suddenly opened his eyes and turned to her. His stunningly beautiful gaze shimmering with an otherworldly allure. Luo Yu instinctively raised a smile. But before she could fully form it, she saw his eyes flash with a murderous intent. The hand gripping her wrist swiftly moved to seize her throat. Spit it out. His voice was cold and devoid of mercy. Laced with a palpable threat, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, her expression darkening as though this man had no relation to her. His inexplicable act of saving her had stirred emotions within her, only to realize he was merely enraged over her consumption of his possession. If you can't spit it out, I will kill you, Yun Shirtian warned, tightening his grip around her throat, his eyes brimming with a murderous glint. Yet his beauty remained breathtaking. Luo Yu's face flushed crimson as she thought, how can someone so stunning be so cruel? Cursing internally, she swiftly moved, thrusting her knee sharply toward Yun Shirtian's abdomen. Though he was a purple rank master and she was no match for him, she resolved that if he sought her life, he would have to pay a price. With a cold snort, Yun Shirtian's eyes glinted, and his violet energy flared to meet Luo Yu's attack. Yet, unexpectedly as he shifted, his expression changed, narrowly avoiding her strike and instinctively covering his mouth. Coughed out. A fierce bout of coughing echoed within the cavernous darkness. Sensing the loosening of Yun Shirtian's grip, Luo Yu swiftly twisted her wrist, executing a small maneuver to capture his hand and wrench it away. In an instant, she shot backward, easily freeing herself from his grasp. With a firm stance, Luo Yu gazed at Yun Shirtian with a hint of surprise. Yun Shirtian's hand bore little strength, and this, Chapter 53. Cough. The coughing intensified, silver hair trembling rapidly, accompanied by a faint scent of blood that lingered in the air. Luo Yu's keen nose detected the odor, which vanished almost instantly. Yet she perceived it distinctly. Her brows furrowed momentarily as she recalled the chilling temperature of the hand that had gripped Yun Shirtian's. It was shockingly cold, a sensation she had overlooked upon entering. That was a temperature far from what a human should possess. Furthermore, her small hand, having landed on his pulse, registered a tumultuous rhythm. A sign of severe old injuries. In an instant, Luo Yu understood that Yun Shirtian required the inner core of the Tyrannosaurus for healing. Immediately, her resolve solidified. She possessed something that could save her life. She swiftly retreated a step, and with a parting of her lips, the fiery red inner core of the Tyrannosaurus was expelled from her mouth. Although she lacked the strength of the blue and purple sovereigns, she was not so feeble as to be unable to hold on to something the size of an infant's fist, swallowing it whole. This inner core of the Tyrannosaurus, which everyone assumed she had consumed, was merely clenched between her teeth, hidden in her mouth at a critical juncture. As soon as the inner core appeared, the coughing Yun Shirtian abruptly turned his head. His complexion slightly pale yet devoid of any visible signs of severe injury. Yet, the more he concealed his condition, the graver it became. Grasping the inner core, Luo Yu looked at Yun Shirtian and raised an eyebrow, saying, I may not be able to defeat you, but I certainly have the ability to crush this inner core. You dare? Yun Shirtian narrowed his eyes, a surge of murderous intent rising. Luo Yu clutched the inner core and scoffed. If you don't believe me, then try it. If this is of no use to me, you will be at a loss without it. Humph. Though her words trailed off, the implication was unmistakable upon hearing this. Yun Shirtian waved his hand, and purple energy began to brew within his palm. Those who dare to threaten me have yet to be born. Before he could finish his menacing words, his expression shifted slightly as he turned to the location where they stood at that very moment. Luoyu also noticed that the purple energy in Yun Shirtian's hand had vanished. It hadn't dissipated by his own volition. Nor had he been too injured to sustain it. Rather, it had disappeared as though absorbed by an unseen force. This left both Yun Shirtian and Luoyu astonished, prompting her to scrutinize their surroundings. The pure crystal emitted a soft glow, illuminating their standing place in exquisite detail. They were in a palace reminiscent of a crystal castle, casually adorned with pearls, shells, agate corals, and a myriad of treasures from the underwater realm. At this moment they appeared to be in the front hall upon entering in the forgetting river continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Amidst the scattered underwater treasures, a slab of black jade lay prominently in the center of the front hall, emblazoned with 8 characters in a flamboyant style, exuding an air of arrogance. A glance was enough for Luoyu to comprehend their location. She recalled that historical texts mentioned that the founding emperor of the Feiyu kingdom did not wield martial energy. Instead, he relied on sheer brute strength to carve out this vast empire amidst the prevailing martial energy of the forgetting river continent. Consequently, he harbored a deep disdain for martial energy, and the Feiyu kingdom's early practices in martial energy were chaotic at best. It was only after his death that the people were permitted to cultivate martial energy. Legends claimed that this founding emperor hailed from this very place, and she never expected to stumble into his lair today. Observing the layout, she recognized it as a martial formation established by the emperor, a formation specifically designed to absorb martial energy. Realizing her predicament and the gravity of the situation, Luoyu chuckled. Serves you right. Without martial energy and with your injuries, you still wish to kill me. Go to your demise. Yun Shirtian appeared to recall this unique founding emperor, and his countenance darkened as he shot Luoyu a sidelong glare. Noticing this, Luoyu tossed the Tyrannosaurus inner core and strode confidently toward the corridor ahead. You think such a trivial trick can confine me? Observing Luoyu's spirited demeanor, Yun Shirtian's eyes churned with intensity, and his breath grew fierce. Without looking back, Luoyu remarked, "Of course, the purple sovereign king is not so easily ensnared. However, I strongly advise you against making any further moves, for otherwise your injuries will worsen, and I will not come to your aid." Upon hearing this, Yun Shirtian felt a chill seize him. He was acutely aware of his own injuries. "That I have said." Smack! Before Yun Shirtian's icy words could fully escape his lips, Luoyu raised her hand, and the red Tyrannosaurus inner core flew directly toward him. Chapter 54. Yun Shirtian was momentarily taken aback as he reached out to catch it. "For the sake of this robe, I shall not hold a sickly man accountable." Luoyu flicked the fabric of Yun Shirtian's robe. However, upon hearing this, Yun Shirtian's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as he coldly retorted, "Even as a sick man, killing you would be a mere trifle with that." He suppressed his murderous intent, flipping his wrist as he began to absorb the power of the Tyrannosaurus inner core while moving forward. The winding path led to the exquisitely crafted crystal palace. It was said that this founding emperor was a fisherman, intimately familiar with the underwater realm, and it appeared to be true. As they traversed the corridor, they passed through the front hall and entered the central hall. In contrast to the casually displayed precious items of the front hall, the central hall was barren, devoid of anything save for walls adorned with a myriad of intricate paintings. There were depictions of sunrises and sunsets, battlefields, picturesque lakes and mountains, and mythical creatures. A dazzling array of art and odors. Luoyu crossed her arms, meticulously examining her surroundings. She had studied mechanisms during her time in the sect, but she was uncertain if they were akin to those here. Deep in thought, calculating positions to find the mechanism to open the hall's door, Yun Shirtian stepped inside and observed Luoyu in this very manner. Cold eyes swept across the doorless palace, and a glint of ruthless intent flickered in Yun Shirtian's gaze as he stepped forward and kicked against one wall. The purple energy surged forth, and with a resounding crash, the towering wall shattered under his force, collapsing in a heap. Luoyu turned to witness the scene, raising an eyebrow. Despite his severe internal injuries, Yun Shirtian continued to act recklessly. But if he sought death, why should she intervene? Thus Luoyu chose not to say more. Seeing him so domineeringly disregard the search for mechanisms and instead destroy them, she found it convenient. As the wall crumbled, it revealed a vast space. Within the shimmering, soft crystal light, black and white pieces lay sprawled before them, forming a chessboard displaying a challenging endgame. The pieces, almost the size of millstones, floated amidst an abyss of profound darkness. With no visible chessboard beneath them, The pieces resembled mountains standing independently in the cosmos, surrounded by boundless cliffs. The distance between the pieces was immense, with no discernible end, as though they were placed in the midst of heaven and earth. Above them, a dark expanse of stone loomed ominously, seemingly within arm's reach, juxtaposed against the abyss below the chess pieces. Luoyu furrowed her brow deeply. This was a predicament she did not know how to play Go. So how would she navigate this endgame? While Luoyu frowned in contemplation, Yun Shitian scanned the chessboard before him, letting out a cold huff. Suddenly, he gathered his breath and leaped toward the board that he landed on a white piece. Not pausing as he soared toward the next piece, Luoyu, trailing behind him, felt a spark of hope. While she lacked the skills Yun Shitian evidently did without a second thought, she lifted her skirt and followed his lead. As they leaped, the path remained free of traps however. As the distance between the pieces widened, Yun Shitian, relying solely on his own formidable strength without martial energy, began to struggle, yet he showed no signs of slowing down. Luoyu observed his silhouette, tall and proud, his silver hair billowing defiantly. Even in such a grave state, Yun Shitian commanded respect. How formidable could he truly be? Luoyu remained speechless. Whoosh! As Yun Shitian leaped from one white piece to another, he suddenly faltered, his foot slipping on the edge of a piece. Immediately, a faint sound echoed as a dark crimson, fire-like whirlpool surged from beneath the tilted piece, rushing toward him. Flowing fire, Luoyu gasped. Flowing fire was a fire of profound iron, 100 times more venomous than ordinary flames. A mere touch would leave one charred and severely injured. Containing deadly poison within, Yun Shitian's eyes glimmered with fierce light upon witnessing this. He had never feared such trifles before. However, facing two purple sovereigns today, his internal injuries were exacerbated, and now he was constrained by the formation, a truly infuriating predicament. Seething with cold rage, Yun Shitian moved swiftly, kicking off the air without any leverage. He spun midair and lunged toward the next piece. Luoyu watched intently as she realized that Yun Shitian's movements had slowed. At this speed and strength, he would surely fall short. Assuming this, Luoyu raised her hand. Her crescent white robe trimmed with purple and gold dazzling to the eye. Chapter 55. This person sigh. It seems he cannot escape on his own, so I shall lend him a hand with a leap as swift as a meteor. The formation's balance against martial energy held no sway over her. With a light touch of her foot, she caught up to the descending Yun Shitian, grasping his arm and bringing him to the predetermined piece. Yun Shitian glanced sideways, his eyes darkening. Do you think I thought the piece was descending? Before Yun Shitian could finish his icy retort, Luoyu's expression shifted suddenly. The piece beneath them was sinking. Quickly, tell me your position. I'm faster than you. Luoyu's demeanor turned serious. Yun Shitian furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing Luoyu, glancing at her before taking flight. Luoyu tightly grasped Yun Shitian's hand as they soared into the air. Forward 2, leap upwards, she commanded. Left 4, right 3. With an air of calmness and precision, Yun Shitian guided her amidst the rapid descent of the chess pieces, as if she were gliding through the air. Forward 7. No, incorrect. Forward 9. What? You? Luoyu, suspended in midair, felt a surge of anger at Yun Shitian's sudden change of direction, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Forward 9. That's a 2-position difference. Taking a deep breath, she impulsively seized Yun Shitian's arm and, with a sharp exclamation, hurled him towards the piece at forward 9. Yet her own form plummeted towards the piece at forward 7. Witnessing this, Yun Shitian's usual disdainful demeanor, which regarded others as mere ants, faltered momentarily. He turned to gaze at Luoyu, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment and a hint of unease. Never had anyone before him made such a choice. In stark contrast to Yun Shitian's bewilderment, Luoyu remained focused. Her speed was unmatched. Even if hidden arrows were aimed at her, she could evade them. However, facing multiple Yun Shitians posed a different challenge. She landed on the incorrect piece, but without hesitation. She moved as swiftly as lightning beneath the erroneous piece. There were no traps, yet the moment her foot made contact, a massive stone above rumbled ominously, descending rapidly. Damn it! Luoyu cried out, leaping to Yun Shitian's side and clasping his hand as they both surged forward. Pushing their speed to its limits. A faint light flickered ahead, marking the exit, while the stone above descended with the swiftness of the wind, almost upon them. Forward 5, forward 11, right 17, and we can escape, Yun Shitian announced, revealing the final positions. Luoyu's eyes blazed with urgency as she pushed her body to its extremes, but the stone loomed perilously close. Dragging Yun Shitian along with her, she noticed him glancing at her hand, which clung tightly to his. He had delivered all the positional information. With her speed, she could abandon him and still make a dash for safety, yet she remained resolutely at his side. A fleeting glimmer of light crossed Yun Shitian's icy ruthless gaze as he suddenly uttered, "What are you afraid of?" "I am here." With those 6 words, his brow sharpened, and his free hand swiftly clenched the air, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that coalesced into a luminous sphere. "How dare such a small formation obstruct me? Break it!" His arrogant declaration resonated like a thunderous echo from the depths of the earth. As his purple energy flared violently, the formation absorbing the energy was shattered by his single, decisive strike. With a powerful blow directed skyward, the purple energy collided thunderously with the massive stone. The descent of the stone momentarily halted, suspended in midair. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Yu grasped Yun Shirtian and propelled herself towards the gleaming light ahead. With a resounding crash, they tumbled out of the chess formation and into the central hall, just as the enormous stone crashed down behind them, merging with the ground. "What a close call!" Luo Yu exclaimed. But before she could finish, Yun Shirtian, unable to suppress himself any longer, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You." Luo Yu's expression turned grave as she witnessed his condition. Yun Shirtian, with a pale visage devoid of color, immediately collapsed and began to meditate, attempting to stabilize his energy. Seeing him in such a state, Luo Yu's heart sank. This Yun Shirtian, his injuries. She observed his face, which was drained of blood, as an icy aura threatened to engulf him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she sighed and approached him. Crouching before Yun Shirtian, she spoke softly, "Do not resist. I shall assist you in healing." Before she could finish, Yun Shirtian suddenly opened his eyes, seized her arm and pulled her close, capturing her lips in a fierce kiss that bound her in his embrace. Chapter 56. With fervent intensity, he bit down, a savage kiss that bore the ferocity of a wild beast. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned, only becoming aware of the metallic taste of blood at the corner of her mouth, which ignited a surge of anger within her. How dare he? Just moments ago he sought to kill her, and now he was kissing her with such fervor. What madness was this? Her hands shot out like lightning, gripping his arms tightly as she forcefully tried to pull away. She expected him, weakened from injuries, to relent under her strength, but to her astonishment, Yun Shirtian's grip remained unyielding. As he leaned back, both of them tumbled to the ground, entwined in a chaotic embrace that made it appear as though Luo Yu had initiated the kiss. Fuming with rage, she tightened her grip, channeling her strength into her hold. Yet, as she prepared to exert force, she felt an odd sensation in her fingers. Something was amiss. The skin beneath her fingers felt cold as ice on his left arm, nearly numbing her, while his right arm radiated an almost scalding heat. What was happening? Luo Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. Was there a complication with his injuries? In that moment, her grip inadvertently caused him pain, prompting Yun Shirtian to lift his head and release her lips. Luo Yu, taken aback, met his gaze only to find his eyes shimmering with an entrancing darkness, reminiscent of the most exquisite gemstones, captivating her very soul. A sudden jolt coursed through her heart, followed by a realization. This beauty, this allure in his eyes, could not bode well. As she released her hold on his arm, her anger flared anew. "What are you playing at? Let go of me." Before she could finish her furious retort, Yun Shirtian's voice, low and gravelly, interrupted her. "You bear a striking resemblance." Chapter 57. His words hung in the air, laden with an enigmatic weight. Resemble whom? Luo Yu's thoughts raced, her anger momentarily stilled in the depths of her mind. A flicker of understanding ignited. It was then that she recalled their first encounter in the Flying Fish Hall, where he had looked back at her a second time, and why he had intervened to save her. The realization hit her like a thunderclap. Her eyes bore a resemblance to someone he recognized. The magnitude of his actions, risking his own injuries to eliminate those 2 purple-clad rulers, was not merely for the magic core she possessed, but perhaps more so due to this uncanny similarity. She felt a surge of anger welling up within her. "I do not care about resembling anyone." Before she could voice her frustration fully, Yun Shirtian's voice, deep and resonant, broke through. "Your eyes, that they truly resemble." Luo Yu's mind raced, processing his words. Her eyes could not possibly compare to the beauty of his. Yet, as she grappled with her emotions, the indignation that had risen within her dissipated as swiftly as it had come. His warm fingers caressed her eyelids, and a smile graced his face, akin to a hellish lotus blooming amidst flames, radiating a captivating charm. The sight of Yun Shirtian smiling, an occurrence so rare, left Luo Yu utterly mesmerized. Her gaze locked onto him. As he gently kissed her eyes, a wave of tenderness enveloped her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Was it possible? The cold-hearted Yun Shirtian, capable of such gentleness? Just as she pondered this, his expression shifted abruptly. The warmth and nostalgia were replaced by a chilling ruthlessness, sending a shiver down her spine. "Such eyes should not exist in this world," he murmured darkly, his grip tightening around her. causing her eyelids to sting. He was going to extract her eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she swiftly tilted her head back, shouting, "Yun Shirtan!" In a desperate attempt, she struck his Baihui point with her palm. The sound reverberated through the empty hall, amplifying the force of her strike. Yun Shirtian, momentarily startled by the thunderous noise, regained clarity in his eyes, averting her attack with a slight turn of his head. His brow furrowed in irritation as he regarded her. "Release me." "Luo Yu demanded." "You are the one clinging to me," he retorted coldly, his expression darkening once more. In that moment, Luo Yu realized the ominous shift in his demeanor. The expressionless Yun Shirtian revealed no signs of injury or any other thoughts on his face, yet the darkness of his eyes suggested otherwise. The fluctuations of this man's emotions could only be discerned through his gaze. As his eyes darkened further, it seemed he was on the verge of losing himself once more. Luo Yu's brow furrowed. Such a formidable Yun Shirtian should not be plagued by such issues, particularly one where he could not control his own consciousness. It was his injury. Luo Yu's eyes brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand upon Yun Shirtian's forehead. While her other hand, which had been gripping his arm, swiftly moved to his pulse, Yun Shirtian's gaze darkened at once, his voice icy. "Remove your hand. Who permitted you?" His forehead was burning, an astonishingly high temperature, as two opposing forces within him clashed violently, creating chaos within his veins, threatening to collapse at any moment. "Damn it!" Luo Yu's expression shifted slightly. Yun Shirtian's injury had suddenly worsened. "Discard the demon core quickly. Throw it away. It is of no use to you and is, in fact, harmful." With a palm pressed against Yun Shirtian's crown, Luo Yu channeled her inner strength, stabilizing the clarity of his spirit. The frigid energy within Yun Shirtian was overwhelming. While the Bawanglong's inner core was fiery in nature, this clash would have dire consequences. Upon receiving this jolt, Yun Shirtian's eyes instantly regained their clarity, awakening from his confusion. The title of Purple Sovereign King was not mere talk. Once his mind cleared, he immediately sensed something amiss. Releasing his grip, he hurled the 11th level demon core away simultaneously. He formed a lotus gesture with his hands, initiating his healing process. Yet, his own injuries were grave. He was in no condition to act today. However, he had repeatedly engaged in battle, and now, under the assault of the Bawanglong's inner core, the turmoil within him rendered Yun Shirtian nearly uncontrollable. Luo Yu, holding onto Yun Shirtian's pulse, keenly perceived everything. Seeing his face, one side flushed crimson as if blood could drip from it, while the other side turned a deep purple, beginning to frost over. Luo Yu felt a moment of hesitation. If she aided Yun Shirtian, would he turn on her with lethal intent? What should she do? Yet, that tenderness, that smile, the injuries he had endured for her. Her hesitation was fleeting. Luo Yu sighed softly. "I will assist you. Do not resist my power." With that, she released Yun Shirtian and squatted between his legs, deftly unfastening his garments. Upon hearing her words, Yun Shirtian opened his eyes wide and shot her a cold glance. Luo Yu pouted. Did he think she wished for this? She was unfamiliar with healing through combat, but she understood ancient martial arts. Yun Shirtian's injury was located in his dantian, situated in his lower abdomen, and she lacked the ability to transfer energy through clothing. As she unveiled Yun Shirtian's torso, revealing his six-pack abs entwined with taut skin, the honey-colored complexion was not the pallor of prolonged illness but rather a vision that was enticing. A half-naked figure laid before Luo Yu, providing an undeniable feast for the eyes. Chapter 58. Luo Yu smirked slightly. Her right hand pressed down upon Yun Shirtian's lower abdomen, precisely at the dantian, as she began to channel her energy for his healing. The crystal palace was spacious and desolate. A half-naked man lay on the ground, while an unkempt woman squatted between his legs. Such a vivid scene, viewed from behind, certainly sparked the imagination. There was no wind, no rain. Within the underground crystal palace, the passage of time was imperceptible, save for the rise and fall of their breaths. After a considerable time, Luo Yu finally withdrew her hand and stood. However, her foot slipped, nearly causing her to stumble again. She steadied herself, her face pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The internal injuries were severe, affecting almost every meridian. Such grave injuries rendered her incapable of further action. Yet Yun Shirtian had recklessly engaged in battle repeatedly today. It was as if he were courting death to endure such injuries and still remain this strong. Left Luo Yu in awe. She could only wonder how powerful Yun Shirtian would be in perfect condition. Gazing at Yun Shirtian, she realized that it had cost her a significant portion of her power to jointly suppress the flare-up of his old wounds. It had exhausted her. Meanwhile, Yun Shirtian's complexion had improved considerably. Although still somewhat pale, the frost and fiery energy had dissipated, wiping the sweat from her brow. Luoyu noticed that Yun Shirtian had yet to regain consciousness, prompting her to begin unfastening the heavy robe he wore. It was too hot. Initially she had not noticed, but now she found the robe excessively thick for summer wear, almost akin to winter attire. Swiftly unfastening the long robe, Luoyu glanced at her own wound on her chest. It was not deep, though it appeared alarming. In reality, it was merely a superficial injury. Deciding not to dwell on it, she bent down, grasped the hem of her clothing and tore a strip from it, fashioning a makeshift bandage to cover the torn garment, transforming it into a snug fit. Turning around, she picked up Yun Shirtian's long robe, intending to drape it over him, only to find that he had already sat up and was looking at her with an impassive expression. Seeing this, Luoyu extended her hand and tossed the robe towards him. Your old injuries are too severe. I advise you to refrain from engaging in battle if possible, otherwise void God art. Who is Di Fantian to you? Before Luoyu could finish her admonition, Yun Shirtian suddenly spoke, his dark eyes swirling with a tempestuous fury, an intimidating darkness overtaking his expression. Luoyu was taken aback. Void God art? Di Fantian? What was that? After a moment of surprise, Luoyu felt a surge of anger. Having expended her energy selflessly to assist him in healing, she found it infuriating that he awoke without a shred of gratitude, and instead seemed ready to unleash his wrath upon her. It was as if she would be ruthlessly slain should she utter a word. That in that instant, Luoyu's expression hardened, and she retorted furiously, Yun Shirtian, get this straight. I, Jun Luoyu, owe you nothing. Do you not unleash your madness upon me? If I were your enemy, why would I risk my life to save you? Do you think me a fool or an idiot? If you cannot appreciate my help, that's one thing, but if you seek to find an excuse to kill me, let us see if you possess the capability. You arrogant scoundrel, I have suffered through a lifetime of misfortune expending my energy to save you. Her words flowed forth like a torrent, revealing the depth of her ire. As soon as she finished speaking, Luoyu turned sharply, striding toward the central hall, wishing to avoid his presence, dismissing it as if she had saved a pig in a fit of madness. Apologies. In a furious huff, she turned to leave, but as she took her first step, Yun Shirtian's low voice reached her ears. Luoyu halted abruptly, momentarily stunned, and turned to face him. Would this man actually apologize? Had she misheard? Yun Shirtian knelt, his previously menacing aura dissipating, revealing a languid arrogance. He rested one arm on his bent knee, silver hair cascading from his temples, his robe slightly open, revealing a half-naked form, his gaze cast sideways, almost making one gasp in surprise. Their eyes locked, an unspoken confrontation ensued. After a long moment, Luoyu exhaled, turning around. Since he had apologized, she would let it go. She was not one to hold grudges with those skills of his. He was hardly worthy of being associated with Di Fantian. Just as Luoyu turned, Yun Shirtian's cold voice cut through the air. Luoyu was left speechless. It seemed her prior assumption was incorrect. It was not a matter of misjudging him, but rather that she did not meet his standards to be considered his adversary. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Chapter 59. Well then, considering that despite his domineering nature and cold-heartedness, he still possessed a modicum of awareness to amend his mistakes, she would not press the issue. Yun Shirtian's gaze lingered on Luoyu as he observed her rolling her eyes. His attention drifted down her face, resting upon her lips, which bore the marks of having been bitten. Swollen and red, a rather distressing sight. Yet, strangely, he found it appealing, quite full. He brushed his fingers over the corner of his own lips, where a mark left by Luoyu's bite lingered for a brief moment. The central hall fell into silence, an air of subtle intimacy beginning to rise between them. Luoyu shot Yun Shirtian a glare, her voice firm. Let us go. Yun Shirtian glanced at her, then stood to adjust his attire. Donning the robe Luoyu had worn moments before, his hands tucked within its sleeves. For reasons unknown, the long robe he was accustomed to wearing now carried an inexplicable fragrance, warm and inviting. Yun Shirtian inhaled the scent, which was unlike any he had encountered before, soothing and delightful. As he observed Yun Shirtian's movements, Luoyu felt her gaze waver. Though not inherently lewd, the moment held an undeniable allure once he was prepared. Yun Shirtian noticed Luoyu's gaze wandering, and he followed her line of sight, landing on the 11th level demon core lying on the ground. His expression darkened, having been injured by the chill of ice in the past. He had sought the fiery demon core to heal himself, traveling great distances to find the Bowanglong, only to discover it was worthless. With that, he raised his foot and aimed to step on the fiery red demon core. Luoyu, catching sight of his intent, cried out, Hey, don't step on it! Yun Shirtian's brows furrowed, his voice icy as he enunciated each word. I am not called Hey. There was a hint of menace in his tone. Luoyu's lips twitched. Why would you destroy such a valuable demon core? Useless, why keep it? Yun Shirtian retorted, disdain evident in his gaze. Don't give it to me then. Luoyu exclaimed, hastily retrieving the precious item. This was a treasure that had not been seen in the kingdom of Feiyu for a millennium, and Yun Shirtian was willing to destroy it without a second thought. What a waste! Yun Shirtian glanced at her, then waved his sleeve dismissively as he began to walk away. It's merely an inanimate object. If you desire it, I can provide you with a box. His voice was cold, exuding an air of superiority. Luoyu fell silent. The disparity between them was painfully evident. A box? An 11th level demon core. Truly, the heavens were unjust. Following this exchange, the two walked toward the central hall. Luoyu leading the way, with Yun Shirtian following closely behind. Yun Shirtian clasped his hands within his sleeves, traversing the path in silence, his gaze fixed upon Luoyu with an audacious intensity that was both brazen and unyielding. Luoyu remained indifferent to his scrutiny. The crystal palace lay in a tranquil stillness, yet an unusual aura began to flow through this space, a silence that spoke volumes as they passed through countless crimson and azure silks in the central hall. The entirety of the hall was laid bare before them. A lake, adorned with resplendent lotus blossoms, revealed its leaves unfurling gracefully upon the water surface, the flowers themselves blooming exquisitely. The sound of rushing water echoed from above, immersing one in an illusion of being submerged. Luoyu mused to herself that this place must indeed be situated at the riverbed. A rather ingenious notion. The lotus flowers, vibrant yet wilting, caught Luoyu's keen eye. And after a moment of careful observation she chuckled softly. Indeed, there is some craft to it with that. She crouched by the lakeside, plucking a lotus blossom and methodically tearing it petal by petal. Yun Shirtian stood majestically beside Luoyu, unyielding and detached, merely surveying the expansive lake before his attention returned solely to her. The petals, shredded into countless fragments, were grasped within Luoyu's hands as she stood, gazing at the lake's surface with a playful smirk. Suddenly, she tossed her hands upwards, and the myriad of petals cascaded forth like celestial flowers scattering across the lake. They flew swiftly, creating a soft rustling sound. The delicate threads of silver connecting the lake's surface to the stones above, resembling strands of spider silk, snapped and drifted away under the onslaught of Luoyu's flying blossoms. The flying flowers were as lethal as they were ephemeral, embodying the essence of ancient martial prowess. Yun Shirtian's expression remained impassive. Luoyu did not retort. She recognized that, despite his youth, Yun Shirtian was an exceptionally formidable presence, while she herself was undeniably at a disadvantage. However, she was still 6 years shy of 20, and when that time came, she smirked with that thought. She stepped onto the unobstructed white jade bridge. As she ascended a few steps, Luoyu glanced at the water below, suddenly halting in astonishment, blinking in surprise at the lake. Noticing her reaction, Yun Shirtian also turned to observe. The lake was shallow, remarkably clear. Below the surface, artificial and natural lotus flowers intertwined, their roots a mesmerizing tapestry of jade-like transparency. Amidst these roots, small river fish darted playfully, swimming with abandon. Yun Shirtian cast a glance at the fish below, noting that Luoyu was captivated by them, prompting him to dismissively continue towards the white jade bridge. What was there to see in the river fish? While intriguing, they were hardly remarkable. Just as he took a few more steps, he heard a splash behind him. Luoyu had leapt into the water without hesitation. Yun Shirtian did not look back, merely furrowing his brow slightly, continuing onward without pause. The water was shallow, and upon crossing the floating bridge, Yun Shirtian turned to gaze at Luoyu by the lakeside. He beheld her with her clothing hiked up at the waist and pant legs rolled high, actively fishing in the lake. Yun Shirtian cast a brief glance at her, refraining from commanding her to return to shore. Instead, watching her in silence. After several attempts, Luoyu emerged with a handful of river fish. On the spot, she dispatched them, pulling out a flint to begin roasting them. She was famished, having eaten only once the previous morning before engaging in a frenzied escape and exhausting her energy to heal Yun Shirtian. In such dire circumstances, not finding food would have been tolerable, but upon spotting the edible fish, her hunger surged intensely. Moreover, who knew how many traps and grand halls lay ahead in the Crystal Palace? Filling her stomach was the wisest course of action. The flames were modest, yet Luoyu skillfully utilized the branches of the artificial lotus to roast the fish, and soon the savory aroma wafted through the air. Yun Shirtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, neither too close nor too far from Luoyu, gazing into the lotus pond, seemingly indifferent to her culinary endeavors, yet not moving on, as if waiting for her. Yet, his haughty demeanor betrayed no hint of this expectation. As Luoyu flipped the roasted fish, she observed Yun Shirtian's formidable silhouette, exuding an aura of cold detachment, a stark contrast to the gentle smile he had once shared during her moment of vulnerability. This man had forged his soul and body with iron will, locking away the warmth and tenderness of his past self. Luoyu's lashes fluttered slightly. Having witnessed Yoon Shirtian's gentleness, she found herself unable to fear this cold and violent version of him. Moreover, a faint softness lingered in her heart. Surely, no one is born with such a temperament. Raising her eyes to survey Yoon Shirtian's aloof back, Luoyu sighed quietly, realizing her own weakness for gentleness was a flaw in her character. Beside the desolate lake, amidst the blooming pink lotuses, Yoon Shirtian lowered his gaze to the roasted fish offered to him. His long lashes fluttering slightly, he did not extend his hand to accept it but instead turned his gaze down at Luoyu from his elevated position. Unsettled by the disparity in height, Luoyu tilted her head defiantly and said, "If you're worried I might poison it, you need not eat." Without allowing Yoon Shirtian a chance to reply, she thrust the fish into his hands and turned to walk away. Watching Luoyu return to her roasting, Yoon Shirtian glanced down at the fish in his grasp. She was not his, yet she dared approach him without fear or ulterior motives. She was the first to do so. Pausing for a moment, Yoon Shirtian slowly took a bite of the fish, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his dark eyes. "Did I permit it?" he declared in a low tone, both domineering and authoritative. "I permit what?" Luoyu stared at him, a glimmer of suspicion crossing her features as she gnawed at the fish, pondering what Yoon Shirtian had just allowed. Noticing her doubt, he leisurely took another bite of the fish and remarked, "I permit you to like me." With a start, Luoyu bit down sharply, inadvertently snapping the green stem of the lotus. Ouch! The moment she tasted the scorching flesh of the fish, she was jolted back to reality. Exclaiming in pain as she struggled to spit it out, what nonsense was this Yoon Shirtian spouting? She covered her mouth, inhaling sharply as she glared at him. That he permitted her to like him? What did that even mean? When had she ever expressed such sentiment? How could he be so audacious? Seeing Luoyu clutching her mouth, her face flushed with excitement, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Yoon Shirtian's gaze. He continued to eat the fish leisurely, satisfied that he had granted her permission to like him, a sentiment he found rather pleasing. "That I don't recall ever." As the pain in her mouth subsided slightly, Luoyu attempted to retort, but upon meeting Yoon Shirtian's penetrating gaze, laden with an undeniable certainty, she fell silent. Was it possible she had ever let slip her feelings for him? Thus began her introspection. Reflecting on her own emotions in a way she had never done before, the silence between them grew as they both savored their roasted fish, albeit Luoyu's enjoyment was marred by a sense of unease. While Yoon Shirtian found the fish quite palatable, the river breeze was cool and refreshing. Their subsequent journey, amidst Luoyu's contemplative meanderings, led them unobstructed to the main hall of the Crystal Palace, the stronghold of the founding monarch of Feiyu. Yoon Shirtian remained with his hands folded within his sleeves, allowing what he perceived as Luoyu's buoyant excitement to flourish as he walked leisurely behind her. Appearing to indulge her joy, the main hall of the Crystal Palace was devoid of opulence, lacking the treasures of coral and agate. It resembled a humble thatched cottage, furnished with a table, a chair, and a bookshelf upon which lay a scattered collection of antiquities, looking exceedingly simple. This must have been the dwelling of the founding monarch of Feiyu before his rise to power. As Luoyu meandered through the space, observing intently, she temporarily set aside her feelings for Yoon Shirtian, appreciating the opportunity to witness the lair of a prodigy who had conquered the continent through martial prowess. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Yoon Shirtian, poised before the desk, suddenly made a move, tossing a dark red pill towards Luoyu. She reached out instinctively to catch it, bringing it to her nose to discern its scent and purpose. "It enhances your power. It will be beneficial to you," Yoon Shirtian stated without turning, his hands retreating back into his sleeves as he cast a cursory glance at the other pills on the desk before departing. As if dismissing them as unworthy. At that moment, Luoyu recognized the properties of the pill he had thrown her. The bawangdan at it is indeed a remarkable item for enhancing one's inner strength, capable of increasing one's power by at least a decade. This elixir is not a product of demonic beasts' inner cores, but rather a pure concoction derived solely from medicinal herbs. It holds immense benefits for someone like her, who cannot rely on the inner cores of magical beasts to elevate her abilities. It is also highly effective for your injuries. Luoyu cast a glance at Yoon Shirtian. This item is extraordinary. However, she trusts that since Yoon Shirtian can discern its utility for her, he would not overlook its potential benefits for his own wounds. "He won't perish." Yoon Shirtian, with his back turned to Luoyu, responded in a deep voice, then turned to glance at her, saying, "You are too weak." Luoyu watched as Yoon Shirtian turned away. Was he, in a sense, expressing concern for her? Gripping the elixir in her hand, she pondered that he had relinquished something beneficial to her simply because she held affection for him, while he seemed unconcerned about his own injuries. which were of far greater importance. In that moment, Luo Yu felt a genuine surprise. Just as she was lost in thought, Yun Shirtian stood before the bookshelf, reaching for a book and saying, "Come here." The thatched cottage was not large, and with a mere turn of her head, Luo Yu could see the book in Yun Shirtian's hand. This volume force was quite good. Although it differed somewhat from her own cultivation method, there were aspects from which she could learn. Study it for now. I will find you something better when we return. Yun Shirtian flipped through 2 pages before directly handing the book to Luo Yu. She glanced down and saw it was the secret to the lifelong martial arts of the founding monarch of the Feiyu Kingdom. This exceedingly simple book, nestled among a collection of tattered tomes, would certainly not have caught her eye had he not drawn her attention to it. This man was indeed assisting her in selecting what she needed. Yun Shirtian, you should find what you need. I can manage on my own. Is there anything here that I desire? It was not a question but a retort. Yun Shirtian's expression bore no disdain. Yet his tone and demeanor exuded contempt. There was no doubt about it. The elder of Feiyu possessed some skills, but in his eyes, they amounted to little more than that. Anything he lacked, the elder would undoubtedly not possess either. Yun Shirtian's hands were clasped behind his back. Luo Yu, upon hearing this, lightly tapped the corner of the book against her brow. She had almost forgotten the words spoken by the red-haired man when she first encountered Yun Shirtian. That the Feiyu Kingdom was not even regarded by them, which revealed the extent of Yun Shirtian's influence. This was not mere arrogance. It was a fact. Yet, facts aside, the feeling was still different. Yun Shirtian, did your old wounds result from being injured during your training? Luo Yu suddenly asked, gazing at him. Yun Shirtian turned to look at her, neither nodding nor refuting her question, simply regarding her with a cold stare. After weighing her words in her heart, she slowly said, Yun Shirtian, thank you for this elixir. In the future, I will concoct a pill for you. Even if it cannot heal you, it will ensure that you do not suffer from the chill for 3 years. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of surprise flashed in Yun Shirtian's eyes. As if he had never considered that Luo Yu possessed such capability. However, the surprise quickly faded, and he looked at her solemnly, saying, I do not wish to hear the word thank you. Should I hear it again, you shall pay attention to your bones. With those words, carrying a touch of severity, Luo Yu's gaze subtly shifted. She understood the implication behind his words. Only outsiders would express polite gratitude, while those who need not say thank you. I am displeased that you address me by my full name. Change it. Coldly turning away, Yun Shirtian walked out, stating with a harsh tone, it is only natural for you to concoct medicine for me. Only natural. Luo Yu's brow lifted. Her affection for him justified her efforts to heal him, which was indeed a matter of course. His treatment of her stemmed from her feelings, and since he permitted her affection, his kindness towards her was merely expected. This Yun Shirtian that was so direct. For a moment, Luo Yu felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Yet a subtle stir resonated within her heart. Having departed, Yun Shirtian stood before the stone table outside the thatched cottage, gazing up at the dark, beam-like ceiling. Observing his actions, Luo Yu quickly grasped his intention. You wish to exit from here? Above, the faint sound of flowing water could be heard, indicating a weak overhead structure. Thus, exiting here would present a viable route. Annoying, Yun Shirtian muttered that he was exasperated. This small crystal palace held nothing of use to him, and he no longer had the patience to navigate further. Luo Yu, upon hearing his words, tucked away the book and the elixir. Given the dampness of the underground river and Yun Shirtian's severe injuries, it was best to ascend swiftly, with her left hand grasping her sword and her right hand naturally taking hold of Yun Shirtian's unresponsive hand. Luo Yu gauged the height of the stone wall above, took a deep breath and with a soft whistle soared into the air, swinging her sword towards the overhead stone wall. Yun Shirtian, following her lead, did not resist as she held his hand. Although the small stone wall was trivial, with Luo Yu's assistance, he found no reason to feel discontent. The sword cut through the air with the swiftness of a startled phoenix. A flash of white light erupted as the stone wall above emitted a resounding crash, creating a hole the size of a grinding stone. Water from above immediately gushed through the breach, cascading down in torrents. Luo Yu, wielding her sword in an elegant flourish, leveraged the hole to propel herself and Yun Shirtian upward. Charging through the opening as they burst forth from the river, the water splashed against their faces, stinging their skin. Luo Yu and Yun Shirtian emerged like a startled dragon breaking through the clouds. Cutting through the tumultuous waves and surfacing from the riverbed, water sprayed around them as Luo Yu executed a graceful somersault, landing on the grassy bank. Just as they landed, several piercing sounds sliced through the air. A few streaks of blue energy shot towards them from a distance, glowing brilliantly and moving with the speed of lightning. Luo Yu shook her head to clear the water from her eyes, and before she could fully open them, She gripped her sword and stepped forward to shield Yun Shirtian from the incoming attackers. Master. The blue energy descended, and the assailants, without sparing a glance at Luo Yu, knelt before Yun Shirtian, filled with trepidation. Only then did Luo Yu recognize them. The aloof figure in blue from the Fei Yu Hall and the red-haired man among others, Yun Shirtian's subordinates. Luo Yu promptly sheathed her sword, wisely stepping aside. Raised eye in contrast. Yun Shirtian regarded Luo Yu with satisfaction before addressing the newcomers nonchalantly. Master, why did you take action? How can your body withstand this? As soon as Yun Shirtian's words fell, the red-haired man leaped forward, his face a mask of urgency as he seized Yun Shirtian's wrist to check his pulse. The man in blue wore an expression of self-reproach and indignation. Lamenting, "It is my fault, Yen Fei, that I failed to protect the master adequately, allowing him to act personally. My sin is unforgivable. I am fine. Get up. I do not wish to repeat myself," Yun Shirtian said, his voice low and stern as he looked at Yen Fei. Master, what is this pulse?" As he felt Yun Shirtian's pulse, the initial concern on Yen Chen's face transformed into astonishment. The injury had been controlled and had not flared up. "Come here." Amidst Yen Chen's surprise, Yun Shirtian suddenly locked eyes with Luo Yu, speaking in a calm tone. Luo Yu raised her eyebrows, remaining rooted in place. Seeing her in action, Yun Shirtian glanced at her before slowly addressing Yen Fei and Yen Chan. "Jun Luo Yu." Yen Fei and Yen Chan were momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned to Luo Yu, equally astonished. This implication. Their master was introducing Jun Luo Yu to them personally. "Yen Fei, Yen Chan, my aides. Qi, Chang, Huang, Lu, Qing, Lan and Zi, my 7 generals," Yun Shirtian stated, gesturing towards Luo Yu. A heavy silence enveloped the air. This was indeed an introduction. Yen Fei and Yen Chan exchanged glances, their astonishment utterly unmasked, as their master Yun Shirtian was introducing her to them. How could it be that in just 2 days, she had become someone significant to their master? They had followed him since childhood, earning his trust, and yet this woman. As they observed Luo Yu, drenched and disheveled, a flicker of suspicion crossed their eyes, but realization soon dawned upon them. They promptly bowed to Luo Yu. "Miss Jun, what could their master possibly see in such a youthful girl? One whose body had yet to fully mature? What sort of taste was this? Immature." Luo Yu was equally surprised that Yun Shirtian had introduced her to his subordinates so swiftly, after a brief moment of astonishment. She returned their nod, however, upon grasping the implications reflected in Yen Chen's eyes. Her expression darkened. "Come with me." Without acknowledging the expressions of his subordinates, Yun Shirtian looked at Luo Yu and said, "To where?" Was he asking for her assistance? "Back. I have been out long enough. It is time to return." Yun Shirtian raised his eyes to the south, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. The south was not the realm of Fei Yu, Haotsong or Fenglin. Luo Yu furrowed her brow. Yun Shirtian intended for her to accompany him to his stronghold. "Leave me an address. Once I have finished brewing the medicine, I will send it to you. I have urgent matters to attend to here, so I cannot go with you." After regaining her composure, Luo Yu looked at Yun Shirtian and shook her head. His request for her to accompany him might seem like a tremendous opportunity to others. His might and grandeur were undoubtedly incomparable to that of the Fei Yu kingdom. Yet, she had far too many responsibilities within the Fei Yu kingdom to abandon them. "You will not accompany me?" Upon hearing her words, Yun Shirtian's expression darkened, and an aura of ferocity surged around him, rendering the air instantly suffocating. Chapter 64. In a realm steeped in silence, frigid and void of sound, only the palpable tension lingered. Yen Fei, Yen Chan, and their companions fixed their gazes upon Luo Yu, for never before had anyone dared to refuse their master. Did she truly comprehend the magnitude of benefits that awaited her should she choose to accompany them? Moreover, with such an unappealing visage, it was only their master who could regard her with any semblance of favor. Amidst the scrutinizing stares, Luo Yu met the gaze of Yun Shirtian. This man truly considered her one of his own. A wry smile unfurled within her heart as she gently shook her head, unflinching in the face of Yun Shirtian's ire. Locking eyes with him, she boldly inquired, "Do you have any affection for me?" At this audacious question, the red-haired Yen Chan and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, taken aback by her directness. Ignoring the shock that rippled through his subordinates, Yun Shirtian furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a measured tone, "I have permitted you to have feelings for me. To be permitted such feelings did not equate to reciprocation, yet Yun Shirtian's words implied he would not harbor any disdain for her." Understanding his underlying meaning, Luo Yu's expression turned earnest as she posed her next question. "Then if I find myself in peril, will you come to my aid?" Yun Shirtian's eyes narrowed, and he spoke slowly. "No one can harm you while you are by my side." This was not arrogance, but rather an undeniable truth. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. I do not doubt this, yet there will be times when I must venture out alone. If I were to cross paths with your enemies, what are my chances of survival? Upon hearing her words, the astonished Yan Chan and Yan Fei grasped her intent and exchanged knowing glances. Nodding slightly, Yun Shutian's eyes narrowed further. Get to the point. The crux of the matter was this. You are far too powerful, and I am far too weak. I lack the ability to protect myself in your presence and would only serve as a burden. I do not wish to be your Achilles heel. Do you understand? Yun Shutian's inquiry was incisive, and Luo Yu's response was equally straightforward as her words hung in the air. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, leaving a profound silence in its wake. In this stillness, Yun Shutian regarded Luo Yu with a cold expression, while she met his gaze with her head held high, pride shimmering in her eyes. If I were to genuinely care for someone, I would never wish to be a hindrance to them, nor a vulnerability for their foes to exploit. My desire would be to rise higher, grow stronger, and stand alongside them, protecting them as we forge ahead together. That is my understanding of affection. She possessed her own pride. She would not remain a mere dove beneath the wings of a mighty eagle. She had the capacity to soar through the heavens alone. She refused to be a burden that would weigh down others or diminish herself. Through her eyes, Yun Shutian discerned the depths of her meaning. Her self-respect, her pride, and her confidence. The tempestuous fury within him gradually subsided as he regarded Luo Yu, nodding slowly after a moment of contemplation, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes. Very well. This is someone worthy of standing by my side. With that, Yun Shutian addressed Luo Yu. However, even if you spend your entire life in the small nations of Feiyu, do not harbor any illusions of reaching a point where you can stand beside me. Luo Yu fell silent, recognizing the inherent arrogance in his nature. Simultaneously, a flicker of indignation stirred within her. That was not a certainty. Noting the defiance etched upon her face, Yun Shutian clasped his hands within his sleeves. 3 months. I grant you 3 months to complete what you must. After that, I will send someone to fetch you. You. Luo Yu furrowed her brow. Do not make me wait, Yun Shutian interrupted, his tone devoid of forcefulness yet direct, as if he were gently urging a beloved partner to return swiftly from a distant journey. Luo Yu's initial anger began to dissipate, and as she regarded Yun Shutian, her brow slightly furrowed. She found herself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she let out a resigned sigh. Very well, let it be so. 3 months. We shall see what transpires then. Perhaps by that time, Yun Shutian will have forgotten her. Or perhaps she may not even be here. With a slight pout, Luo Yu cast a glance at Yun Shutian and nodded. Observing the softness in her gaze, Yun Shutian's demeanor softened as well. After a moment, he removed a ring from his finger, its design intricate and resplendent. With a gentle grasp, a deep purple light coalesced around the ring. Master, you cannot use your powers. Yan Fei and Yan Chen's expressions turned grave. Chapter 65. Yun Shutian paid them no heed, seizing Luo Yu's hand with a commanding grip, ignoring her attempts at resistance, and unceremoniously placed the ring upon her finger. With a deft motion, he tightened it, binding the lotus-shaped black ring to her finger. When Luo Yu attempted to pull her hand away, she found it firmly affixed, impervious to her efforts. This ring contains my power. It shall safeguard you in times of dire peril, Yun Shutian stated, withdrawing his hand while observing her with a furrowed brow. You are far too weak, master. Yan Chan and Yan Fei exchanged worried glances. Yun Shutian coughed lightly, turning his back to Luo Yu. She gazed at the ring, now devoid of the purple glow, its surface calm and unassuming. He had channeled his energy into this object to ensure her safety, hadn't he? Luo Yu bit her lip, grappling with the complexity of his domineering nature, which somehow failed to incite her anger, instead stirring a peculiar sentiment within her. Raising her gaze to Yun Shutian, who was now coughing violently, she noticed Yan Fei glancing at her with reproachful eyes. He understood the implications of Yun Shutian's injuries. Any exertion could exacerbate his condition, leading to dire consequences. Luo Yu was acutely aware of Yun Shutian's state. Gently, her fingers brushed over the ring that refused to budge. Regardless of Yun Shutian's potential misunderstanding, his intentions towards her were not malevolent. Rather, he had been protective from the very beginning. Luo Yu's thoughts swirled as she considered the possibility that perhaps Yun Shutian did not misinterpret her after all. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a small vial, pouring a single white pill into her palm before extending it towards the now suppressing cough of Yun Shutian. Take this. What is this? Yan Chan, responsible for concocting medicine for Yun Shutian's wounds, instinctively reached out to accept it. Golden fruit, 5-color grass, mystic dry fruit. Where did you acquire this medicine? Master, this is a precious remedy that can prevent your internal injuries from worsening for 3 months. Upon recognizing the ingredients, Yan Chen's face lit up with delight, and he hurriedly conveyed the information to both Luo Yu and Yun Shitian. The nearby Yan Fei and others also shared in the elation. However, Yun Shitian's brow furrowed with displeasure as he cast a cold glance at Luo Yu, his eyes seemingly questioning why she had not produced this earlier. Understanding Yun Shitian's frustration, Luo Yu chuckled softly. Opting not to explain why she had withheld it before. Did I only have this one? It will protect you from your old injuries for 3 months. I will return and seek out more medicinal materials to properly heal you. Her voice was gentle, lacking any grandiose vows, yet it carried a steady promise she would heal him. She would genuinely place his recovery at the forefront of her mind, not merely offering temporary relief, but committing herself to eradicate his ailment entirely. Yan Chan was taken aback and turned to regard Luo Yu with newfound respect. Yun Shitian, maintaining his stoic expression, softened his gaze as he unfastened his cloak, removing the inner layer of clothing and tossing it to Luo Yu. Wear this. Do you wish to appear so unkempt? With that, he donned his thick robe once more and spoke in a low voice. Remember 3 months. Luo Yu could only smile ruefully at this point. 3 months. This Yun Shitian. Without lingering in indecision, she turned and swiftly departed. As she traversed the forest, a figure suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. Upon closer inspection, it was the red-haired Yan Chan. You possess the inner core of the Tyrannosaurus, do you not? With a smile, Yan Chan produced a small black crystal box from his pocket and handed it to Luo Yu. This is a gift from the master. Without hesitation, Luo Yu accepted the black crystal box, placing the magic core within it. The essence of the level 11 magic core emanated, threatening to attract unnecessary trouble. When our master was 15, he was ambushed during a crucial moment in his training, damaging his meridians. Over the years, we have traversed the land in search of remedies, but we have only managed to prevent his condition from deteriorating. If you have the ability to heal him, Luo Yu, you cannot fathom how many would express their gratitude with sincerity. Yan Chan bowed deeply to Luo Yu. I will do my utmost, she replied, returning the gesture. Yan Chan raised his gaze to meet hers, a smile gracing his lips as he softly added, my master is someone worthy of your affection. Chapter 66. With that, without allowing Luo Yu a chance to respond, he leaped back into the depths of the forest. The wind rustled through the trees, leaving only the faint sounds of nature in its wake. Luo Yu glanced back at the path she had traveled. The figure of Yun Shitian, now a distant memory, with a furrowed brow and a moment of contemplation, she resolutely turned and vanished into the dense woods. In the distance, Yan Fei observed Yan Chen's return and turned to Yun Shitian. Master, shall we return? Return? The journey back will take less than 3 months. What is there to discuss regarding fetching someone? Yan Chan interjected with a smile, casting a glance at Yun Shitian, his expression impassive, nodded that he had granted her 3 months of freedom, yet he had not declared his intent to depart. Is that person in Lidong? Yes, we have just received classified information. That person's family resides in Lidong City. Yan Fei replied. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Yun Shitian's eyes. Let us go. I will pay him a visit. Understood. The domineering voice soared amidst the gentle breeze, its echoes faint. As Yun Shitian and his companions made their way back to the hometown of Luo Yu, the sunlight flickered, with strands of orange-red dancing in the air. Although it was dusk, the beauty of the scene bore no trace of melancholy, instead enhancing the vibrancy of the moment and uplifting spirits. As night fell, the allure of the Wang Kingdom's imperial capital was intoxicating. Upon entering the capital, Luo Yu immediately spotted the familiar insignia above the city gate. Without a moment to return to the academy, he sought out a secluded residence. He lightly glided into the courtyard, coinciding perfectly with the agitated Jun Fei, who was startled at the sight. Luo Yu, noticing this, chuckled and asked, What brings you here? Jun Fei, who was supposed to be in Lidong town, quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing Luo Yu from head to toe to ascertain his well-being. His expression darkened, and without warning he launched a punch at Luo Yu. You reckless fool! Do you have any idea how worried we've been? Did you lose your mind? Can that level 11 magic elixir be consumed? Can't you even hold on to that? Luo Yu, who had taken the blow squarely, winced, stepping back a few paces, his expression grave. Seeing this, he grinned slightly and replied, I suppose I deserve your concern. Jun Fei had traveled hundreds of miles from Lidong in just 2 days, and the weariness etched on his face spoke volumes. He must have received word of her perilous situation, which indeed had caused them great distress. Jun Fei, his anger simmering just beneath the surface, glared at Luo Yu. So you are aware that we were worried? The situation was indeed alarming. Although the Empire had suppressed the news, claiming the Flying Fish Pavilion had collapsed due to neglect and a few petty thieves, he who dealt in information was acutely aware of the truth. The the simultaneous appearance of masters of the blue and purple ranks, the utter destruction of the Flying Fish Pavilion, and the Huayu auction house, all of it accompanied by a thunderous clash in the night that obliterated half a mountain in the dense forest 100 miles away, causing the river to run backward, was clearly evidence of a confrontation between the purple rank masters. Amidst such overwhelming forces, Luo Yu had gone missing, which was enough to incite his anxiety and frustration. Luo Yu, rubbing her shoulder, remarked with a smile, "Consider it a stroke of luck. My parents are none the wiser, correct?" Unaware, Jun Fei retorted. His eyes narrowing, he dared not let Jun Yun and the others know. "That's good," Luo Yu replied, nodding. "No need to worry. I am fine." She waved her hand at Jun Fei and continued, "May I ask you something?" "Come inside," he replied. Once inside, Luo Yu candidly recounted her recent experiences to Jun Fei, highlighting the important details. "Yun Shirtian? Di Fantian?" Jun Fei furrowed his brow. "I've never heard of them. I understand you might not know, but what exactly does the Dark Tower do?" As Luo Yu nibbled on the fruit laid out in Jun Fei's room, she prodded for information. Jun Fei shot her a glare, as if to say he didn't need her guidance. The Dark Tower was engaged in the trade of information. If he was unaware, there were always others who were. She was determined to uncover everything about Yun Shirtian. Jun Fei nodded in response without elaborating. "Planning to stay?" Luo Yu shifted the topic. "Yes, I intend to expand the Dark Tower's influence into the Imperial capital. After all, this is the key location," Jun Fei replied with a grunt. Chapter 67. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu nodded and produced a black crystal box from her robe, tossing it to Jun Fei. "Here, take this." Jun Fei caught it, his expression shifting immediately. "For me? You know it's useless in my hands." Luo Yu smiled brightly. "For the Dark Tower to grow, the path will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. If you are not strong enough, you won't command respect." With the level 11 magic elixir she possessed, she could only use it as currency, but if Jun Fei held it, the benefits would multiply. Seeing her determination, Jun Fei's surprise faded, and he accepted it without further ado. "I wanted to tell you about Luo Li and the others." Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, a silver streak shot through the night, landing directly in Luo Yu's embrace, moving with the speed of a shooting star. "What is that?" Jun Fei exclaimed in shock. "Little Silver, did you miss me?" In stark contrast to Jun Fei's astonishment, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she hugged the small creature that had leapt into her arms. It was none other than Little Silver, with its tiny paws clutching Luo Yu's clothing, its mouth pouted, cheeks puffed up, and its dark eyes shimmering with unshed tears. It gazed up reproachfully at Luo Yu, as if to ask why she had disappeared. "You don't want Little Silver anymore?" Feeling a pang of heartache, Luo Yu quickly embraced the small creature, kissing it gently. "How could I not want you? It was my fault for being away for 2 days, but I promise not to leave you again. Wherever I go, you will come with me, all right?" No more tears. Little Silver seemed to understand, immediately lowering its head to wipe away its tears on Luo Yu's clothing. It then leapt up, wrapping its tiny paws around her neck, and with a fierce bite, it chomped down on a strand of Luo Yu's hair, munching away defiantly. Its expression seemed to say, "Next time you leave me behind, I'll devour you." Luo Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Just then an anxious voice called from outside the courtyard. "Where did you run off to? Is sister in there?" Before the anxious words of Li Luo could finish, Luo Yu had already darted outside, landing gracefully in front of Luo Li. There stood Luo Li, Huang Yu and Wang Ho, all three displaying expressions of worry and exhaustion. "Confronting the Dark Tower's people, sister, it really is you," Luo Li exclaimed, rushing forward, tears streaming down her face. "I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared." Luo Yu wrapped her arms tightly around her, soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid, sister is fine. Everything is all right." However, her comforting words only prompted Luo Li to sob even louder. "Your back. I was so worried." Huang Yu looked at Luo Yu, weariness etched on his face. Yet he slowly shook his head and smiled. "You're a miracle." Wang Ho blinked in disbelief before bursting into laughter, giving Luo Yu a thumbs up. I in the dense forest 100 miles away, the blue rank masters had been clashing fiercely, while the elite of the imperial capital dared not approach. The three had stealthily infiltrated but had failed to find Luo Yu. To find oneself caught between the blue rank masters and the purple rank sovereigns was a perilous situation. And they harbored slim hopes, never anticipating that Little Silver would bolt out and actually, indeed, what a stroke of luck. Luo Yu chuckled, embracing Luo Li. "Come inside. I have introductions to make." The cool night breeze swept through, embodying the essence of brotherhood and friendship. The following day, a shocking revelation spread like wildfire among the higher echelons of the Feiyu Empire. The one presumed dead, Luo Yu, had inexplicably returned, Unharmed, it was utterly unbelievable. She had survived? Having swallowed a level 11 magic elixir, she had escaped the clutches of a purple-rank sovereign. However, as the attention of the Empire's elite turned towards Luoyu, Yen Lai's words swiftly quelled their ambitions. There is no trace of a level 11 magic elixir. Luoyu had not lied. She had indeed not consumed it. Yen Lai's declaration held authority in the Feiyu Kingdom, leading those with ulterior motives to promptly shift their focus away from Luoyu. It was merely a stroke of good fortune. She was likely a mere pawn that even the purple-rank sovereigns would not deem worth eliminating. Chapter 68 without having ingested the level 11 magic elixir. There was nothing to exploit. As summer breezes danced and lotus flowers bloomed, the Imperial Academy exuded an air of fragrant elegance. Inside the Apothecary Association of the Academy, Luoyu, clad in a light green robe, stood in the president's office. "Why has the Grand Apothecary summoned me?" she inquired with a warm smile. Fu Hiyu gestured for her to sit. "I am relieved to see you safe. Have you considered my proposal to join the Apothecary Association?" As she gently stroked the slumbering little silver, Luoyu realized she had nearly forgotten this matter entirely. "About that. Luoyu, let's speak plainly. You possess remarkable talent in the art of alchemy, and I truly admire that. I am eager for you to join our Apothecary Association and bring glory to the Feiyu Empire. Furthermore, you must understand that the incident involving the Naked Run, though not initiated by you, does involve individuals from the Ao Yunduke's household. One must be cautious in dealing with such matters, wouldn't you agree? The Ao Yunduke's household is not one to be trifled with." "I appreciate your honesty, Luoyu," Fu Hiyu continued. "Join our Apothecary Association, and I will offer you the finest resources, medical texts, rare herbs, and esteemed classics. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Any pests that dare to target you will be swiftly dealt with." Upon finishing his speech, Fu Hiyu regarded Luoyu with a warm and sincere smile. As she caressed little silver, her eyes brightened slightly. While she was not particularly afraid of the Ao Yunduke's household, that aspect did not entice her. However, the prospect of rare herbs was indeed alluring. To concoct pills for Yunshir Tian would require considerable resources and precious ingredients. The Imperial Apothecary Association held the finest materials available in the Feiyu Kingdom. "Feel free to take what you wish." This notion has truly captivated her heart. Freedom? Indeed, freedom. The ability to come and go at will. Absolutely. With a decisive affirmation, Luoyu accepted. It is worth noting that the Pharmacists Association is situated at the heart of the Imperial Academy, a place of utmost significance. Gaining unrestricted access to such a vital location surely means encountering numerous esteemed professors of the Empire. Wu Ya, the embodiment of the Imperial Academy, could very well be aware of the key figures responsible for the dark machinations against her and her father. A matter she has never ceased to pursue. As the summer sun blazed, Luoyu's meteoric rise was even more fervent. The students of the Imperial Academy were still abuzz with tales of the infamous streaking incident and the excitement surrounding the appearance of a formidable master at the Flying Fish Hall. Just then, the news of Luoyu's induction into the Pharmacists Association as a junior pharmacist reached them. A 14-year-old junior pharmacist. This title incited envy and admiration among the students of the Imperial Academy. The likelihood of finding someone capable of practicing as a pharmacist in the Chuan River continent is a mere fraction. Perhaps 1 in a million. It is pharmacists who can enhance their abilities with pills or cure various ailments. A master pharmacist can elevate a person from the yellow energy level directly to the green energy stage with a single pill. How could such a person not be courted? Thus, with Luoyu's ascension as the youngest junior pharmacist in the Pharmacists Association, countless students transitioned from disdain and hostility to overt attempts at flattery and camaraderie. The spirit concentration pill, an item coveted by all. Consequently, as Luoyu traversed the Imperial Academy, she began receiving greetings from fellow students, some even engaging in friendly banter, drawing closer to her. This transformation incited ire within the third prince, Jia Xianmo Yan, who observed with a simmering anger that had yet to boil over. Others claimed Luoyu was merely lucky to have survived. However, he felt an unsettling sense that she was concealing something, an indescribable discomfort that lingered within him. Yet, over the past few days, Luoyu had been exceedingly busy, coming and going at odd hours, preventing their paths from crossing. With a furrowed brow, Jia Xianmo Yan sat resolutely in the grand hall of his residence, determined to confront her and demand clarity. Sunlight danced, golden threads fluttering in the breeze. "Lady, you are withdrawing from the academy? Does this not benefit that ugly woman? Do you think I desire this?" The eldest lady's face turned a deep shade of gray as she sat in her chamber. She had anticipated that the ugly woman would undoubtedly perish at the hands of the Zizan master, allowing her to vent her frustrations. To her surprise, The woman returned unscathed and promptly joined the Pharmacists' Association. With the backing of the association, even as a member of the proud Yun Kingdom's noble house, it would not be so easy to provoke her. Unable to retaliate, and facing the shame of tarnishing her family's name, she found herself alone, abandoned by those in her household. Clenching her fists tightly, the eldest lady's expression morphed into a near snarl. Lady, this is utterly infuriating. Shall we simply let her be? To not let her be. There are indeed many methods. Before the personal maid could finish her thought, an ominous voice echoed in the stillness of the room. A dark-clad man, exuding an aura of malevolence, had taken a seat on their windowsill, grinning wickedly at them. It is you? The eldest lady slowly rose, her gaze locking onto the sinister figure, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. The man chuckled, playing with his dark locks. If you wish to ruin her and reclaim Jiaxian Mo Yan, it is quite simple. Compared to your disgraceful exhibition, is not debauchery far worse? What do you mean? The eldest lady, shrewd and cunning, felt a spark of intrigue light up her eyes. There are countless ways to ruin a woman's reputation. Come, allow me to guide you on a path of vengeance. The dark-clad man beckoned her with a crooked finger. The orange hue spread across the sky, illuminating the horizon with a brilliant glow. Luo Yu was approached by a student bearing a note from Huang Yu. Thank you. Having grown accustomed to the friendly overtures from unfamiliar students, Luo Yu smiled and waved her hand. Upon unfurling the note, she noted it contained only 2 words of urgency. What could Huang Yu possibly want to discuss here? Chapter 69. The sun cast its radiant glow across the land, a dazzling spectacle. Meanwhile, in the residence of Jiaxian Mo Yan, he pondered the invitation from the ugly woman. What could she want at Yuxi? His brow furrowed as he regarded the student in front of him, his expression a mixture of displeasure and intrigue. She simply sent word. I happened to be passing by, and the senior asked me to relay the message. The messenger shrugged. Very well, Jiaxian Mo Yan replied curtly, waving the person away. He gazed at the sky, a mix of irritation and curiosity brewing within him. How dare that ugly woman summon me? His outward annoyance belied his eagerness to discover her intentions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a beautiful crimson hue across the sky, he made his way to Yuxi, the Academy's bathing area. Yuxi, a mere bathhouse within the Imperial Academy, featured separate bathing pools for men and women, elegantly paved with blue stone, drawing warm spring water from the mountains after a day of cultivation. Indulging in a soak here was a delightful treat. Tea this hour, as the sun began to set and dinner was served. The bathing area was still devoid of patrons. The bronze doors stood ajar, and Luo Yu pushed them open to enter. Her first time visiting this place. Inside, the gentle sound of water flowing between various pools filled the air, with sheer curtains creating intimate spaces throughout. Where are you, Huang Yu? She called out, her voice echoing in the empty expanse. Frowning slightly, she surveyed the surroundings. What business could Huang Yu possibly have that warranted such a clandestine meeting? As she pondered, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the gentle mist rising from the water. The bathing supplies prepared for female students were pleasantly scented, and just as Luo Yu contemplated this, she halted, inhaling deeply. The fragrance was subtle yet profound, a delightful blend. Her eyes narrowed with intrigue. It was indeed a clever ploy. Swiftly, she proceeded further into the bathing area, her fingers discreetly releasing a fine sand that slipped through her grasp. Huang Yu, where are you? Respond to me or I shall take my leave. She called louder. In response, a faint voice emerged from the innermost recesses of the pool. Hearing it, Luo Yu swiftly made her way over. What she found was a small pool crafted from pale stones, with ripples dancing on the surface. A figure lay half submerged, seemingly just awakening, his disheveled hair and loose clothing lending an air of vulnerability. Huang Yu! Luo Yu rushed forward, grasping his arm to pull him upright. What happened? Upon seeing her, Huang Yu's expression shifted from confusion to alarm, his eyes turning a fiery shade of red. Lo, Luo Yu, quickly. He stammered, his breath quickening as he grasped her arm. Chapter 70. His eyes glazed over. He seized her with force, leaning in to kiss her. Luo Yu furrowed her brow, twisting her wrist to subdue him, twisting his arms behind his back before pushing him back into the water. Let go. Huang Yu's eyes burned with rage as he thrashed in the water. Unperturbed, Luo Yu used one hand to hold his head, pushing him further into the cool water. Bubbles erupted as he struggled, desperately attempting to rise towards her, the icy water seemingly having no effect on him. Yet, he could not overpower Luo Yu, even in his frenzied state. He could not escape her grasp, remaining submerged beneath the water. Haha, your efforts are in vain. Just as Luo Yu was about to submerge Huang Yu beneath the water, a sinister voice echoed through the air. Accompanied by a wicked smile. Upon hearing the voice, Luoyu raised her head and saw a man clad in black perched on a platform beside the bath, grinning at her with an unsettling expression. She recognized this wicked man from the night she first encountered Jiaxian Mo Yan. He was none other than the black-clad figure from that evening. Was it you? Luoyu's expression turned icy. Not quite, I merely suggested an idea. There are those who would relish your downfall, the man replied, unashamedly direct, as if he held no regard for subtlety. Upon hearing this, Luoyu's brows furrowed slightly. The only individuals she had encountered at the Imperial Academy were Miss Lian from the Aoyun Duke's residence and Bai Yun from the Lianchang Duke's estate. If someone desired her utter disgrace, the only person who harbored such animosity was Miss Lian. You despicable member of the Lian family. Luoyu's gaze turned sharp. Clever indeed. You've deduced it so quickly. Engaging in conversation with an intelligent person is truly a pleasure. The black-clad man chuckled heartily, seemingly amused by her insight. Luoyu shot him a cold glare, her voice low and steady. You're not assisting her. You're exposing her vulnerabilities. Incorrect. The man flicked his clothing and replied with a smirk. Assist her? She is not worthy of my aid. After saying this, he slowly stood and smiled at Luoyu. I am merely an observer. If others are to act, why should I intervene? With that, he shot her a mischievous grin. Exuding an aura of wickedness, have I offended you? Luoyu frowned, feeling no connection to him. To her surprise, the black-clad man nodded with a grin. You released Jiaxian Mo Yan's golden lion. That was a task for the three of us. And I was implicated, suffering the consequences. Tell me, should I seek retribution from you for this injustice? Luoyu fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. You've indeed found the right person. The black-clad man erupted into laughter. Your temperament is truly to my liking. What a pity though that you're rather unattractive and the fiancé of that Mo Yan fellow. To this point, the man's laughter abruptly ceased, and narrowing his eyes, he looked at Luoyu with a wicked smile. Tell me, how would that fellow react upon witnessing his unattractive fiancée entangled with another man? Just envisioning the scene is exhilarating. Luoyu remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on the man, a murderous intent brewing in her eyes. If he came after her, she would retaliate, but if he aimed to tarnish her friends' reputations, she would never forgive him. Sensing the unmasked killing intent in Luoyu's eyes, the black-clad man seemed even more invigorated. With a sly grin, he remarked, Ah, you wish to commit murder? No problem. As long as you survive today, I shall gladly accompany you. However, I suspect that after today, you may lack the face and the life to pursue me. He continued, this aphrodisiac is a premium product from the Aoyun residence. I wonder where that little girl procured it. Even someone of Mo Yan's stature would struggle to withstand it, let alone you. Are you feeling any sensations now? Cold water 1 tea help. It only stirs the flames. Don't hold back, haha. The man's wicked laughter echoed within the bathhouse, chilling to the bone. Chapter 71. Ugly woman, why have you summoned me? Come out. Amidst the black-clad man's laughter, the distant door creaked open, followed by the voice of Jiaxian Mo Yan. Here he comes. This little girl is ruthless, so eager. The black-clad man winked at Luoyu and whispered with a chuckle, Come out. What is this commotion? As Jiaxian Mo Yan entered the bathhouse, he discerned the faint sounds of a man's voice and the splashing of water, causing his brows to furrow in concern. As he strode forward, the black-clad man, hearing the approaching footsteps, blew Luoyu a kiss and swiftly retreated to the back of the bathhouse. Seeing this, Luoyu abruptly released her grip on the thrashing Huang Yu and leaped to intercept the black-clad man. What, do you wish to keep me here? He asked with a lewd grin. Luoyu regarded him without a hint of rage or intoxication. Instead, she raised a cold smile. Do you not think that someone under the influence of a top-grade aphrodisiac should not bear this expression? The man's lewd grin faltered with a frown. He scanned Luoyu from head to toe. She appeared remarkably composed. The flush that had tinged her cheeks moments ago completely vanished, leaving her looking more lucid than he. The black-clad man's expression shifted instantly. One must be cautious of the fowl that one hunts. Have you overestimated yourself or underestimated me? Luoyu's smile was slow, yet devoid of warmth. You have not fallen victim to the aphrodisiac. The black-clad man's brow arched high. I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. If a mid-tier pharmacist cannot identify the scent of the most base aphrodisiac, what business do I have in this field? Luoyu crossed her arms, grinning fiercely. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man's demeanor shifted, and he chuckled. How delightful. Thank you for the reminder. I shall remember to find a better partner next time. He leaned closer to Luoyu. At the very least, the drugs should be of a higher grade. With that, he dashed toward the back hall like the wind. At that very moment, Huang Yu emerged from the water, his mind completely clouded by the effects, and lunged toward Luoyu. She pivoted, her hands shooting out like lightning, catching Huang Yu and pulling him close. Meanwhile, the black-clad man, who had been smiling at Luoyu, suddenly noticed a glint of silver flash before him. A small object landing directly in his path upon closer inspection. He frowned. There in his way was Xiao Yin, yawning and gazing at him with bleary eyes, emanating an aura of murderous intent, disturbed from peaceful slumber. Jun Luoyu, come out! Jiaxian Mo Yan's footsteps grew closer, his voice laced with fury. How fortunate for me to find you. Restraining the struggling Huang Yu, Luoyu slipped a pill into his mouth before turning to face the black-clad man with a gentle smile. Clever friend, what do you think of this fragrance? Is it not more alluring than before? As soon as the words left her lips, the black-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, and he spun around enraged. What have you added? One must reciprocate when receiving gifts. I am always mindful of etiquette, Luoyu replied with a smile. In that moment, the man's face flushed crimson, his 3 parts beauty and 7 parts wickedness becoming even more pronounced with the added color. Jun Luoyu, what are you doing? Just then Jiaxian Mo Yan stepped into the inner chamber, his gaze immediately landing on Huang Yu, half naked and disheveled beside the bath, and behind him, Luoyu was tightly embracing Huang Yu from his vantage point. Fury surged through Jiaxian Mo Yan, his eyes narrowing in anger. Luoyu paid no mind to the black-clad man, turning to face the furious Jiaxian Mo Yan, casually saying, did you not see what was happening? At this, Jiaxian Mo Yan's anger flared to its peak. As his fiancée, she was entwined with a man in disarray. What more needed to be said? Such an ugly woman, how dare you be so shameless? Jiaxian Mo Yan's rage boiled over. Chapter 72. He stepped forward, charging toward Luoyu. Being ugly is one thing, but you should uphold your dignity. You shameless woman, to behave in such a manner is utterly disgraceful. I shall annul our engagement today. Even if I vow never to marry, I shall not tolerate such behavior. His furious words were cut short as he halted, frowning at Luoyu. By now, he was close enough to see Huang Yu's hands restrained behind him, causing his anger to falter momentarily. Who is making such a ruckus inside? Let us go see. Just as Jiaxian Mo Yan furrowed his brows in confusion, the sound of chattering voices erupted from outside the bathhouse. Accompanying this noise were countless footsteps rushing in, reminiscent of a horde of students flooding into a bathing area. Jiaxian Mo Yan was no fool. Upon hearing the sudden commotion and assessing the situation before him, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. How dare they plot against me? He turned to Luoyu, his voice low and urgent. Let go of him. He moved to pry Huang Yu away, knowing that if too many witnessed Luoyu entangled with Huang Yu, news would spread, tarnishing her reputation for a lifetime. Though Jiaxian Mo Yan harbored disdain for Luoyu, he never intended to bring her to such disgrace. Thus, he took action. Just as he approached, the black-clad man standing behind Luoyu suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the unsuspecting Jiaxian Mo Yan. Jiaxian Mo Yan was taken aback. What are you doing here? In that moment of surprise, the red-eyed black-clad man, Li Xian, clung to Jiaxian Mo Yan like an octopus, fervently attempting to kiss him. Jiaxian Mo Yan instinctively recoiled, dodging Li Xian's advanced at that moment. Li Xian seemed to have lost his senses, relentlessly clinging to Jiaxian Mo Yan and showering him with fervent kisses. As if his desires were insatiable, after a brief moment of stunned silence, Jiaxian Mo Yan's anger flared. He forcefully seized Li Xian, who clung to him stubbornly, and shouted in fury, have you lost your mind? Recognize who I am and get off me. Yet Li Xian appeared utterly oblivious, his cheeks puffed as he urged, don't shy away. Come, give me a kiss. He continued to nuzzle against Jiaxian Mo Yan, seeing that Li Xian dared to treat him as a woman. Jiaxian Mo Yan's rage boiled over, and he swung his fist towards Li Xian. However, Li Xian, having proven himself capable on missions alongside him, was not to be underestimated. Even in his current disarray, his instinctive reflexes remained intact, leading to a chaotic entanglement between the two. Their struggle, rather than separating them due to Jiaxian Mo Yan's anger, only drew them closer together. Hey, there are people inside. Come, let us take a look. Outside, voices clamored as footsteps surged forward. It sounds like a fight. Hurry, let us see who's causing a commotion. Surely, something unusual is happening. Just then, the footfalls came to an abrupt halt as the first person to glimpse the scene within the bathhouse froze in shock. Instinctively halting their steps, those behind, unaware of the situation, pushed forward, crowding at the doorway. What does this mean? Am I seeing things? The doorway erupted into chaos, and as more people caught sight of the scene inside, their eyes widened in disbelief. Before them, Jiaxian Mo Yan and the disheveled Li Xian were locked in a fervent embrace. Li Xian was fervently clinging to Jiaxian Mo Yan, showering him with kisses, while Jiaxian Mo Yan's face turned crimson, not from embarrassment, but from the furious struggle against Li Xian's advances, which only intensified his blushing. Faced with this scene, All present disregarded Jashuan Moyan's furious flush, interpreting it instead as a sign of bashfulness. The crowd at the doorway was left in a state of utter confusion. Meanwhile, the instigator of this spectacle, Miss Lien, stood frozen, her eyes darting to the side of the pool where Luo Yu, impeccably dressed with just a hint of water stains, played with the water. Above her, Xiaoyin squatted, wide-eyed with amusement as he watched the chaotic entanglement of Jashuan Moyan and Li Xian, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Their expressions were perfectly composed, save for Huang Yu, who sat motionless in the water like a monk in meditation. The individuals they targeted showed no signs of unusual behavior, yet the spectacle unfolding before them was bewildering. A cold wind swept through, leaving them speechless. "What are you staring at? Get lost!" Jashuan Moyan roared in fury, striking at the Li Xian who clung to him. Even with bruised eyes, Li Xian remained steadfast in his embrace. Exclaiming, "Kiss me, come on!" The onlookers remained frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Sister, move aside, sister!" In the midst of this astonishment, Luo Li and Wang Ho hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Initially filled with concern, both were rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene. Wang Ho had rushed over, having heard that students were being stirred to watch a spectacle, with Luo Yu's name vaguely mentioned, sensing something was amiss. Yet, he never anticipated this scene. "Sister, what are they doing?" Luo Li asked, bewildered as he approached Luo Yu. Luo Yu, rising to her feet, wore a troubled expression and sighed heavily. "I truly have no idea." Her voice conveyed a sense of grievance. Some astute individuals began to connect the dots, realizing that this was the true reason behind Luo Yu's refusal to marry the third prince. This was not merely a case of same-sex affection. The public display of intimacy was shocking. And it was no wonder she refused to wed. The third prince was not unworthy. He simply had misidentified his affections. The crowd nodded in understanding. Xiaoyin, perched atop Luo Yu's head, laughed uproariously, nodding vigorously. Exuding mischief. In the midst of the chaos, Jashuan Moyan, noticing the crowd's expressions, was nearly driven to the brink of fury, bellowing, "Jun Luo Yu. Ah, you're busy, I shall take my leave," Luo Yu replied sweetly, pulling Luo Li along while signaling Wang Ho to assist Huang Yu and make their exit. Wang Ho, quick-witted, understood Huang Yu's state and immediately stripped off his outer garment to wrap it around Huang Yu, following Luo Yu out. The crowd blocking the doorway found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to intervene, merely watching as Luo Yu walked past them. As she reached the center of the crowd, she paused, casting a sidelong glance at Miss Lien, who pretended to be oblivious. Suddenly, Luo Yu smiled and slowly addressed her. "Since you enjoy this so much, allow me to facilitate your desires." With that, she flicked her fingers, a grain of sand striking Miss Lien's skin, and without another word, she strode away. Miss Lien, bewildered by Luo Yu's cryptic statement, was taken aback as she suddenly felt flushed. "Oh, it's so hot," she exclaimed, tearing off a piece of her clothing. The crowd, already aghast at the sight of two men kissing, turned to witness this new development, igniting a wave of excitement. "What on earth is happening today? Miss Lien is actually performing a striptease. Miss, please don't. Move aside, it's too hot." Haha. With a swift tear, her summer attire already scant was ripped open, revealing her fair skin. Wow. The men were electrified. "Strip, keep going. Haha, this is delightful, take it off." Miss Lien continued her impromptu dance. Those in the front row, both men and women, began to lose their composure, joining in the chaos with wild shouts and encouragement. "Oh, I'm feeling a bit hot to me too, darling. Give me a kiss." The atmosphere thickened with intoxicating fragrances, leaving everyone entranced. Even Li Xian, usually unfazed, was momentarily stunned into silence by the spectacle. With a fierce determination, Jashuan Moyan punched Li Xian hard, dragging him out of the bathhouse in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the students who had come to witness the spectacle, having heard Miss Lien's provocations, were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Surging forward to join in, the entire academy buzzed with rumors. Hurry, hurry to Yushi. Miss Lien is performing a striptease and a raucous crowd is gathering." This was unprecedented in the esteemed academy, far more captivating than the previous incident involving Miss Lien's infamous naked run. The students of the Imperial Academy were in a frenzy, reveling in the night's festivities. Leading Luo Li and the others through the night, Luo Yu felt in high spirits. She meant no harm, but she would not tolerate others harming her. That if they longed to witness debauchery, she would let her people provide the performance. If they wished to ruin their reputations, she would gladly assist. The aphrodisiac-induced chaos was a tactic long past its prime. "Luo Yu, you truly are something," Wang Ho chuckled, carrying Huang Yu as he laughed so hard his eyes nearly disappeared. "The striptease feast is tempting. I wish to indulge my eyes, but I fear the intoxicating aroma may lead to indulgence in other ways. I did nothing. The alluring scent belongs to the Duke of Aoyun's estate, and finding its owner is not my concern." Luo Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Wang Ho burst into laughter. Realizing the Duke of Aoyun would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from this debacle, sister, did you see? The third prince was kissed by that man. Luo Li exclaimed, astonished. Men can kiss men? This question hung in the air as Jashuan Moyan's furious roar echoed from behind. Jun Luo Yu. Stop right there. Luo Yu's light laughter was cut short by his bellowing that it must be the drug you administered. I will make you pay for this, if I do not teach you a lesson. I am not Jashuan. The night sky was radiant, but Jashuan Moyan's wrath pierced the heavens as the winds blew coolly and the summer heat persisted. Luo Yu remained unfazed by the commotion, retreating to the Apothecary Association's pharmacy. Immersed in her research for a remedy for Yun Shi Tian, something isn't right. The efficacy of the medicine is off. As the alchemical furnace was ignited, Luo Yu gingerly extracted a pill from within. Inhaling its scent before grimacing and shaking her head, this effect still fell short of her expectations. Turning away, she resumed her perusal of the medicinal text laid out before her. She was admittedly not well versed in the intricacies of combat energy. At present, her only recourse was to voraciously study medical tomes, amalgamating her knowledge of ancient martial arts and alchemy to devise a remedy for Yun Shi Tian. The room was suffused with the fragrant aroma of herbs. When Fu Haiyu entered, he was greeted by a chaotic array of medicinal books and concocted pills strewn about the floor. With Luo Yu entirely engrossed in her studies, her diligent efforts pleased Fu Haiyu greatly. Casting a glance at the pills she had crafted, he nodded in approval. The quality was commendable, however. At this rate of production, even the Apothecary Association, teeming with abundant materials, would soon find itself depleted under Luo Yu's relentless experimentation. What kind of potion do you wish to create? Fu Haiyu inquired. Without lifting her gaze, Luo Yu furrowed her brow and replied, I am still pondering. She was uncertain of her desired concoction, only able to continue refining until she discerned the effects, especially for healing Yun Shi Tian's grievous internal injuries. A task she felt ill-equipped to undertake, piecing together her approach bit by bit. Fu Haiyu, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but twitch his lips. The implication was clear. She was entirely at a loss. Noticing the silence behind her, Luo Yu turned to see Fu Haiyu gazing mournfully at the scattered pills. Unable to suppress a bright smile, she sweetly remarked, You did permit me to use them freely. But not in such a manner. Fu Haiyu silently chided to be. Why the way Jashuan Moyan has been searching for you. Fu Haiyu suddenly recalled something, chuckling to himself. The man was furious over the entanglement with her. Luo Yu acknowledged this with a nonchalant "oh," nodding without further expression, appearing utterly unconcerned. There was no time to engage with him over trivialities. He had been the first to scold her for not adhering to the expected decorum. So she merely returned the sentiment in kind. Fu Haiyu shook his head, laughing. You are quite mischievous. Do you even know who Li Xian is? He is the 7th prince of the Haotsong kingdom. You certainly have a knack for offending those of stature. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, spreading her hands in an expression that conveyed that any unnecessary alarm or explanation was unwarranted. She bore a countenance that suggested she would accept the consequences of her actions without regret. Fu Haiyu couldn't help but smile wryly, devoid of any blame. After all, members of the Apothecary Association were inherently esteemed, and if they were to provoke someone, it was of little consequence. I heard you have been seeking someone named Wuyo. Fu Haiyu inquired as he took a seat beside her. Luo Yu's interest piqued immediately, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, President, you know him? Fu Haiyu chuckled. It just so happens that he is associated with my Apothecary Association. However, Wuyo does not possess exceptional talent, which is why he has spent years gathering medicinal materials. He is likely at the border between Feiyu and Haotsong Kingdom now, where the herbs are quite plentiful. To seek out something is often more fruitful than one might expect, Luo Yu mused. Her eyes gleaming. Fu Haiyu, noticing her enthusiasm, inquired, What do you need him for? Your eyes are sparkling. Luo Yu smiled brightly, casually unfurling the medical tome she held towards him. I require the materials listed within. Xuanhua Dan? Qilan fruit, Tianhua bird, Yunji flower. Fu Haiyu's gaze swept over the list, aghast. This Xuanhua Dan can only be concocted by a master apothecary. What do you intend to do with it? Before he could finish his astonishment, he added, I have none of those materials to squander on you. You must find them yourself. With that, he swiftly rose and exited. It was no jest. Qilan fruits and Tianhua birds were exceedingly rare, often taking millennia to procure even a single specimen. This prodigal child was only after the finest ingredients. Watching Fu Haiyu retreat in alarm, Luo Yu chuckled softly, flicking her medical tome. It seems I must venture out myself. Her declaration was not made lightly. The Xuanhuadan would likely be remarkably effective for treating Yun Shitian's injuries. After several days of study, she had come to this conclusion, believing that with the right combination of materials, she could create something beneficial. However, the herbs were indeed exceptionally rare. The mere mention of her intent had been enough to send Fu Heyou fleeing, which spoke volumes. Luo Yu flicked her tome again. Recalling that there was a towering forest at the border between Feiyu and Haotsong, rich with magical beasts and precious resources, with Wuyo currently in that vicinity, it appeared she would need to personally embark on this journey. Fu Laotu, why are you running away? Am I going to eat you? As she contemplated her plans, a booming voice resonated from outside. What brings you here? Fu Heyu's tone was laced with confusion. I need to borrow your precious disciple for a moment. Yan Lai replied with a chuckle, pulling Fu Heyou back inside. My word, are medicinal materials truly treated as if they were water? Upon entering, Yan Lai was greeted by the sight of countless pills scattered across the floor. Prompting a hearty laugh, Principal Luo Yu stood upon recognizing Yan Lai. Luo Yu, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Please sit. Yan Lai wasted no time on pleasantries, gesturing for her to take a seat beside him. Principal, what is it? Luo Yu inquired directly. Yan Lai looked at her, then cast a sidelong glance at Fu Heyou, grinning. Old Fu, you are aware that every 3 years, a martial exchange competition is held between the academies of Feiyu, Haotsong and Fenglin. Fu Heyou's expression shifted as he immediately grasped the implication, frowning as he turned to Luo Yu. Will you be a candidate this year? Yan Lai nodded, chuckling. With a first-year prodigy like you, there is no need to hide away. He then turned to Luo Yu. Luo Yu, you are not unfamiliar with the martial exchange, I presume? Pondering for a moment, Luo Yu replied, I have heard a little about it. Beyond the Imperial Academy, several other institutions exist among the 3 kingdoms. Every 3 years, they convene for what is termed an exchange, though it is essentially a contest. In such confrontations, the primary target of the 3 kingdoms is the Imperial Academy, each vying to dethrone it as the foremost institution. The competition is therefore exceedingly fierce, necessitating that only the most elite talents emerge from the Imperial Academy to maintain its stature. But I am merely a first-year student. Luo Yu raised her eyebrows, realizing for the first time her status as a newcomer. However, she had no desire to participate. She had little time to spare. Yan Lai, however, waved his hand dismissively, precisely because you are a freshman. Your presence will serve as an unexpected deterrent. We are still unaware of the extent of your abilities. Moreover, I have learned that this year, the competitors are not to be underestimated. Both Haotsong and Fenglin have some formidable surprises in store. And I have heard that there is someone akin to you, lacking combat energy, yet proficient in your unique skills. Yan Lai struggled to articulate what precisely he meant. Luo Yu's curiosity was piqued. Could it be ancient martial arts? Or perhaps the void divine skill that Yun Shitian spoke of? Those who wielded such abilities were often adversaries of Yun Shitian. If it was indeed ancient martial arts, then she should certainly attend this competition. A glimmer of interest flickered in her eyes. However, she still contemplated, where will it be held? Yun Shitian had granted her only 3 months, while she did not take it too seriously. She wished to concoct some beneficial pills within that time frame to alleviate his suffering. Thus, she had been tirelessly engrossed in her studies. Participating in the 3 kingdoms competition would cut into that precious time. Haotsong Kingdom, Yan Lai replied, observing Luo Yu's reaction. Her brows furrowed slightly at the mention of Haotsong, realizing that it was precisely where she intended to go. My brother and friends. Luo Yu gazed at Yan Lai with a smile. Yan Lai, noticing her expression, grinned like a sly fox and said, if anyone lays a finger on them during this period, I shall run naked through the capital for you. Fu Heyou burst into laughter at the absurdity. Yan Lai was a figure of considerable standing among the 3 empires. Losing face was a fate worse than death for him. Naked running is a heavier consequence than any oath. Then it's settled. Luo Yu declared with a radiant smile, sealing the agreement. Yan Lai, satisfied, continued, the event is scheduled for next month. Since that is the case, prepare yourself. We depart tomorrow. He paused, grinning broadly. I have already arranged matters with Moyan. Go inform him. With that, he promptly ushered Luo Yu out. The lush green willows danced in the summer light. You intend to participate in the 3 Kingdoms Academy exchange? Wang Ho exclaimed in surprise, then quickly expressed his delight. You must win, you must bring us honor. For so many years, common folk have never had a chance to shine. The 3 Kingdoms exchange was a stage primarily for the nobility to display their prowess. Talent alone was insufficient. Wealth also played a significant role, with ample magical pills and medicinal aids at their disposal. Even with comparable talent, the advantage of resources would elevate them beyond the common level. Except for truly extraordinary individuals, it was predominantly a platform for the aristocracy. Huang Yu, seated nearby, pondered for a moment and said, as an apothecary, bring plenty of pills. It will be beneficial. 2 days prior, when he had regained consciousness from the effects of the potions, Luo Yu had already visited the Apothecary Association. Jiaxuan Moyan had been unable to locate her, and thus today marked their first encounter. However, there was no lingering awkwardness between them, and they felt entirely at ease. Luo Yu nodded, tossing the bundle she carried to Huang Yu. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. It was filled with pills, likely numbering in the hundreds. Handle these as you see fit. I have produced too many. Luo Yu reached out and swiftly pounced, seizing the small silver, who mistook the pills for beans. She addressed Huang Yu and Wang Ho. After a moment of surprise, both were engulfed in excitement. Though these hundreds of pills were not as valuable as the spirit concentration pill, which was worth 400,000 each, they were still a considerable fortune in their hands. I think you can handle this. Just give me the results, Luo Yu interjected, waving her hand to interrupt Huang Yu's enthusiastic remarks. With a knowing smile towards the two, she began to gather her belongings, seeing Luo Yu's trust in them. Huang Yu and Wang Ho exchanged a glance, their eyes ignited with determination and fervor. Unbeknownst to the unaware Luo Yu, her casual remark would eventually lead Huang Ho and Huang Yu to forge a formidable commercial empire. But that is a story for another time. Time flew by as Luo Yu entrusted Luo Li to Wang Ho and Huang Yu, instructing the three to seek out Jun Fei if any matters arose. Before embarking on her journey to Haotsong, the crimson horned horse, adorned with long horns and a fiery red coat, was a low-level magical beast capable of traversing 2,000 miles a day, making it the perfect mode of travel. Only 3 individuals were summoned for this expedition: Luo Yu, Jiaxian Mo Yan, and Li Xian. The Imperial Academy only sent 3 students, always selecting the top 3. With no exceptions or failures, this was the pinnacle of honor, yet equally a source of overwhelming pressure. The principal Yan Lai led the way, while the Academy's liaison teacher, Wu Chang, handled contacts and various trivial matters. Lu Yuchan and Jia Xianyi stubbornly tagged along as aides. Thus, the group of 7 set out, streamlined and focused. Along the way, the furious Jia Xian and Mo Yan and somber Li Xian were restrained by Yan Lai, preventing them from colliding with Luo Yu as they stormed through the stormy path to Haotsong. The summer rain poured, and the wind surged. Time slipped by like flowing water, fleeting and ephemeral. Outside Litong town, Yun Shitian stood at the foot of a waterfall, his silver hair billowing in the mist as he turned to Yan Chan. Yan Chan nodded. Yes, the news has spread. They say it's for some inter-academy exchange among the 3 nations. Hearing this, Yun Shitian's brow furrowed, and he replied in a low voice, in a good mood. Are we? Just a mere 10 days apart. He still held her in his thoughts, yet she seemed indifferent to her own affairs, gallivanting off to some grand event. Yun Shitian's expression remained impassive, but an icy aura began to emanate from him. Noticing this, Yan Chan lowered his head but couldn't suppress a faint smile as he earnestly suggested, Master, it's best for Yan Fei to investigate that person's whereabouts. I have yet to witness such an academy exchange over the years. It would be quite the spectacle. Why not accompany Yan Fei to see? Without inquiring whether Yun Shitian wanted to join, Yan Chan confidently declared his intention. The proud Yun Shitian fell silent for a moment. Then with a flick of his sleeves, he coldly approved. Granted. Instantly, Yan Fei's eyes sparkled with delight as he turned to inform his companions. The butterflies flitted about, and splashes of water erupted. Yun Shitian's figure radiated cold fury. The horned horse galloped swiftly, crossing the non-feather kingdom in just 10 days, entering the borderland between the non-feather and Haotsong kingdoms. The area was dense with forests and teeming with magical beasts. Years ago, neither Haotsong nor non-feather had claimed this territory, resulting in a shared boundary where neither nation exerted dominion. Beneath the blazing sun, the thick canopy of trees prevented the light from penetrating. Despite the sweltering summer heat, standing at the edge of the forest brought a refreshing breeze, offering a pleasant reprieve. Luo Yu, Jiaxian Mo Yan, Li Xian, Lu Yuchan and Jiaxian Li abandoned their horned horses and ventured into the thicket. Rays of light filtered through the dense leaves, casting a golden shimmer upon the ground. We will regroup in the capital of the Haotsong kingdom. That I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Luo Yu declared, commanding her mount amidst the dazzling golden hues. Upon hearing this, the pent-up fury that had simmered since the incident at the gathering erupted from Jiaxian Mo Yan. His handsome features darkened as he sharply raised his gaze at Luo Yu, asserting, I am the leader of this expedition. You have no right to speak. That I did not say to disperse, and no one is allowed to leave without permission. With that, his brow furrowed, he spat, ugly woman. I have tolerated you for long enough. Just because the teacher has departed today, do not think you will have the chance to take a beating. Upon finishing, A surge of energy enveloped Jiaxian Mo Yan. His azure aura radiating a chilling sharpness, he had long desired to teach Luo Yu a lesson but had been restrained by his teacher Yan Li's admonitions, who insisted that they refrain from fighting until after the tournament. Were it not for those instructions, he would have already confronted her. Jiaxian Mo Yan's piercing words caused Luo Yu to frown, casting a cold glance in his direction. Chapter 78 Li Xian, who had maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the journey, crossed his arms and sneered, "Some truly believe she's exceptionally strong, treating us as if we are beneath her as soon as the principal leaves. She attempts to abandon the group, playing a game of deceit with this two-faced demeanor." With Li Xian's sharp words, Luo Yu's expression darkened. "Li Xian, is the last kiss not enough? Do you wish to take things further with a man next time?" This remark ignited Li Xian's fury. "How dare you? Ugly woman, listen closely. I said no. If you dare to step away from the group, the teacher may not be here, but you can try and see if you can take me on." Jiaxian Mo Yan's face turned ashen. Nearby, Lu Yuchan and Jiaxian Li exchanged glances, torn between wanting to witness the unfolding drama and realizing that it might not be prudent to let things escalate. Therefore, Lu Yuchan interjected, "Enough. Just because the principal has taken a step forward, we do not need to create chaos ourselves and become a laughingstock that if there are grievances, we will settle them upon our return. For now, let us navigate this magical beast forest together." At the same moment, Jiaxian Li turned to Luo Yu. "The magical beast forest is rife with danger. The principal's departure may indeed serve to test us. But it would be wise for us to remain together. After all, we cannot predict the presence of any formidable magical beasts. Here it is worth noting that the magical beasts and magic pills of the non-feather Maple Forest and Haotsong kingdoms primarily originate from this very place. 5th and 6th level magical beasts are commonplace, while 7th and 8th level creatures are not rare. As for the legendary super magical beasts of the 9th and 10th levels, they have indeed been documented in historical records. Listening to the comforting words of Lu Yuchan and Jiaxian Li, Luo Yu's previously sullen expression softened slightly as she replied, "I truly have pressing matters to attend to. If I separate, it is to avoid delaying everyone and hindering our progress. Moreover, I do not expect anyone to accompany me. So, senior, please proceed, and I shall catch up shortly. To those who bore her no ill will." Luo Yu spoke with a gentler tone. With a nod to Lu Yuchan and Jiaxian Li, she added, "I will take my leave first. I will seek out the principal to apologize." As she turned her mount to depart, Jiaxian Mo Yan's fury flared. "You dare!" His eyes blazed with anger, and with a flick of his fingers, a long azure sword of energy materialized in his grasp. Seeing this, Luo Yu's eyes flashed with determination. Before she could speak or act, the small silver, who had been sleeping contentedly in her arms, sensed the hostility and leapt out, glaring fiercely at Jiaxian Mo Yan. Jiaxian Mo Yan scowled at the small silver, snorting, "Do not think you are the only one with magical beasts." With that, he pressed his lips together, preparing to summon his own creature. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuchan and Jiaxian Li's expressions shifted dramatically. Jiaxian Mo Yan's magical beast was not something to be summoned lightly. They immediately rushed forward, firmly restraining him. "What are you doing? Are you truly intent on engaging in a fight to the bitter end? You are older than her. If she does not understand, you should too. Internal strife is a serious matter, and if this gets out..." Lu Yuchan and Jiaxian Li clung tightly to Jiaxian Mo Yan. Meanwhile, Luo Yu swiftly retrieved the small silver. Unwilling to waste time on a quarrel, with a graceful leap, she abandoned the horned horse and soared into the depths of the forest. Realizing that arguing with a boy who had yet to mature was not his fault but rather her folly, Luo Yu vanished into the thicket. Jiaxian Mo Yan's rage nearly caused steam to rise from his head. He cleaved down with the energy sword, creating an explosive sound as it shattered a swath of trees. "She goes off as she pleases, and yet you lose your composure at the mere thought of her?" "You suddenly," Lu Yuchen interrupted. "Where is Li Xian?" Lu Yuchen's eyes darted, realizing that Li Xian, who had been standing beside them moments ago, was now nowhere to be found. Instantly, he and Jiaxian Li exchanged worried glances. Jiaxian Mo Yan, though furious, would not resort to killing Luo Yu. However, Li Xian was a different matter. That fellow was cunning and ruthless, and he could indeed act with the enmity between him and Luo Yu. Li Xian's disappearance alongside her raised alarm bells. "Let her go to hell," Jiaxian Mo Yan exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively, releasing his energy and snorting in frustration as he strode forward. Chapter 79 Lu Yuchan and Jiaxian Li frowned in unison, glancing at the direction Luo Yu had disappeared, shaking their heads as they followed Jiaxian Mo Yan. The sun soared high, and the trees swayed gently. Luo Yu quickly oriented herself and headed eastward toward the summit. During her time in the town, she had inquired about the Imperial Apothecary Association's members. The individuals tasked with procuring medicinal herbs on behalf of the Non-Feather Kingdom's Apothecary Association found themselves amidst the treacherous expanse of the Beast Forest. Heading towards the direction of Donglin Peak, with the absence of Jeshuan, Moyen and others, Luoyu's spirits naturally lifted. Along the way, she engaged in a spirited race with Xiaoyin, merrily making her way towards Donglin Peak. Strangely, perhaps due to the frequent passage of others, they encountered no beasts along the route scaling mountains and traversing valleys. Luoyu moved with remarkable speed. Donglin Peak, situated to the east of their entry point into the Beast Forest, lay approximately 100 miles away and was reputed to be abundant in herbs. As dawn broke and the mountain stream shimmered with dew, Luoyu and Xiaoyin reached the summit of Donglin Peak after a night of relentless running. The cliff stood tall and perilous. Gazing at the barren mountaintop surrounded by sheer precipices, Luoyu noticed the ground was marked by signs of passage, yet no one was in sight. Had she perhaps missed Wu Yin and his companions? Furrowing her brow, Luoyu called out, "Xiaoyin, can you discern which path they might have taken?" It was said that beasts were quite adept at tracking scents, making it likely they would excel at locating individuals. After her shout, she turned to Xiaoyin, only to see the little creature swiftly leap from the cliff to her left. Luoyu was momentarily speechless. Surely Wu Yin and his group could not have taken such a route. As she pondered, she stepped to the edge of the cliff to peer down, discovering a cluster of half-blooming fiery red herbs nestled within a patch of tangled grass, about 20 to 30 meters below. Xiaoyin clung to the cliffside, chirping excitedly at her. Fragranceless and unassuming, these were hell flowers, precious indeed as they grew on sheer cliffs and were notoriously difficult to harvest. Yet, the true treasure lay not in the flowers themselves but in the nectar contained within their stalks. A single drop of this nectar was worth 100 taels of gold and possessed remarkable healing properties for internal injuries. Luoyu found herself torn between amusement and exasperation. She had forgotten that Xiaoyin was sensitive not to human scents, but to herbs. Deciding to seize the opportunity, Luoyu glanced at the landing spot below the cliff and leaped, sliding down towards Xiaoyin's location. The wet rock glistened with dew as she grasped onto the stone with one hand while retrieving a jade vial from her bosom with the other. Beginning to collect the nectar, Xiaoyin squatted beside the flowers, an adorable sight, occasionally sticking out its tiny tongue to taste a bit of nectar before playfully sticking its tongue out at the astonished Luoyu. Chuckling with delight, Luoyu could hardly bear to reprimand such a delightful creature. "Just don't overindulge. Consuming it raw isn't advisable." It can. Before she could finish her warning, a crisp sound pierced the morning mist. Echoing mischievously, looking up, Luoyu noticed Xiaoyin with its eyes half closed, its face flushed with embarrassment, while its silvery tail shyly shielded its visage, curling into a tight ball. Unable to contain herself, Luoyu burst into laughter, which only caused Xiaoyin to blush even deeper, as it covered its face with its tiny claws. Feeling utterly mortified by the loud sound, in a moment of fluster, Xiaoyin lost its grip on the rocks, and gravity took hold, sending it tumbling downward. "Xiaoyin!" Luoyu gasped, instantly startled. She quickly switched the vial to her left hand, planted her feet firmly on the rocky surface, and leaned back, reaching out to catch Xiaoyin. Just then, the figure of Li Xian appeared ominously at the cliff's edge, a sinister smile playing on his lips, yet his eyes gleamed with a chilling sharpness. With a flick of his sleeve, a dark, flowing liquid cascaded down the cliff, emitting wisps of smoke as it dissolved the rocks with a hissing sound. At the same moment, Li Xian sneered, "Luoyu, my retribution has arrived if you possess the ability. Then retaliate with that." He extended his hand, unleashing a surge of pale azure energy that coalesced into a sharp blade aimed directly at Luoyu, who was precariously suspended in midair. The energy sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. In that moment, Luoyu found herself suspended without a solid point of leverage, unable to channel her energy in time as the azure force approached. With no recourse for counterattack, Luoyu gritted her teeth, pushing off with her toes against the rock, and instead of ascending, she leapt downwards from the cliff. Xiaoyin, witnessing this, quickly turned and followed suit. Li Xian scoffed at the sight, convinced that even with her incredible lightness of foot, Luoyu would either perish or be gravely injured from such a height. The cliff was bottomless, and as Luoyu plummeted, she resembled a soaring bird, while Xiaoyin trailed behind her, transforming into a streak of silver. With fierce determination, Luoyu descended, her speed escalating to the brink of her physical limits. As the base of the cliff came into view, Luoyu inhaled deeply, channeling all her strength into her right hand, and struck downwards. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, sending dust soaring and providing a rebound that cushioned her fall. Although her descent slowed, it did not halt. Realizing it was insufficient, Luoyu gathered her breath once more, prepared to strike again. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a powerful force suddenly surged beneath her, lifting her with tremendous strength. Luoyu quickly flipped herself onto her feet, landing safely at the bottom of the cliff. Unscathed, Xiaoyin followed closely, landing with a soft thud on Luoyu's shoulder, clutching tightly as she looked up. Her gaze met the icy visage of Yun Shitian, whose silver hair danced in the wind, exuding an aura of cold authority. Luoyu paused, surprised that he had not departed, but rather awaited her arrival. A flicker of joy surged within her, and after her initial astonishment, a smile graced her lips. Yun Shitian stood not far ahead, slowly retracting his hand and folding it within his sleeves, casting a fierce glare at Luoyu before turning coldly, commanding, "Let us depart." "Depart to where?" Luoyu inquired, taken aback. "Those who dare to bully my people," he declared, his voice laden with an icy fury, "will face my wrath. That no one shall dare lay a finger on them." The warm summer forest enveloped them, and Luoyu found herself momentarily rooted to the spot. Struck by the gravity of his words, never before had anyone spoken to her with such righteous indignation, such a fierce desire to protect. After a brief pause, Luoyu's lips curled into a gentle smile. This feeling was rather pleasant. With a twinkle in her eye, she stepped in front of the irate Yun Shitian, asserting, "There's no need for that. I shall settle the score myself." Raising her gaze to meet his, she continued, "I have my own matters to address. I'll deal with him later." With a light touch, she patted Yun Shitian's arm, looking earnestly into his eyes. "Anyone who troubles me will find themselves at odds with me. I can handle this. I'll take care of it myself. When the time comes that I can no longer manage, then you can intervene. After all, you are my trump card." As she flashed a smile at him, Yun Shitian's gaze softened slightly, the anger in his eyes dissipating as he contemplated her words. To be regarded as her ultimate reliance. This notion was not without merit. Observing the shift in his demeanor, Luoyu seized the moment to ask, "Where'n't you supposed to return? What brings you here?" "Just passing through," he replied tersely. "Passing through?" Luoyu glanced southward, realizing they were heading toward the northern region of the non-feather kingdom, quite far from Yun Shitian's territory. "I wished to witness the grand exchange conference among the three kingdoms. My master accompanied me." Just as Luoyu pondered this, Yan Chan emerged from the shadows, a broad smile gracing his face as he approached her. Casting a knowing glance, accompanying him? Even if Luoyu was unaware of Yun Shitian's true identity, she could not fathom him attending an event he deemed unworthy of his attention. Was he here for her? Was he waiting for her? Luoyu tilted her head slightly, regarding the stoic Yun Shitian. Sensing her gaze, he cast a fleeting, displeased glance at the smiling Yan Chan before his expression darkened, his voice low and commanding. "If you have time for such trivial gatherings, your own affairs should take precedence." With a sharp glare, he continued, "Once you have concluded your business, you will accompany me." As his cold yet furious tone lingered in the air, Yun Shitian grasped Luoyu's hand firmly, turning sharply to march southward. Realizing she was being pulled along, Luoyu quickly comprehended the cause of his anger. He was upset that she had not taken the time to settle her family matters, yet had chosen to eagerly participate in the conference, clearly disregarding his earlier admonitions. Understanding this, Luoyu swiftly grasped Yun Shitian's hand in return, offering a wry smile that melded genuine sentiment with feigned nonchalance. "I came here to gather medicinal herbs. The exchange conference is not my primary focus." She did not wish to disclose the matters concerning Wu Yin. Her family affairs were hers to resolve. Yun Shitian cast a sidelong glance at her, yet his anger remained palpable. "I am not deceiving you, master. I truly am in search of herbs." At that very moment, Yan Chan chimed in, his laughter punctuating the air. Yun Shitian halted his steps upon hearing the voice, refraining from glancing back at Yan Chan and instead furrowing his brow as he focused on Luoyu. The sweet aroma of the hellflower's nectar bore beneficial properties for healing internal wounds. Yan Chan approached, taking the jade vial that still rested in Luoyu's hand, inhaling its scent before smiling at her. Yun Shitian tightened his grip on Luoyu's hand, feeling a slight loosening of tension. "It's no wonder you were knocked down from above. You truly let your guard down," Yan Chan remarked with a smile directed at Luoyu. Luoyu pouted in response, clarifying that it was not her carelessness that led to her fall, but rather the overly shy behavior of Xiao Yin, which had prevented her from defending herself. "That was merely incidental. I traveled such a distance primarily to seek the Qilin fruit, the Yunjian flower, and the Tianhua bird, Xianhua Dan." Yan Chan raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing the mention of herbs. "You possess quite the ambition to even consider such a rare elixir." "I wish to experiment with it. If I add a few other herbs, it should." Luoyu's words trailed off as she cast a fleeting glance at Yun Shitian, who was observing her intently. "Master," Yan Chan turned to Yun Shitian. For many years, he had aspired to concoct this medicine for Yun Shitian, yet he had never managed to gather all the necessary ingredients. The effects of this medicine were well known to Yun Shitian. As he slowly relaxed his grip, Yun Shirtian looked down at Luoyu, who had turned her head away, revealing only a glimpse of her delicate neck, and a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. He did not release her hand, instead allowing his cold fingertips to gently caress the spot on her wrist that had turned red from his previous grasp. That I am not in a hurry, he stated, his voice still icy, yet devoid of any prior anger or dissatisfaction. As it not better to heal sooner? Luoyu did not raise her eyes, fixating instead on Yun Shirtian's long fingers that dominated yet tenderly massaged her wrist. Refusing to let go, holding her tightly, his normally frigid body temperature felt unexpectedly warm against her skin. Foolishness. These rare treasures of heaven and earth, if they grow, will undoubtedly attract powerful beasts for protection. You are too weak, you would merely be courting death. Henceforth, you are not permitted to act independently. Yun Shirtian's tone was cool, exuding disdain and arrogance. Yet, his grip on Luoyu was gentle, filled with an unmistakable warmth and delight. As if he were holding on to something he would never relinquish, Luoyu met the expressionless face of Yun Shirtian, whose eyes sparkled like glass, and she made no attempt to escape his hold. Allowing him to clasp her hand tightly. These herbs may not even be present here, Yen Chan observed, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he spoke. After a moment, he added slowly, I know that there are members of the Imperial Apothecary Association here gathering herbs. I wish to seek them out. Perhaps there may be unexpected gains. Upon hearing this, Yen Chan stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying. Well, that is hard to say. That I am the monster beast forest. Top-tier treasures are rare and unpredictable. Luoyu glanced up at Yun Shirtian, who with a calm demeanor stated, As you wish, I am not in a hurry. Yet, the glimmer of satisfaction and pleasure in his eyes was unmistakable. Understanding that she could not shake off Yun Shirtian, Luoyu decided against attempting to do so. Instead, she continued, Then let us search together. I only know they came to Donglin Peak, but I have yet to see anyone. My Xiaoyin is quite sensitive to the presence of people, but it lacks discernment as a beast. I can only rely on the silver sky fox. Upon hearing this, Yun Shirtian finally noticed the small, curled-up Xiaoyin on Luoyu's shoulder. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he lifted Xiaoyin by its tail. Normally arrogant and overbearing, Xiaoyin, upon seeing Yun Shirtian's similarly silver hair, immediately tucked in its claws, donning a radiant smile as it obediently presented itself to Yun Shirtian. Luoyu was momentarily taken aback. Was this the Xiaoyin so vain and intolerant of any other silver creatures? How many levels are you? You possess not an ounce of strength. That is so weak, Yun Shirtian remarked, frowning as he turned Xiaoyin upright. The little creature immediately began to flail in Yun Shirtian's palm, its demeanor fierce as if protesting its weakness. Yun Shirtian shot a cold glance at Luoyu. Is it acting up? The boastful Xiaoyin immediately deflated. Sulking in Yun Shirtian's palm, scratching at it with its tiny claws, yet refraining from its usual antics, Luoyu burst into laughter at the sight of this little creature, which only knew how to bully the weak and cower from the strong. Such a clever little thing. When we return, I shall gift you something far superior to this useless trinket. Yun Shirtian pulled Luoyu forward. Hearing this, Xiaoyin quickly leaped back onto Luoyu. Clutching her clothing with its tiny paws, its eyes brimming with tears as if pleading not to replace it, Luoyu nearly doubled over in laughter, holding Yun Shirtian's hand while embracing Xiaoyin as they ventured forth. The forest was dense and the wind whispered through the trees. Sunlight streamed down from the vast sky, painting the world in vibrant hues. The monster beast forest was vast. A single wrong turn could lead one astray. As the sun slowly sank, the night enveloped the day. Luoyu, Yun Shirtian, and Yen Chan moved swiftly, having traversed deep into the monster beast forest within a day, yet they had not encountered a single member of the Imperial Apothecary Association. Nor even a shadow of a person. Moreover, it seemed that the beasts, sensing the overwhelming auras of Yun Shirtian and Yen Chan, had vanished entirely. In the depths of the monster beast forest, the crackling of a fire echoed as Xiaoyin caught a few unsuspecting rabbits, providing a hearty meal for the trio, yet still yearning for more. Noticing Xiaoyin's forlorn gaze directed at her, Luoyu couldn't help but smile and joined it in catching more rabbits. While Yun Shirtian and Yen Chan rested nearby, the night breeze swept through, and the summer night felt as refreshing as spring. By the fire, Yen Chan poked at the flames and turned to Yun Shirtian, saying, Master, should I take action against those who dare bully their companions? Such audacity from the trifling three kingdoms. Knowing your disposition, a single word would suffice. Kill. Leaning against a tree, Yun Shirtian gazed into the inky sky and replied nonchalantly, No need. Let her handle it. Having promised Luoyu that she would manage the situation herself, he refrained from intervening. A fledgling eagle must learn to rise on its own to soar the skies. He believed in Luoyu's capabilities. Yen Chen acknowledged with a hum, adding more firewood to the blaze. Although it was summer, the night in the dense forest remained quite cool, while he was indifferent. Yun Shirtian was not in good health and was sensitive to the cold. Why have Luo Yu and Xiao Yin not returned for such a long time? After adding several branches, Yan Chan frowned and glanced around. Luo Yu and Xiao Yin had been gone for nearly half an hour. Given their skills, it was unusual for them to remain silent for so long. Yun Shirtian's expression darkened further upon hearing this. He had grown impatient from waiting swiftly. He rose and gestured to Yan Chan, heading straight down the path Luo Yu had taken. Yan Chan watched with a hint of a smile on his face. Their master truly cared for Luo Yu under the night sky. Amidst the radiant moonlight, Yun Shirtian's silver hair billowed as he moved. Though he appeared slow, he was as swift as smoke, covering great distances in an instant. The moonlight was thick, and within the depths of the forest, a gentle stream flowed. The sound of water joyfully leaping filled the air, and mist rose, casting a dreamy veil over the shallow river. Enhancing its beauty, Xiao Yin, bring me my clothes. Following the rustling of the wind, Luo Yu's clear voice rang out in the night. Yun Shirtian paused, turning to the source of the voice before silently advancing. The moonlight poured down, illuminating the river's surface with a silvery sheen, resembling a satin ribbon from the heavens. This moment, Luo Yu stood with her back to the riverbank, bathing, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her porcelain skin. Droplets sparkling as they danced in the air, her white silhouette akin to a water nymph on the shore. Xiao Yin was tugging at Luo Yu's clothes, dragging them toward her, emerging silently from the shadows. Yun Shirtian approached step by step. Upon noticing the cold gaze of Yun Shirtian, Xiao Yin dropped the clothing, eagerly raising its tiny paw to gesture towards the water, before scampering away with a swift motion. Had Luo Yu turned to look at that moment, she would have undoubtedly given Xiao Yin a piece of her mind for its opportunistic behavior. Seeing Xiao Yin retreating of its own accord, the anger in Yun Shirtian's eyes subsided. He had not even glanced at the little beast, yet it dared to stare. The silvery radiance enveloped the night, harmonizing beautifully with the alabaster figure in the stream. A sight so exquisite it left one parched with desire. A surge of longing coursed through Yun Shirtian. Overwhelming and fierce, he raised an eyebrow in astonishment. His desires had waned significantly in recent years, and he had shown little interest in women despite countless temptations presented to him. He remained unfazed, yet today, that long-lost feeling surged forth, intense and fervent. He craved this youthful body. He desired her. Just the sight of her bare back sent waves of sensation coursing through him, akin to the effects of an exquisite aphrodisiac. Yun Shirtian's eyes darkened with intensity, yet he had no intention of holding back. The one before him was his. When the heart stirs, it is best to act decisively. Without hesitation, Yun Shirtian shed his moon-white robe, adorned with purple gold embroidery, and leaped toward Luo Yu from behind. As Luo Yu suddenly heard a sound behind him, he lifted his head, but before he could turn around, his body was already enveloped in a broad chest. Yun Shirtian? Luo Yu was taken aback, gazing at the unexpectedly appearing Yun Shirtian. With his head bowed, Yun Shirtian looked down at Luo Yu in his embrace, reaching out to grasp Luo Yu's chin, and without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head and captured Luo Yu's lips in a fervent kiss. His tongue invaded that cherry blossom-like mouth, sweeping dominantly through, leaving behind his unique scent and mark. With an iron grip, he wrapped his arm around Luo Yu's waist, pulling him fiercely closer, as if trying to meld Luo Yu completely into his being. Taken by surprise by Yun Shirtian's kiss, Luo Yu found himself devoid of strength or opportunity to resist. Under the silvery moonlight, their silver and black hair entwined tightly together, weaving an exquisite tapestry of intimacy. And the distance, Xiao Yin emerged from the woods, casting a glance at Luo Yu and then at Yun Shirtian, quickly covering its eyes with its tiny paws, appearing remarkably solemn. Yet, the glimmering eyes peeking through the gaps revealed a sense of delight. Chapter 84. Just a kiss. And as Yun Shirtian lowered his head, he pressed his lips to Luo Yu's neck, his hands audaciously sliding downward. Luo Yu, tightly held in Yun Shirtian's embrace, found himself unable to move, forced to endure his actions. Never had Luo Yu witnessed such a conquering and devouring side of Yun Shirtian. His eyes filled with profound astonishment and indignation. What had caused this man to go mad all of a sudden? Could it be that Yun Shirtian was a lecherous man as well? But in this state, what could be said of her virtue? Yun Shirtian, what madness has overtaken you? Luo Yu shouted in anger. I have told you that I do not like being called like that. Yun Shirtian's grip tightened around Luo Yu, lifting his head to reveal eyes as dark as the abyss and a hoarse voice. Pressing his body against Luo Yu's, he declared possessively, "You are mine." This declaration, both domineering and tyrannical, resonated deeply. As Luo Yu met Yun Shirtian's gaze, the more captivating those eyes were, The more Yoon Shurtian's emotions fluctuated, he should not behave like an inexperienced boy who had never seen a woman. Luo Yu recognized Yoon Shurtian's abnormality and immediately shouted in fury, "Let go of me! Do you wish for me to hate you for a lifetime? Let go, do you hear me?" Her furious words echoed under the night sky. Accompanied by the gentle sound of the stream, plunging the world into silence, Yoon Shurtian's eyes darkened, a killing intent reverberating in the air. "You hate me?" The words escaped him through clenched teeth. "Of course. You neither like nor love me. How dare you treat me this way? Just because you believe I have feelings for you, does that give you the right to act as you please? Yoon Shurtian, let me tell you, even if I liked you, if you do something I detest, that liking can easily turn into aversion. Do not force me to become your enemy." Luo Yu ceased her struggle, instead fixing a cold, penetrating gaze on Yoon Shurtian, her face a mask of icy fury. Surprisingly, Yoon Shurtian did not respond with anger to Luo Yu's words. After a moment of silence, he spoke calmly, "Is liking enough? When will you love me enough to die for me? Only then will I not stop you." Luo Yu, recognizing Yoon Shurtian's disoriented state reminiscent of his time in the Crystal Palace, spoke bluntly, directly challenging him with the most difficult of propositions. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her words, Yoon Shurtian tightened his grip around Luo Yu, but his brow furrowed sharply. "To die for you? Nonsense. If one is dead, what use is love?" Utterly ridiculous. Luo Yu was taken aback that Yoon Shurtian, despite his confusion, could still engage in rational thought, and after a brief cough, she attempted to remedy her previous statement. "You won't die. I will save you." Yoon Shurtian glared fiercely at Luo Yu but did not move. After a moment, he suddenly lowered his head and bit down hard on Luo Yu's neck. "What madness has overtaken you today?" Luo Yu gasped in pain, cursing with a fierce bite. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. And after a while, Yoon Shurtian slowly lifted his head from Luo Yu's neck, his lips stained with her blood, a shocking crimson that in his pitch-black eyes. A turbulent emotion swirled, deep enough to ensnare anyone with a wave of his hand. Yoon Shurtian released Luo Yu and turned to the shore. "Today I will spare you. Listen well, if I am to die, you shall accompany me to hell. That if I am to live, we shall live together. In this lifetime, you shall not entertain thoughts of leaving my side." With a step onto the shore, Yoon Shurtian grasped Luo Yu's collar and flung her towards the river, turning to stand firmly on the bank. His hawk-like gaze locked onto Luo Yu as she hurried to dress. "This time I will not move against you, not because I fear your hatred. Hate me? Humph, remember this. Even if you hate me for the rest of your life, you shall never step away from my side." Previously, he had not been so resolute towards Luo Yu. Today, with just that one embrace, all his emotions had been stirred. A person who could profoundly affect him would never be allowed to leave. Absolutely not. In this life, they would share existence and death together. Hearing Yoon Shurtian's declaration, which was not merely domineering but a proclamation, Luo Yu felt a moment of surprise, though it quickly faded into the depths of her thoughts. Chapter 85. Yoon Shurtian, in a state of delirium, would remember nothing once he awoke. Therefore, whether he recalled or not was of no consequence. However, the fervor of his words was undeniably fierce. Such a feeling was simply mad. "Very well." Luo Yu acquiesced to Yoon Shurtian as she emerged from the river. Yoon Shurtian observed her straightforward agreement, and a flicker of satisfaction passed through his cold, piercing gaze, the flames of anger gradually extinguishing. Boom! Just then, amidst Yoon Shurtian's icy tone, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. Under the moonlit night, a streak of fiery red illuminated the dark sky, flaring brilliantly before vanishing in an instant. What a formidable presence! Luo Yu halted in her tracks, her eyes widening in astonishment as she turned to the source of the sound. At that same moment, Yoon Shurtian also turned his gaze in that direction, his brows slightly raised. "A level 10 magical beast." "A level 10 magical beast?" Luo Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there truly such a high-level beast in the magical beast forest? It seemed to be a fire elemental golden lion. Before Luo Yu could finish her thought, Yen Chun emerged from the shadows, striding over with urgency. Yoon Shurtian nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, you cannot wear wet clothes." Yen Chun observed Yoon Shurtian's expression, which was far from pleasant. Yoon Shurtian ignored him, and with a faint shimmer of purple light, his clothes were completely dry. Seeing this, Yen Chun bent down to pick up the white robe, putting it on Yoon Shurtian. Despite his dissatisfaction, as Yoon Shurtian slowly donned it, pressing his fingertips to his brow. Luo Yu turned just in time to witness his action. "Are you ready?" Luo Yu inquired as she walked up from the river. Yoon Shurtian gazed at her, his eyes deepening. "Ready for what?" Noticing Yoon Shurtian's lack of expression, though his demeanor seemed normal, Luo Yu concluded he had likely regained his senses. Thus, she chose not to mention the earlier incident, treating it as if it had never occurred, and excitedly exclaimed, "Let us go take a look." Although she had seen the inner core of an 11-level magical beast, she had never encountered a living level 10 magical beast. It was worth noting that in the history of Feiyu Kingdom, only once had there been recorded sightings of level 10 magical beasts, and this time it was a fire elemental golden lion, a creature rich in treasures. Observing the excitement in Luoyu's eyes, Yun Shitian, while not claiming her, felt a sense of contentment knowing she had promised to accompany him for a lifetime. He nodded in agreement. "Let us go with that." He started walking towards the direction of the sound. Yan Chan watched as Yun Shitian and Luoyu walked side by side, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes before he broke into a slow smile. He clearly saw that Luoyu, for reasons unknown, was not taking their master's words to heart, while his master was utterly serious. It seemed there would be friction and clashes ahead. The night deepened, and a gentle breeze whispered through the air. Luoyu, Yun Shitian, and Yan Chan moved swiftly, soon approaching the heart of the magical beast forest, the lair of the level 10 fire elemental golden lion. "Run quickly! Help!" my parents as they neared the territory of the level 10 fire elemental golden lion. The trio encountered a group of 5 or 6 individuals, battered and bruised, desperately fleeing towards them. How could they possibly think they could challenge a level 10 fire elemental golden lion? Yan Chan glanced at the burns on the fleeing individuals with disdain. "Let us go take a look." Luoyu dashed ahead, her excitement palpable as she gazed towards the dense forest billowing with smoke. "Be careful. Level 10 magical beasts are not easy to deal with." Yan Chan cautioned with a wry smile. "If we can't win, we run," Luoyu declared without hesitation. Yun Shitian followed closely behind her, his expression cold as he remarked, "Pathetic." Luoyu chose to ignore him. "Wuya, wait for us." "Wuya, you fool, why are you running so fast?" Just as Luoyu brushed past the group of fleeing individuals, a voice called out from a distance. Luoyu raised her gaze, instantly turning to charge towards them. "There's no need to search far. Fortune comes effortlessly." Yun Shitian and Yan Chan exchanged surprised glances before turning to follow her. "Wuya? Who is Wuya?" Luoyu intercepted the group, her voice direct. "What's going on?" "I don't know you. Let me through." The elderly man at the forefront, his hair singed and face covered in soot, rolled his eyes at the obstructing Luoyu. "I'm from the Feiyu Apothecary Association. I need to speak with you," Luoyu replied succinctly. The dark and toothless figure, upon hearing the command, immediately pointed behind him and said, "Bring me a piece of that lion's flame crystal. I shall reveal whatever you wish to know. But if not, I will remain silent even at the cost of my life." With that, he shoved Luoyu aside and dashed forward, only to call out from a distance, "Wait for me at 9 Mountains." Watching the figure vanish in the blink of an eye, Luoyu clenched her teeth, muttering, "That old fool." However, she had inquired about him on her way here, knowing his notorious temperament. He would not divulge anything unless his demands were met, even if it meant his demise. Thus, she had chosen to let him be. Standing amidst the mountains, Luoyu turned to gaze at the flickering flames in the distance. She could faintly hear the lion's roar. And tightening her fists, she looked back at Yan Chan. "Are you planning to face that level 10 fire element golden lion alone?" Yan Chan's eyes widened, while Yun Shitian's expression darkened ominously. Chapter 86. "I demand that flame crystal." Luoyu responded without hesitation. "You are no match for it," Yan Chan warned, his eyes fixed on Luoyu. A level 10 beast was beyond his capability to handle alone, and at this stage, Luoyu was also insufficiently prepared. "You must not go." Before Yan Chan could finish speaking, Yun Shitian's chilling voice cut through the air. "For a mere old man's words, you are willing to risk your life?" Absurd. Only he could incite such reckless behavior in her. No one else had that power. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yun Shitian's eyes. Luoyu met his gaze, choosing not to argue. Instead, she casually twisted her hair and said, "He is a member of the Alchemist Association." Not needing to finish her sentence, both Yun Shitian and Yan Chan comprehended her meaning. He was the very person they sought. The one who possessed the ingredients for the Xuanhuadan. The thought of Luoyu risking her life for his materials extinguished Yun Shitian's anger. His expression softened slightly. "Let us go. I will accompany you to retrieve it." With his intervention, the level 10 fire element golden lion would surely return home. "You are forbidden from intervening." Luoyu shot him a glance. Yun Shitian's expression darkened at her words. "I do not wish for the day when the Xuanhuadan is finally refined, only to find you have perished or sustained grievous injuries." Luoyu met his darkening gaze. Her words were blunt, igniting a smoldering fury within Yun Shitian, yet he found himself unable to respond. "If we seek that flame crystal, it does not mean we intend to take the golden lioness life. Yan Chan, lend me your assistance. You and I shall draw it out when confronted with a serious matter." Luo Yu's demeanor shifted to one of calm determination, devoid of hesitation or emotional turmoil. Test for you. She turned to Yan Chan. We will lure it away while you sneak in to steal the flame crystal. I will steal. Yun Shurtian's voice broke through the air, the words escaping his lips with a cold intensity. He had never committed such an act in his life, given his status and strength. The notion of him attempting a theft was utterly inconceivable. That if you choose not to assist, then I shall bear the risk of injury and go alone. Luo Yu flicked her sleeve dismissively, pressing Yun Shurtian with her words. His face darkened with anger. Yan Chan, will you accompany me? Of course, Yan Chan replied, stifling a laugh as he nodded. Then let us proceed. With a nod towards Yan Chan, Luo Yu stepped forward, disregarding Yun Shurtian's darkened expression, coolly stating, if you truly wish to save face and intervene, our partnership ends here. You will go your way, and I shall go mine without further discussion. It was not a threat, yet it carried the weight of one. That though Yun Shurtian's fury surged, a warmth blossomed within him, realizing that her reckless actions were, in fact, for his own good. After a moment, he could only emit a heavy snort before reluctantly following after Luo Yu and Yan Chan, who had already disappeared from sight. The night sky was resplendent with stars. The level 10 fire element golden lion. Once a magical beast reaches level 9, develops its unique abilities. This particular lion, naturally capable of breathing fire, was enveloped in flames. Even from a distance, the temperature began to rise sharply. Luo Yu's expression grew serious as she gripped her soft sword tightly. Standing amidst the mountains and staring at the fiery red cave ahead. Before the cave, a massive crimson lion was hunched over, devouring something from the ground. Its body was immense, adorned with horns, dwarfing even the largest of water buffaloes. Surrounding its lair were signs of smoke and the remnants of flames. Luo Yu focused intently, for beneath the moonlight, she could see that the fire element golden lion was feasting on a pile of medicinal herbs. Clearly, Wu Ye and his companions had lured the lion out with these herbs. This creature, driven by its greed for exquisite ingredients, was drawn from its den. Turning to Yan Chan, Luo Yu whispered, cover me. I will enter the cave. Are you out of your mind? It has an owner. Yan Chan turned to her in disbelief. That I am not after the flame crystal. I seek something else, Luo Yu replied. Glancing around, she was uncertain whether Yun Shurtian had followed or where Xiaoyin had scurried off to. Normally, it was always by her side, but today it had vanished just when she needed it most. That creature would certainly face a proper scolding later. Luo Yu gestured decisively towards Yan Chan, her eyes filled with determination. Seeing her resolve, Yan Chan said nothing further, casting a glance at the fire element golden lion, which was on the verge of finishing its meal. Chapter 87. The fire element golden lion is about to enter the cave. With a thunderous roar, the fire element golden lion unleashed a surge of blue energy. Shooting forth like an arrow. Upon sensing the movement, the lion raised its head and spotted Yan Chan, releasing a torrent of crimson flames. The blue energy soared, and the fiery blaze swept across the surroundings. In an instant, a fierce clash ensued between the two. As a peak blue sovereign, Yan Chan found himself momentarily capable of holding off the level 10 beast, which in its fury pursued him relentlessly, flames billowing. Meanwhile, Luo Yu observed from a distance as the lion chased after Yan Chan, drawing it away from the cave's entrance. With a swift display of agility, she darted forward, plunging into the depths of the lion's lair. The fire element golden lion, sensing an intruder, roared in fury and pivoted towards its cave. Yan Chan, witnessing this, unleashed his blue energy, weaving it into a net that ensnared the lion. Shouting, hurry! Luo Yu dashed into the cave. Discovering its depths were extensive. To the heart of the cavern lay a wide, crimson stone platform where a massive egg, the size of an ostrich egg, rested peacefully upon a bed of fiery fur. This was the offspring of the fire element golden lion. Revealing that the lion was female, Luo Yu had entered the cave seeking something to lure the level 10 magical beast away, ensuring that she and Yan Chan could not be thwarted by Yun Shurtian during the theft. The presence of this egg was fortuitous, and a flurry of motion, Luo Yu rushed forward, placing the enormous lion's egg at the cave's edge and sprinkling it with a handful of fire soil. Quickly covering the egg, seizing the fiery fur that had absorbed the egg's essence, she fashioned it into a makeshift bundle and turned to dash back towards the cave's exit. The enraged fire element golden lion, having torn through Yan Chen's energy net, charged towards the cave with lightning speed. Luo Yu burst from the cave, plunging into the vast forest beyond. The lion, sensing its child's essence fleeing, erupted with fury. In an instant, it turned its fiery gaze towards the cave, but upon finding no trace of its offspring, it released a deafening roar and pivoted to chase after Luo Yu. Flames engulfed its form, transforming it into a blazing fireball. You dare steal my child? Such audacity! Yan Chan wiped the sweat from his brow and swiftly followed suit. The trouble Luo Yu had stirred with the lion would prove difficult to manage. They darted forward, swift as a shooting star. Luo Yu utilized her agility to its fullest, navigating the terrain with expert precision. Behind them, the fire element golden lion's furious roars echoed as it relentlessly pursued. The flames it expelled scorched everything in their path, engulfing trees in thick smoke and swirling embers. At that moment, from above, the scene resembled a fiery dragon weaving its way forward, radiantly illuminating the night. Luo Yu's speed was impressive, yet the lion's and Yan Chen's were even more so in the blink of an eye. The trio had traversed a considerable distance. Meanwhile, deep within the lion's lair, a silvery figure suddenly emerged. Leaping down from the cavern walls, this area marked the deepest part of the fire element golden lion's den, devoid of the fiery essence and dominance of flames. Instead, an astonishing chill pervaded the atmosphere. At the bottom of the cavern, beneath a white stone, lay a small white stalactite-like formation, no larger than a small vial. Surrounding it was a pool of clear water, encasing the delicate stalactite. At that moment, a drop of water condensed from the white stone overhead, falling with a soft splat and releasing a fragrant chill. The small silver creature, previously unseen, now gazed intently at the white stalactite, its eyes sparkling like stars. Chapter 88. With its tiny paws it clutched a shell-like object, silver and small, made of an unknown material. The little creature opened the shell and placed it in the pure water. Instantly, the white stalactite began to flow towards the shell, coalescing within it. The small creature squatted by the pool, its eyes filled with delight. Just then, outside the cave, Yun Shirtian also arrived. Standing outside the cave of the fire-infused golden lion, Yun Shirtian gazed upon the deserted cavern. His expression darkening, yet he did not resist as he stepped inside. Although he held no fear of this 10th-ranked magical beast, he appreciated the sentiment behind Luo Yu's intentions. As he entered the cave, he cast a glance at its arrangements and proceeded deeper within. In the innermost recesses of the cave, the small silver creature, Xiao Yin, sensed the disturbance and felt the presence of an intruder. With a blink of its little eyes it sprang up, neglecting to finish gathering the white stalactites. With a swift motion, it stretched its tiny paw and retrieved a shell from the water, quickly clasping it shut. Then, clutching the shell with its forepaws, it darted into a narrow passage deeper within the cave, one it had previously gnawed out. When it came to sharpness and cunning, none could rival it. Like a flash of lightning, Xiao Yin emerged from the depths of the cave, finding a secluded spot where it dug a deep hole to conceal the shell. Covering it perfectly. In a fleeting motion, it dashed off in pursuit of Luo Yu's disappearing figure. As the night deepened, silver streaks cut through the darkness. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and her companions, having successfully lured the fire-infused golden lion away, moved swiftly. Although Luo Yu was fast, the lion was swifter. After traversing several mountains, a furious roar erupted from the lion, flames erupting and singeing Luo Yu's back. Without a glance back, Luo Yu's soft sword danced to form a luminous barrier, akin to weaving a crystal wall in the heavens to shield against the extraordinary flames of the lion. With flames bursting forth and sword light slicing through the air, Yan Chan, who had caught up, observed the fierce confrontation from below without intervening. Tio remained by her side. He recognized that she still had much to learn. She must grow stronger. Otherwise, suffering and even death could await her. Thus, as long as her life was not in immediate danger, he would refrain from offering assistance. With its fur standing on end and flames enveloping it, the fire-infused golden lion glared at the protective barrier behind Luo Yu, its eyes almost spitting fire. With a thunderous roar, it pounced forward with astonishing speed, a force of nature. Luo Yu barely caught a glimpse of the crimson rush before it lunged at her. The heat from its fiery maw more intense than that of a forge, revealing its fearsome fangs. Reacting with instinct, Luo Yu executed a swift evasion. Moving to the side in an instant, the fire swept past her, causing her hair and clothing to billow, a charred scent filling the air. Boom! Behind her, the lion's claw swept across the mountainside, shattering it with a resounding crash and creating a gaping hole the size of a locomotive. The surrounding rocks melted, transformed into molten stone by the searing flames. Luo Yu, aware of the lioness' formidable nature, could not help but gasp in astonishment. This power, this temperature of the flames. The lion's weaknesses lay in its abdomen and tail. Elsewhere, its hide was harder than steel. Although its speed was considered slow among 10th-ranked beasts, one must be swifter to triumph over it. Targeting its vulnerabilities below, Yan Chan offered guidance. Upon hearing his words, Luo Yu's eyes flickered with determination. She swiftly removed the empty pack she had been carrying and, seeing the lion turning towards her, tossed the pack behind it. The lion, noticing this distraction, immediately turned to pursue the pack, seizing the opportunity. Luoyu brandished her sword and lunged toward the lion's tail with a fierce glint. Her blade struck true, catching the lion off guard and aiming directly at its weakness. The lion roared in fury, twisting its tail and unleashing a torrent of flames towards Luoyu. Yet, her strike was faster. Her sword cleaved into the lion's tail with a resounding clang, leaving a gaping wound that oozed blood. However, upon inspecting her sword, Luoyu found it partially melted, reduced to a mere half-length. What a powerful protective flame! Just as the lion turned to unleash another fiery breath at Luoyu, Xiaoyin suddenly appeared in a flash of silver. Clamping its jaws around the pack Luoyu had thrown, "Well done," Luoyu thought to herself with a furious roar. The lion charged at Xiaoyin and in response, Xiaoyin tossed the pack back toward Luoyu, who caught it mid-air. Seeing Xiaoyin emerge unscathed despite the intense heat, Luoyu raised her eyebrows in surprise with the enraged lion now focused on her. Luoyu shouted, "Xiaoyin," as she tossed the pack back to her companion. The lion, concerned for its young, instinctively turned its attention away from Luoyu, who seized the moment to strike. In that instant, the pack soared through the air, twisting and changing direction, while the enraged lion's flame soared to heights of 3 zhang. Its furious roar shattering the tranquility of the night below. Yan Chan watched in astonishment. Given Luoyu's current abilities, subduing a 7th-ranked beast would be a remarkable feat, while facing an 8th-ranked could be a matter of life and death. Yet here she was collaborating seamlessly with Xiaoyin, standing her ground against a 10th-ranked beast. Luoyu's intellect is impressive, he mused, a smile creeping onto his face. Many possessed great martial prowess, but those who could think strategically in battle held limitless potential. The enraged lion, seething with fury, rampaged through the air, flames billowing and nearly igniting the surrounding woods. The heat was relentless, causing Luoyu to sweat profusely, her hair frizzing from the intensity. This approach was futile. They were afraid of fire, while the lion was not. The situation was decidedly unfavorable. While battling, Luoyu scanned her surroundings. The flames encircled them, illuminating the area in stark detail. Her eyes suddenly locked onto a figure standing at the edge of the fiery circle. Clad in black, with dark hair and an ominous expression, it was none other than Li Xian. At that moment, Li Xian stood dumbfounded, witnessing the fierce clash between Luoyu and the 10th-ranked beast. Having followed the commotion, he had not anticipated encountering such a legendary creature. To his astonishment, it was Luoyu, whom he believed to be injured or worse, engaging in battle. Just as he was processing this shocking scene, Luoyu leaped towards him. Startled, Li Xian stood frozen as Luoyu landed before him, her radiant smile breaking through his shock. "You said to wait for my revenge. This is my retribution. If you have the ability, you can retaliate in kind." With that, she thrust the pack into his arms and swiftly darted away. Li Xian instinctively accepted the pack from Luoyu, still in disbelief before he could comprehend the situation. The enraged fire-infused golden lion, its fury directed at him, charged forth. The flames ignited around him, jolting him into action. "Oh my God," he exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he fled under the night sky. The sound of his terrified cries echoed as he vanished into the distance. Amidst the flames, Luoyu laughed heartily, her joyous laughter soaring into the heavens, reveling in her triumph. Meanwhile, within the depths of the lion's cave, Yun Shitian stood before several fist-sized flame crystals. These crystals, crafted from the protective fire of the fire-infused golden lion, were precious artifacts that could significantly enhance one's power. He waved his hand, taking only 2 for himself before turning to face the white stalactite, observing the tiny stalactite, no larger than a fingernail. Yun Shitian furrowed his brow. This stone marrow far surpassed the flame crystals. It took millennia to condense even a single pool. The fact that the fire-infused golden lion had reached 10th rank so swiftly was largely due to the spiritual energy of this stone marrow in its domain. He intended to take some, but it had been consumed by the beast. Feeling somewhat vexed by his ill fortune, Yun Shitian turned to leave, aware that encountering the returning lion could provoke its wrath, which would undoubtedly anger Luoyu. A faint, uncharacteristic smile crept onto his lips, and his spirits lifted. The night sky sparkled with brilliance as flames danced all around. The magical beasts of the forest, frightened by the lioness' fury, scattered far and wide. As Luoyu, Yanchan and Xiaoyin made their way back, they encountered not a single beast. "What manner of magical beast is this?" Yanchan inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity as he observed Xiaoyin perched on Luoyu's shoulder. He had never seen a creature face off against a 10th-ranked fire-infused golden lion, one that seemed impervious to the lion's protective flames, yet bore the marks of battle without displaying any signs of power fluctuations. Such prowess at such a young age. If it grows, it will be formidable indeed. Luoyu turned to Xiaoyin, who grinned back, exposing a row of gleaming teeth, eagerly awaiting praise. "Just a creature that eats," she teased, Xiao Yin upon hearing this pouted in dismay, turning its back on Luo Yu in a playful huff, causing her to chuckle at its antics. Yan Chan marveled, it seems to understand us, such an intelligent creature is rare on this continent. Amidst Yan Chen's astonishment, Yun Shirtian approached slowly from the front, observing Luo Yu with her hair scorched and curled like an explosion, her clothes charred in patches. With a frown, she spoke as she stepped closer, gently pulling Luo Yu to examine her closely. Noticing this, Luo Yu chuckled, it's nothing. Yun Shirtian scrutinized Luo Yu from head to toe, noting some minor injuries, though none were life-threatening. To emerge unscathed from a level 10 magical beast was commendable. What about you? Did you encounter any troubles? Luo Yu tilted her head to glance at Yun Shirtian, who upon hearing her, raised his gaze to meet her eyes, his brows slightly furrowed, yet he remained silent. Lowering his head to press his lips against hers, Luo Yu's eyes widened in shock. On her shoulder, Xiao Yin, facing away from her, immediately turned its tiny head, peeking with one eye open and the other closed. After a fervent kiss, Yun Shirtian lifted his head to regard Luo Yu, whose lips were flushed and face adorned with a hint of irritation, his eyes sparkling with delight. It's nothing. Luo Yu frowned, puzzled by his intentions. What could he mean by kissing her without any reason? What kind of expression was that? She shot him a sideways glance, incredulous at his audacity. Little did she know, Yun Shirtian cared not for external opinions. As long as he desired, he would boldly act without restraint. Nearby, Yan Chan turned his gaze skyward, his expression serious, yet a glint of amusement danced in his eyes. Suddenly, amidst this atmosphere, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, illuminating half the sky with a crimson glow. A lion? Yun Shirtian glanced upward, then turned his attention back to Luo Yu, wondering why the fiery golden lion had not returned to its lair. Meanwhile, Luo Yu smirked coldly. To think it can confront a level 10 magical beast? Li Xian, you possess some skill. Unbeknownst to them, danger was brewing in the distance, chaos reigning supreme. Damn it, how did you provoke this deity? In the night, Jiaxian Mo Yen wore a grim expression, his hair standing on end from the flames, struggling to hold his ground. Beside him, Jiaxian Li and Lu Yuchan stood independently, their energies maximized as they faced the enraged fiery golden lion. Li Xian, blood trickling from his mouth and covered in wounds, dared not slack off, aligning himself with Jiaxian Mo Yen and the others to resist the furious beast. That cough. Is that bastard Jun Luo Yu cough. Li Xian gasped, nearly out of breath. Jiaxian Mo Yan's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. They had approached, drawn by the commotion, intending just to observe from a distance. The unleashed power of the level 10 magical beast was beyond their ability to contain. They had not anticipated Li Xian would charge in, colliding with them at that moment. Now the furious level 10 fiery golden lion charged at them. As if they had inherited a lifetime of misfortune. What are you? Bang! Before he could finish his exasperated words, the lion's blazing flames engulfed them. Run! They shouted. In tatters, their hair ablaze, the four were sent flying by the lion's wrath. Go! Jiaxian Mo Yen, filled with fury, swiftly turned in midair and fled. At the same moment, Li Xian, Lu Yuchan, and Jiaxian Li scrambled back in panic. The already enraged level 10 fiery golden lion let out a roar, charging after the four. How dare they disturb its domain? It was hellbent on annihilating them. Amidst the chaos, Jiaxian Mo Yen and the others found themselves in utter disarray. The moon hung full and silver, casting a lively aura over the night. Meanwhile, Luo Yu collected Yun Shirtian's flame crystal, remaining unpretentious as she declared, "Let us go find that toothless." Yun Shirtian nodded, yet before he could speak, Xiaoyin perched on Luo Yu's shoulder gently clawed at her. Luo Yu turned to see Xiaoyin blinking at her repeatedly. Noticing this, her eyes shifted slightly, realizing that Xiaoyin perhaps wished to keep something from Yun Shirtian and Yan Chan. She subtly raised her gaze to the dark sky, preparing to concoct an excuse. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from afar, penetrating the heavens. Yun Shirtian's brow twitched as he turned to face the source of the sound, while Yan Chan, startled, pursed his lips and let out a whistle that resonated far and wide. Luo Yu held back the words on the tip of her tongue and turned to look as well. In no time, a figure darted towards them from the sky, wings flapping, landing gracefully on Yan Chen's shoulder. A large white eagle, about the size of a human arm, perched there. Yan Chan retrieved a note from the eagle's talon, unfolded it, and his expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly handed it to Yun Shirtian, speaking in a hushed tone, "Master." Yun Shirtian lowered his gaze to the note, his expression remaining impassive. Though an aura of lethal intent enveloped him, the night was eerily quiet, a deep blue hue barely visible on the horizon. The darkest moment just before dawn. Chapter 91. Wishing to see me? In the darkness, Yun Shirtian's voice emerged slowly, as cold as ice. Yan Chan furrowed his brows, a flash of severity in his eyes. The news arrived swiftly. They must know the master is here. Master, shall we meet them? Yun Shirtian's expression darkened, his demeanor haughty and chilling. If they dare to come, this king has no fear of meeting them. Yan Chan acknowledged with a solemn yes with that affirmation. He pressed his lips together and released a piercing howl that soared through the clouds and shattered the night, echoing throughout half the magical beast forest, reminiscent of a dragon breaking the heavens. With divine majesty, he commanded authority. Yun Shirtian's hands remained tucked within his sleeves, the night wind billowing his crescent-white robe, exuding an invisible pressure that stifled the surroundings. Luo Yu stood quietly beside him, observing their actions without uttering a word. Now, seeing Yun Shirtian's response, she turned to him, silently inquiring. Sensing her gaze, Yun Shirtian turned to Luo Yu, stating in a deep voice, "Come with me to meet them." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes flickered. Judging by the atmosphere, the visitor did not seem to be a friend of Yun Shirtian. Rather, they likely bore enmity or unresolved grievances. However, anyone worthy of a personal meeting with Yun Shirtian certainly held significant weight. Considering Yun Shirtian's demeanor, it was unlikely he would even acknowledge someone of lesser stature. Now, his invitation for her to join him implied. Before Luo Yu could finalize her thoughts, Yan Chan, standing beside Yun Shirtian, furrowed his brows slightly. Master, Luo Yu still requires further training and growth. Revealing her presence now may not bode well for her. Yan Chan spoke delicately, casting a glance at Yun Shirtian. In response, Yun Shirtian shot him a cold glare. My people need not be concealed. His words dripped with arrogance, backed by undeniable strength and authority. Yan Chan offered no rebuttal, merely glancing at the silent Luo Yu. What the master says is true, he conceded, bowing his head. At that moment, as he lowered his head, Yan Chan threw a glance at Luo Yu from the corner of his eye. Luo Yu understood well. Perceiving the warning within his gesture, Yan Chan's implication was clear. The approaching individual was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, though he framed it as concern for her. His true intention was to protect Yun Shirtian. She recognized her own vulnerability. Should she be exposed, Yun Shirtian's adversaries might seize the opportunity to strike at her. If Yun Shirtian were to defend her ardently, his own injuries, still unhealed, would be laid bare, providing their foes an advantage. Yan Chan was loyal to Yun Shirtian. Luo Yu, being perceptive, noticed the exchange and waved her flame crystal, declaring, "But I'm not particularly keen on meeting. I have matters to attend to." Yun Shirtian, his gaze icy, turned to her with a profound intensity. "Perhaps we should split up. You meet them, and I will search for Toothless. I cannot afford to linger here just for him." Unfazed by the darkness in his eyes, Luo Yu smiled and replied, "I can protect myself." His words, though calm, carried an air of certainty and resolve. Luo Yu softened her gaze, recognizing his understanding of her thoughts. He had made his promise that if I wish for you to remain, I will certainly safeguard you. Chapter 92. This was the essence of his unspoken promise. Luo Yu remained motionless, gazing at Yun Shirtian, while Yan Chan lowered his head and, without further ado, knelt before Yun Shirtian, declaring, "It is my fault. Please punish me, master. Should there be a next time, I will venture into the Wujing Black Prison myself." Yun Shirtian did not afford Yan Chan even a glance. His voice exceedingly cold. To dare to surpass him and deliberately set traps for him was an affront to the heavens indeed. "I am grateful for your mercy, master," Yan Chan murmured, bowing his head. Enveloped tightly in Yun Shirtian's embrace, Luo Yu withdrew her gaze from him and glanced at the timid Yan Chan, who dared not raise his head. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Yun Shirtian and said, "Yes, I comprehend your strength. I did not imply you are incapable of protection. However, who shall venture forth? Delays may lead to missed opportunities." Listening to Luo Yu's words, a flicker of intensity crossed Yun Shirtian's eyes. She actually harbored thoughts of seeing this. Luo Yu gently squeezed Yun Shirtian's hand and pointed at the still cowering Yan Chan. "Once I surpass him in martial prowess, I will return to settle this matter. For now, I shall inquire elsewhere. We shall meet shortly." With that, she flashed a smile at Yun Shirtian, extricated herself from his embrace, and pulled up the kneeling Yan Chan, sprinting off towards Joshan. Yun Shirtian observed her departure, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yan Chan, evidently taken aback by Luo Yu's words, soon wore a smile of gratitude. "Master, Luo Yu means well." "I know," Yun Shirtian replied, watching Luo Yu's vanishing figure, before dismissively waving his hand, choosing not to pursue her further. And turning towards the mountain's summit. Since Luo Yu showed compassion, he would reciprocate. After all, she had traveled vast distances to seek him out, and he was curious about the intentions of those who sought him. The moonlight was bright, and the sky deepened into a richer blue. Dawn was approaching. Jiushan lay neither far nor near, serving as a significant way station within the forest of magical beasts. Many travelers sought refuge there. Thus establishments such as inns and taverns flourished, akin to an oasis amidst the desert. Upon Luoyu's arrival at Jiushan, daylight had fully broken to by proclaiming the name of the Feiyu Kingdom's Apothecary Association. She effortlessly located the modest two-story inn where Wuyo and his companions resided. Wuyo, lacking any talent for alchemy, was inept at concocting potions but possessed a remarkable knack for procuring medicinal herbs. Consequently, he occupied a room to himself, including the space for his belongings, clad in a white robe adorned with gold-threaded orchids. He was a stark contrast to the ragged attire he had worn the previous day. Although he had lost his hair and beard, and his face bore patches of red and black, he still appeared relatively normal. At that moment, he stared in sheer astonishment, saliva pooling as he gazed at the fiery red flame crystal before Luoyu. Seated in Wuyo's chamber, Luoyu wore a wine-red gauzy outfit she had recently purchased, her previous attire nearly incinerated by the flaming golden lion, though her clothing was far less exquisite than that of the Empire's fashions. It was simple and elegant, lending her an air of vitality. Facing Wuyo, who was nearly drooling over the flame crystal, she spoke languidly, "I have fulfilled your request." Her slow articulation shattered the room's silence. Wuyo jolted back to reality, seemingly taken aback by Luoyu's presence, rubbing his eyes in disbelief that she had truly accomplished the feat of stealing the flame crystal from a level 10 magical beast within such a short span of time. Despite his incredulity, the flame crystal before him left him no choice but to believe. Quickly suppressing his greedy expression, he clasped the crystal tightly to his chest and inquired, "Speak, what is it you seek from me?" "I wish to know two matters. Point one concerning the flame crystal and the other," Luoyu replied with a shrewdness that matched Wuyo's cunning. Noting Wuyo's shrewd demeanor, Luoyu did not argue, her tone unexpectedly accommodating. "First, I need to ascertain who poisoned the Jun family." Without beating around the bush, Luoyu dove straight into the crux of the matter. Wuyo paused, stroking his bald head in contemplation. "Who is Jun Yun?" "The former commander of the Imperial Guard." Wuyo's confusion momentarily clouded his eyes, but then a flicker of astonishment ignited within. He cast a rapid glance at Luoyu, and upon noticing the birthmark on her face, his eyes nearly bulged with surprise, yet he feigned ignorance, stammering, "I don't know, never heard of Jun Yun. Some matters are best approached with wisdom. If I could seize the magical crystal from a level 10 beast, dealing with a lowly apothecary is a trivial task. Do not test my patience." Before Wuyo could finish his retort, Luoyu coldly interrupted him. Her smile remained, yet her voice was as frigid as ice, laced with threat. Wuyo narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Luoyu leaned back, arms crossed, and replied, "Indeed, I am threatening you. What will you do about it?" Wuyo, taken aback, rose abruptly. "Don't think that because you have the flame crystal. I fear you. I, Wuyo, fear no one in my lifetime. How dare you threaten me, child? Leave my presence." At his words, Luoyu raised an eyebrow, her tone icy. "Are you certain of that?" "Of course I am." "You poisoned." Before Wuyo could finish his sentence, his confident tone faltered, his body collapsing back into the chair, the flame crystal he had been clutching rolling away. His hands turned bright red in an instant. Luoyu calmly picked up the crystal, saying, "Do not forget, I am a mid-level apothecary to a seasoned veteran like you. If I lacked the means, would I have come to your door uninvited? Wuyo, I am offering you one last chance. Who poisoned the Jun family? If you choose to remain silent, I assure you, your granddaughter remains at stake. I am not known for my mercy towards adversaries." Her voice was soft yet vicious. Wuyo was rendered speechless, caught between fury and pain. Observing his plight, Luoyu stood, her tone resolute. "Wuyo, I have adhered to your rules. You, however, have chosen to play games. Very well. To your age, you must have heard the saying that there are no secrets in this world. There are undoubtedly others aware of this matter, but your granddaughter, she is unique with that." Luoyu turned away from Wuyo, who now appeared far from feeble-minded. His eyes blazed with urgency. "Stop. You shall not leave. I will tell you." Just as Luoyu was about to step out of the room, Wuyo could no longer restrain himself, trembling as he spoke. "If only you had been forthcoming from the start," Luoyu remarked, turning back to him. With a gentle motion through the air, a fragrance wafted forth, easing the redness of Wuyo's hands. Upon seeing this, Wuyo glanced at Luoyu, his glare shifting to the evidently poisoned flame crystal, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. "You are Jun Yun's daughter, Jun Luoyu, are you not?" "Indeed," Luoyu replied, resuming her seat and fixing her gaze on Wuyo. "You are quite perceptive to recognize your father's poisoning," Wuyo remarked, shaking his head, gazing at the birthmark that was, in reality, a mark of poison on Luoyu's face. Wuyo pondered for a moment before slowly continuing, "What I know is rather vague. What I can tell you is that your father was the commander of the Imperial Guard. While I served as the medical officer for the Apothecary Association that year, we were to accompany the king to the Fenglin Kingdom for the centennial celebration of its monarch. At this, Wu Yo fell silent, seemingly recalling a shiver of fear. After a long pause, he resumed, the centennial ceremony in Fenglin Kingdom took place within a forbidden area. It remains unclear whether we erred or if the ritual itself was flawed. Suddenly, someone must have triggered a mechanism, and we found ourselves ensnared in a bewildering locale, one that defies description. Amidst the chaos, no one could afford to pay attention, and panic ensued, causing widespread disarray. As he spoke, Wu Yo shook his head, still haunted by the terror of that date. In the end, the mechanism led to many casualties, both accidental and otherwise. Everyone believed they would surely perish there, yet unexpectedly, the mechanism activated once more, returning us all to safety. Hearing this, Luo Yu's mind raced. And what does this have to do with my father? Wu Yo fixed his sharp gaze upon her. I must stress that I am not implicated in this. Should there be any connection, you must not harm my granddaughter. As long as you remain truthful, I shall not lay a hand on you. Generations belong to their respective eras, and I can distinguish between them. Luo Yu was direct in her response. What transpired was chaotic, but I clearly saw that it was Jun Yun who triggered the mechanism, thereby freeing everyone. When Luo Yu heard this, her brows furrowed slightly as she scrutinized Wu Yo. So that I do not know. Beyond that, I cannot say. The forbidden area of Fenglin Kingdom is a mystery even to the king. How could I possibly know? I only know that the king's beloved concubine arrived in the Feiyu Kingdom shortly thereafter, and your birthmark appeared, leading your father to distance himself from the imperial capital. Luo Yu absorbed this information, her understanding deepening. She rubbed her chin, contemplating Wu Yo's words, and after a moment, she slowly inquired, what you have stated is. Except for him, no one witnessed her father touching that object, and the one who spoke of it. Upon hearing this, Waya was immediately filled with rage. His face flushed as if he were about to engage in a fight with Luo Yu. However, after displaying such anger, Waya suddenly recollected something, deflating like a punctured balloon. No, with so many people around, if I can see it, others can too. I did not speak of it. Yet, back then, I sensed something amiss and merely advised Junyun to be cautious. Without delving deeper into the matter, that too could be seen as turning a blind eye to danger. Observing Junyun, who remained oblivious to everything, he felt discomfort but dared not voice it. Thus, he decided to abandon the role of military doctor and instead act as a mere herbalist for the medicinal association. Hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes darted around. No wonder her father knew that Waya was aware of something while he himself did not, for it was due to this. With her fingertips lightly tapping the table, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Luo Yu decisively pressed her finger down on the table, realizing the truth, although she remained unaware of what her father had done to lead to such circumstances. She grasped the essence of the situation. Chapter 94. However, she understood more about the latter part, that a person of significant power had taken action against him. Once, she rose and bowed respectfully to Waya. I apologize for my transgressions. It is indeed kind of you to remind my father to be cautious, and today I was overly impulsive with that. She gently brushed her hand across Waya's reddened palm, which immediately began to return to normal. She then placed the flame crystal beside him. It is now non-toxic and can be used freely. Thank you, Waya, for your assistance. Seeing Luo Yu's courteous demeanor, Waya harbored no grudges. After a brief moment of surprise, his previously unsightly expression softened and became more serene. As he watched Luo Yu prepare to leave, he could not help but speak. Do not act recklessly. Even Junyun, with his high standing, could not confront the might of the Xiang Duke's residence. Exercise utmost caution. This matter is fraught with peril. Luo Yu turned back, nodding with a smile. I understand, thank you, Waya. After a moment, she abruptly shifted the topic. By the way, Waya, do you have a few medicinal herbs? I cannot exchange for them with this flame crystal, but I would like to purchase them from you. Upon hearing this, Waya immediately reverted to his shrewd merchant demeanor. Let us hear it. Qilin fruit, Yunji flower, fire. Before Luo Yu could finish, Waya leaped up, waving his hand. Enough, enough. I shall pay you a fortune for those herbs. You must sell them to me. Waya clasped the flame crystal, turning his back to Luo Yu. If you lack medicinal herbs, I can offer you a discounted price, but for everything else I have none. Luo Yu was taken aback by Waya's response and promptly nodded. Thank you. Without further ado, she turned and walked outside. The sun flickered outside, and the sky was bright. Luo Yu had begun to piece together her father's and her own poisoning situation. Gaining some clarity, she immediately set off in the direction of Yun Shirtian. Suddenly, as she was running, Xiaoyin sprang from her arms, landed, and tugged at her pants, pulling her in another direction. Realizing Xiaoyin had something important, Luoyu nodded. What is it? Lead the way. Xiaoyin immediately shimmered and dashed forward. Luoyu followed closely, heading toward a different direction. The duo, one person and one creature, moved swiftly, and soon arrived at the spot where Xiaoyin had hidden the shell. Xiaoyin dug through and pulled out the shell, its two eyes gleaming with excitement as it opened it. Instantly releasing a fragrant aroma, Luoyu was taken aback. What a delightful scent! What is this? Just a whiff makes me feel invigorated. As she contemplated, she saw Xiaoyin extend its tiny paw and extract 2 drops of milky white stone marrow from the small shell. Licking its tongue, it consumed 1 drop, while the other was quickly offered to Luoyu. Eat? Luoyu looked at Xiaoyin, who nodded vigorously without hesitation. Luoyu opened her mouth and swallowed the drop of stone marrow. Seeing this, Xiaoyin promptly closed the shell, and the enchanting fragrance dissipated entirely. Then, it stuffed the shell into Luoyu's arms and tugged her toward a secluded corner. Luoyu allowed Xiaoyin to lead her, and as soon as she sat down, a fiery energy surged within her. Dantian, intense and profound. Heavenly treasure! Luoyu gasped, recognizing the extraordinary energy accumulation around her. A truly remarkable find. Without delay, she formed a hand gesture to begin absorbing the medicinal effect. The wind rustled through the treetops, and the magical beast forest felt cool and refreshing. Time passed, and suddenly, crackling sounds echoed around her. Luoyu felt her bones pop and crackle as the entire medicinal effect was absorbed. The sensation of comfort washed over her, akin to Zhu Beiji's delight in consuming a ginseng fruit, as all 38,000 pores of her body relaxed. As she exhaled deeply, her eyes flew open, glimmering with a newfound depth. Without uttering a word, she leaped into the air, striking her palm against the rocks behind her with tremendous force. Instantly, a resounding explosion echoed, and the stones shattered, scattering everywhere. The solid granite was reduced to dust by her single blow. Such mastery, 100 years of cultivation indeed. Just 1 drop yielded 40 years of power. Luoyu stood beside the pulverized stones, gazing at her hands, excitement radiating from her eyes. Chapter 95. Xiaoyin, witnessing this, rolled on the ground with laughter. Clearly overjoyed. Turning to the delighted Xiaoyin, Luoyu wiped the sweat from her face, exclaiming with joy, "You little creature, how can you be so wonderful and adorable?" Hearing this, Xiaoyin proudly raised its tiny paw, lifting its head and unapologetically acknowledging, "Of course." Luoyu burst into laughter, her voice echoing through the air. After a moment of exhilaration, Luoyu looked at the birthmark scar on her hand that she had just wiped away and blinked. With 40 years of power and this heavenly treasure cleansing her marrow, her skin gleamed, and the scar was no longer visible. "I need to find some medicinal herbs," Luoyu murmured suddenly upon seeing Luoyu in her entirety. Xiaoyin tilted its head in awe before leaping onto her shoulder, sweetly pecking her cheek. Luoyu, taken by surprise, laughed and scolded, "You little rascal, boom!" Just as Luoyu's laughter trailed off, a deep collision sound erupted nearby. Interrupting her words, the fire-infused golden lion? Having experienced a surge of power equivalent to 40 years, Luoyu vaguely sensed the formidable presence of the fire-infused golden lion. Astonished, she turned her head. Could Li Xian withstand the might of the fire-infused golden lion alone? That seemed improbable. At once, she beckoned to Xiaoyin. "Let us go take a look." With that, she vanished in a flash, resembling a cloud of crimson, darting towards the source of the commotion, with Xiaoyin closely following. Boom! Flames erupted, incinerating a swath of trees, creating a fiery inferno in the central area. Luoyu perched atop a tree, gazing down. Within the fire circle, Jejun Mo Yen, Jejun Li, Lu Yuchen, and Li Xian were valiantly defending themselves against the onslaught of the fire-infused golden lion. Battered and bruised, the lion seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly pursuing Jejun Mo Yen and the others, determined to annihilate them. Yet, Jejun Mo Yen and his companions, the highest rank among them being merely Qing Zun, were no match for a level 10 magical beast. After such a relentless struggle, the 4 were nearly exhausted, while the 3 magical beasts had lost a significant portion of their lives. Seeing this, Luoyu furrowed her brow. She had no qualms about killing Li Xian, revenge was sweet, and she relished the unfolding drama. As for Jejun Mo Yen, Jejun Li, and Lu Yuchen, she bore no deep-seated hatred towards them. Why would she hold a grudge against boys who had yet to mature? Furthermore, although Jejun Mo Yen was disagreeable, he had never harbored intentions to kill her. Just as Luoyu contemplated, the fire-infused golden lion let out a roar and swept its claw towards Jejun Mo Yen with immense force. Already injured, Jejun Mo Yen had no time to evade and could only hastily shift to avoid a fatal blow to his chest. Mo Yen! Jejun Li exclaimed in alarm. Observing this, Luoyu tore a strip from her garment, binding it around her face, and leaped down. Having already lost too much blood and feeling utterly exhausted, Jejunemo Yen thought he was done for when a red cloud suddenly descended from the sky. Grabbing his arm and pulling him back, he was momentarily stunned, turning to see a red-clad woman with dark eyes and a graceful figure. As Luoyu freed Jejunemo Yen, she noticed the fire-infused golden lion charging towards them. With a cold snort, she let go of Jejunemo Yen, standing her ground and rushing forward, delivering a kick to the lion. The trio of Lu Yuchen gasped in astonishment. Bang! To their shock, Luoyu's kick connected solidly with the lion's jaw. Producing a thunderous sound, the lion was momentarily halted mid-attack. Its momentum thwarted. Meanwhile, Luoyu showed no signs of injury from the flames, standing her ground without a hint of retreat. What tough skin! Luoyu scoffed, her figure flashing as she suddenly appeared atop the fire-infused golden lion. Her feet pressing down with force, the Yuhua golden lion, caught off guard, was forcefully driven into the ground by Luoyu's strike. Jiaxuan and Moya, along with their companions, widened their eyes in astonishment at the sheer ferocity of the power displayed. What are you waiting for? Step on the Yuhua golden lion! Luoyu turned and shouted at the stunned Jiaxuan, Moya, and the others as her voice resonated in the air. A mountain breeze swept through, lifting the veil that concealed Luoyu's face, revealing her breathtaking beauty, stunning and unparalleled. Chapter 96. As the gentle breeze danced, it seemed to dim the colors of the world, leaving only her radiant visage as the sole focus. Below, Jiaxuan, Moya, Li Xian and Lu Yuqing stood in awe, momentarily transfixed by the sight before them. This was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. All four were prominent figures in the court, having encountered countless beauties throughout their lives. They had seen elegance, allure, sweetness and charm. They had witnessed it all and should not have been dazzled by mere beauty. Yet they had never before laid eyes on such a chillingly beautiful and formidable figure, as if she had descended from the heavens, exuding brilliance and commanding the elements, with 7 parts celestial grace and 7 parts unmatched poise. She embodied a perfect blend of inner and outer beauty that even the most jaded of them could not help but be moved at. As the breeze caressed Luoyu's veil, she furrowed her brow. Realizing that this was not the moment to reveal her true face, swiftly, she grasped the veil that had been swept away by the wind, covering her features once more, and barked, "Are you all foolish?" Jiaxuan, startled, was the first to recover from the enchantment cast by her beauty. Instantly, he summoned a long sword of azure fighting spirit, gritting his teeth as he charged towards the Yuhua golden lion, which lay pinned to the ground. "Quick, let's all attack!" he shouted. Jiaxuan, Li Xian, and Lu Yuqing quickly followed suit, clenching their jaws and gathering their final reserves of strength to assault the Yuhua golden lion. 2 azure and 2 green peaks of fighting spirit surged forth, accompanied by the reckless charges of 3 magical beasts. In an instant, they enveloped the 10th level Yuhua golden lion. The clash erupted, with fighting spirit illuminating the surroundings. The Yuhua golden lion roared in fury, straining against its restraints. Seeing this, Luoyu swiftly moved beside Jiaxuan, snatched the azure sword from his grasp, and with a single powerful swing, a strike infused with a century's worth of power, she aimed at the escaping Yuhua golden lion. At the same moment, she cried out, "Stand back!" Realizing the imminent danger, Li Xian and the others, along with their magical beasts, leaped backward. The sword descended with the force of a mountain, slicing through the air like a tempest aimed at the Yuhua golden lion. Sensing the potency of Luoyu's strike, the Yuhua golden lion hesitated, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of protective flames. The collision of red and blue erupted mid-air with a thunderous roar, shaking the very ground for miles around. Sword energy surged, flames soared, and a crimson cloud blossomed violently, scorching everything in its path. Li Xian and the others, startled, ducked for cover as flames scattered chaotically. In the midst of this chaos, the Yuhua golden lion was knocked off balance, landing heavily on the ground, while Luoyu staggered backward, struggling to maintain her footing. Jiaxuan, witnessing this, instinctively reached out to catch her, but Luoyu raised a hand, tossing the azure sword back to him, and commanded, "Charge!" Jiaxuan, a skilled peer among his contemporaries, immediately understood her urgency. He grasped the sword and soared towards the reeling Yuhua golden lion, seizing the moment to strike. The time to attack was now. If they hesitated, the golden lion would recover, and their chances would vanish. Lu Yuqing and the others, equally perceptive, disregarded the scorching rain of fire and charged headlong at the Yuhua golden lion, their fighting spirit surging recklessly. Luoyu steadied herself, wiping the sweat from her brow. The protective flames were indeed formidable. A 10th level magical beast was no trifling opponent. She reached into her clothes, ready to summon her companion Xiao Yin, drawing in a deep breath. Luoyu prepared to leap back into the fray. However, just as she took a step forward, she suddenly paused, tilting her head slightly. In the distance, 2 powerful presences were rapidly approaching, their momentum unmistakable. Luoyu closed her eyes briefly, Honing in on their auras. One belonged to their headmaster, Yen Lai. It seemed he had sensed the trouble. The other presence accompanying him remained unknown. Just then, Jashuan's voice rang out, "My Liuhua has arrived. Our teacher must be here too." Liuhua was here. Finally, Jashuan Li spat blood, his spirit soaring. "Hold on just a bit longer," exclaimed Li Xian and Lu Yuqing in unison. Realizing it was Jashuan's magical beast, Luoyu's gaze shifted. She swiftly took position behind Jashuan, pressing her palm against his back. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy coursed into him, stabilizing his breath. "Friend, he began, astonished, but before he could finish, Luoyu had already taken off, gliding through the air as if she were a fleeting shadow. Disappearing without a word. "Wait, leave a name," Jashuan called out frantically, but she did not look back, leaving only her silhouette behind. A fleeting red cloud. Moments later, two piercing howls echoed as Yen Lai and Jashuan's magical beast arrived. Flames erupted, and the tide of battle shifted as sunlight sparkled and danced around them. Luoyu strolled leisurely to a nearby stream, reapplying her birthmark. She simply wished to ensure that Jashuan Li, and Lu Yuqing would not perish. With Yen Lai's arrival, it was time for her to withdraw. There was no need to linger any longer. With the mark restored, Luoyu met Xiao Yin's discontented gaze and chuckled. "Little one, you too have an eye for beauty." Xiao Yin flicked its silver tail, seemingly affirming that it was natural to appreciate beauty. "And yet, you choose to stay with me?" Luoyu teased. Xiao Yin, eyes twinkling, extended a tiny paw to mimic the act of devouring roasted meat, conveying its simple truth. Roasted meat was the finest feast. Luoyu chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. Knowing that Jashuan and the others were safe, she dismissed any lingering concern for them as for her fleeting exposure. She was confident that no one would suspect the birthmark's sudden disappearance. Even if there were doubts, they would not amount to anything significant. "Let's go find Yun Shitian," she called to the entranced Xiao Yin, feeling quite pleased as she headed in the direction where he was last seen. The breeze rustled through the treetops, and the magical beast forest felt refreshingly cool. Upon returning to the place she had left, Luoyu searched for quite some time but found no trace of Yun Shitian or Yen Chan. Where had these two wandered off to? Furrowing her brow, she observed the surroundings closely. There were no signs of battle, no lingering toxins or smoke, and no unusual disturbances. It seemed that no conflict had occurred. Luoyu gazed up at the sky. The weather remained relatively stable. She was uncertain how much time had passed since she had consumed that stalactite. Had it been merely a couple of hours, or had an entire day and night elapsed? With no one to inquire, she pondered whether Yun Shitian had gone looking for her due to her absence or if something else was amiss. Feeling a bit conflicted, she eventually shook off her concerns, patting her backside as she and Xiao Yin set off toward the edge of the magical beast forest, heading for the Haotsong Kingdom. Yun Shitian was aware of her intentions to visit the Haotsong Kingdom. If she could not find him here, he would surely seek her out there. Remaining in this place would only waste time and serve no purpose. If he had already departed, there was no point in searching for him here. Thus, Luoyu made a decisive choice, heading toward Haotsong. The time for the Three Kingdoms Academy Exchange Conference was limited, and since she had promised the headmaster to attend, she would not delay any further. The sun shone brightly, and the magical beast forest lay in serene silence. Luoyu traveled at a steady pace, taking at least 10 days to finally exit the forest. Along the way, she encountered numerous low-level magical beasts, which vanished before she could approach. As for the higher-level ones, perhaps due to the presence of the 10th-level Yuhua Golden Lion, they had all scattered, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 98. Luoyu found her journey remarkably easy. The Haotsong Kingdom, unlike the opulent and vibrant Italian-Roman charm of the Feiyu Kingdom, possessed a unique flair reminiscent of the bold, tangerine hues of the Netherlands. A fusion of elegance and exuberance. It was a capital city that harmoniously blended passion with distinctiveness. The chimney-like architecture transported Luoyu to the medieval era of Europe, where women donned billowing skirts and men dressed as knights, creating a truly time-traveling spectacle. In the capital of the Haotsong Kingdom, Luoyu leisurely counted the days, and after 10 more, she arrived at the agreed-upon location, the branch of the Imperial Academy in the capital city. Why am I only arriving now? Upon entering the grand entrance of the Imperial Academy's branch, Yen Lai raised his head to glance over, and upon recognizing Luoyu, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Luoyu surveyed the expansive hall of the branch, noting the lack of bustling activity. Only the staff were excitedly moving about, seemingly leaving the space entirely for Yen Lai and his company. After taking in the situation, Luoyu respectfully addressed Yen Lai, saying, "I am unfamiliar with the route, hence my slower pace." Yen Lai, upon hearing this, frowned and remarked, "This is your first outing, yet you disregard the captain's guidance." Such a lack of team spirit, Luo Yu, is quite infuriating. Acknowledging his fault, Luo Yu readily accepted responsibility, stating, "Yes, I understand this is my mistake. Please let the principal handle it." Not one to entangle himself in excuses. Luo Yu was straightforward. Seeing Luo Yu's understanding demeanor, Yan Lai slightly tempered his anger and said solemnly, "Make a note of it for now. We shall settle this matter after the conference." Understanding that Yan Lai did not intend to pursue the issue further, Luo Yu approached him with a smile, taking a seat beside him and nodding in agreement. Observing Luo Yu's forthrightness, Yan Lai refrained from further reprimand and inquired, "Did you encounter any unusual circumstances along the way?" "None," Luo Yu replied, shaking her head as her gaze fell upon the somewhat dispirited Jia Xian, Mo Yan, and the others. She continued, "However, I did come across a cave that was surprisingly devoid of magical beasts and found some valuable items." With that, she retrieved a small shard of flame crystal, which Yun Shirtian had given her, placing it on the table. "Test this, the flame crystal of the fire-embodying golden lion," Yan Lai exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement as he nearly sprang from his seat. The previously listless Jia Xian, Mo Yan, and the other three immediately perked up, their eyes fixated on the crystal. "I'm unsure. It seemed of decent quality, so I picked it up." Luo Yu feigned ignorance. Yan Lai, brimming with enthusiasm, cradled the small crystal in his hands, his expression transforming with joy. "This is wonderful. I was in need of such a treasure, and here you are, bringing it to me, Luo Yu. This crystal should be used for the principal. You must be credited for this contribution." Yan Lai was on the verge of exuberant laughter. Luo Yu, sensing his excitement, displayed a momentary look of puzzled surprise. Though she understood well the implications, the injuries sustained by Jia Xian and Mo Yan were not something ordinary medicine could remedy. Only the flame crystal, infused with the protective fire of the fire-embodying golden lion, could ensure their complete recovery. With the exchange conference not even commenced, the loss of two key members weighed heavily on Yan Lai, and now, his elation was palpable. Luo Yu remained outwardly perplexed but inwardly cognizant. She did not wish to shoulder the burden of the three kingdoms exchange solely on her own, as that would be utterly exhausting. Meanwhile, Li Xian, observing the scene, muttered quietly, "What luck." His voice was low and devoid of sharpness. Luo Yu turned to look at him, surprised at how he seemed to harbor no resentment towards her. Upon shifting her gaze, she noticed that not only Li Xian was watching her intently. Jia Xian, Mo Yan, Jia Xian Li, and Lu Yuqing were also fixated on her face. Particularly, Jia Xian Mo Yan's brow was slightly furrowed as he scrutinized her, his expression a mixture of conflict and depth. Unfazed by their attention, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" None of the four spoke, only gazing deeper at her. Noticing this, she turned back to the ecstatically smiling Yan Lai, asking, "Principal, are they unwell?" At her question, Jia Xian, Mo Yan, and the others frowned but surprisingly did not express anger. Yan Lai, now aware of their unusual behavior, raised an eyebrow and looked at Jia Xian Mo Yan, asking, "What's the matter, young man?" Jia Xian Mo Yan remained silent, prompting Jia Xian Li to respond, "She resembles the woman who saved us." Yan Lai was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze to Luo Yu, thoroughly assessing her. "Didn't you say?" Before he could finish, Jia Xian Mo Yan, who had been seated silently, suddenly lunged at Luo Yu's face, aiming to grab her birthmark. Luo Yu remained still, her eyes narrowing as she coldly regarded Jia Xian Mo Yan. He quickly brushed his fingers across the mark on her face, his brow knitting into a deep frown. "That's not fake." Though he spoke only 4 words, the implication was clear to Li Xian and the others. If the birthmark was indeed genuine, then the woman who saved them could not possibly be Luo Yu. One was a hideous creature, the other a beauty akin to a celestial being, while there was a resemblance. The difference was stark. "I told you it couldn't be her. Her skills couldn't possibly be that formidable." Li Xian's disdain and anger were evident on his face. Lu Yuqing and Jia Xian Li shook their heads, averting their gazes. Though Jia Xian Mo Yan retracted his hand, he continued to cast glances at Luo Yu, his brow deeply furrowed. Luo Yu chose to disregard the 4 and looked towards Yan Lai, who also shook his head in response to their behavior. "Did you not mind them? They are simply being irrational." Luo Yu chuckled at this, finding the term irrational quite fitting. "Very well, let us adjourn for rest. In 2 days the conference will commence, and I do not wish to hear of any discord or clandestine antics. Should anything go awry, tarnishing the reputation of the Imperial Academy, I shall not hesitate to take action against the culprit, regardless of who they may be." Yan Lai addressed Luo Yu with a serious tone, then turned to regard Jia Xian Mo Yan and the others, his expression stern as he spoke. Afterward, he cast a penetrating glance at Li Xian, who, being astute, immediately grasped the underlying meaning. In unison, they nodded, replying, "Understood." Now go, Yenlai said, satisfied with their response. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from outside the Imperial Academy branch. Ha ha ha, Principal Yen, you are too distant. You should have come to our palace instead of staying here. A group of boisterous individuals entered, laughter filling the air. Yenlai turned to see a robust figure approaching, his stature imposing. Third Prince, Li Xian stood to greet him, stepping forward. The royal from the Haotsong kingdom clapped Li Xian on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, "My boy, it's been 2 years. Your aura has grown stronger. You truly are a product of the Imperial Academy's training." Before Li Xian could respond, the royal exuberantly grasped Yenlai's hand, exclaiming, "Come, come. Knowing everyone from the Imperial Academy is here, my royal brother has specially sent me to invite you and Prince Feiyu for a welcoming feast. We shall set aside the competition for tonight. It is solely a gathering to welcome you, Principal Yen." Without waiting for a reply, he pulled Yenlai towards the chariots outside. Yenlai, recognizing the hospitality, could not refuse and waved to Luo Yu and the others. "Let us go, it would be rude to decline the king's generous invitation." "Indeed. Shaoqi, take care of your senior brothers and sisters." The third prince laughed heartily as he led the way. Li Xian turned to Jia Xian and Mo Yan, saying, "Let us go and experience the grandeur of the Haotsong royal palace." With that, he and Jia Xian and Mo Yan began to step outside. Jia Xian and Mo Yan nodded but paused mid-step, suddenly recalling something, and turned to Luo Yu, who had remained still. "Are you not coming? Do you need to be invited?" Luo Yu inwardly scoffed, thinking to herself that she had no desire to visit the Haotsong royal palace. However, not wanting to appear peculiar in front of the others, she decided it was inconsequential to join them. Thus, the group set off towards the Haotsong royal palace, accompanied by the royal chariot guard. Entering a world of exquisite charm reminiscent of medieval Europe, Luo Yu reveled in the sights along the way, ignoring Jia Xian and Mo Yan's silent warnings to refrain from looking around. As if to avoid embarrassment, she believed that if something was beautiful, it was worth gazing upon. Pretentiousness was a child's folly. As the sun blazed like fire, painting the horizon in hues of orange and crimson, the group entered the grand hall of the Haotsong royal palace. The sky gradually darkened and lanterns lit up, revealing a hall already bustling with guests. "Principal Yen, you have arrived late." A middle-aged man, resembling Li Xian, boomed with laughter from the golden throne. Yenlai chuckled, meeting the gaze of the Haotsong king without losing his composure. "Just in time for dinner. I am not late at all." Laughter erupted throughout the hall, indicating a warm camaraderie between them. Taking a seat at the left side of the hall, Yenlai was positioned first, with Jia Xian and Mo Yan second, while Luo Yu found herself placed at the farthest corner. Luo Yu saw no issue with this arrangement. It was merely a formality. "Principal Yen, it is good to see you again." The man at the head of the right side of the hall greeted Yenlai with a smile. Yenlai looked up and responded, "King Yi, what brings you here?" The middle-aged man, possessing a scholarly demeanor, replied with a smile, "My royal brother tasked me with leading the delegation, so naturally, I had to come." "Come, Xinger, greet Principal Yen." This. A young woman seated beside him stood gracefully, introducing herself, "Bingchan Xing. I have the honor of meeting Principal Yen." "Bingchan, the royal family of the Fonglin Kingdom," Yenlai remarked with a smile. "I hear the young princess possesses extraordinary talent." Luo Yu turned her head to observe Bingchan Xing and was momentarily taken aback. It was said that she was stunningly beautiful, captivating all who beheld her. However, this Bingchan Xing surprisingly bore a resemblance to her. Adorned in a flowing red gauze gown, with meticulously enhanced cheeks that exuded an air of valiance, truly reflecting 5 parts of her elegance. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Yu shifted her gaze towards Joshua and Moi, only to find them equally dumbfounded. The unmistakable signals of recognition and unreserved admiration were clearly evident in their eyes. "Thank you for your assistance that day," Joshua Moi suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Joshua Moi address her, Bingchan Xing, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and smiled at him. Giving a slight nod, she did not refute his words. And though she did not explicitly acknowledge them, there was an implicit acceptance in her demeanor. Observing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but subtly curve her lips in a silent smile. "Oh, Xinger, have you two met?" exclaimed the Leaf King in surprise. Bingchan Xing and Joshua Moi exchanged glances but remained silent, a nuance of understanding passing between them that spoke volumes more than words could convey. The Leaf King, noticing this, glanced at Joshua Moi with a smile in his eyes, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. Come, let us commence the feast. Principal Yen has traveled a great distance. I cannot afford to neglect him." The king of Haotsong declared with a hearty laugh, waving his hand. Immediately, the banquet commenced, with fragrant wines and an array of delectable fruits and meats wafting through the air. The atmosphere was enlivened by songs and dances. the melodious strains of silk and bamboo filling the space. The royal fare was indeed splendid, and Luoyu, preoccupied with feeding little Silver, chose not to engage in any social niceties, remaining unbothered by the lack of conversation from others. Yet, rather than appearing isolated or helpless, she exuded an air of calm leisure. Amidst the clamor of polite exchanges, Luoyu felt distinctly out of place. Principal Yen, I have heard that this year's Imperial Academy has welcomed a prodigy. Is it this young lady? A serene voice broke through the cacophony of festivities, drawing everyone's attention to Luoyu, who was seated in the corner. Unfazed, she continued to feed little Silver, slowly lifting her gaze to the speaker. Standing beside the king of Haotsong as a wine attendant was a young man who, unlike Li Xian, bore a more moderate demeanor. He gazed at her with a warm smile, his expression seemingly quite ordinary. Not exactly a prodigy, just somewhat skilled, Yen Lai humbly replied with a smile. Principal Yen is too modest. As a representative at the exchange conference, you must possess some talent, remarked another young man standing beside the calm figure, who bore a striking resemblance to Li Xian. I have heard from my seventh brother that this young lady Luoyu is quite talented. She has been of assistance to him at school. Such kindness deserves my gratitude as an older brother. Bring forth the fine wine. I toast to Miss Lu. That I too shall raise a glass in gratitude to Miss Luoyu on behalf of my younger brother, the calm young man added with a smile. Immediately, attendants emerged with fine wines. Luoyu listened attentively, observing the scene, a gentle smile gracing her face. She had not aided Li Xian but had rather engaged in a friendly rivalry with him. Today, it seemed, was an occasion for the brothers to seek a chance to express their appreciation. As she pondered, Li Xian's older and second brother approached with their cups raised, presenting two exquisite drinks before her, one red and one white, both emanating enticing aromas. This is a treasured selection from Haotsong, a rarity for ordinary folk. It is quite potent. Will Luoyu be able to handle it? Li Xian's older brother asked with a gentle yet subtly sharp tone. The attention of the hall increasingly focused on Yen Lai. Discerning the quality of the wine, frowned slightly. While it was indeed an excellent vintage, for someone of Luoyu's cultivation, it could be perilous. He moved to speak, but Luoyu interjected with a light laugh. Your Highness's kind intentions shall not go unacknowledged. With that, she displayed no trepidation, lifting the glass of white wine and gesturing towards Li Xian's elder brother before drinking it down. Instantly, a chill surged through her dantian, and her visage abruptly crystallized, almost resembling an ice sculpture. A gasp rippled through the hall. Such a rare vintage from Haotsong should not be consumed carelessly. Yen Lai's expression turned icy, and before he could articulate his concern, Luoyu's frozen facade shattered with a resounding crack, swiftly melting away as if ice met summer, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Truly remarkable wine, Luoyu remarked, raising an eyebrow with a smile, nonchalantly reaching for the second glass of fiery red liquid and downing it in one gulp. The flame scorched her throat, far more intense than the fire of a flame lion. In an instant, Luoyu felt as though her heart and lungs were ablaze, the coldness and heat battling within her. A formidable wine, a formidable force. Unable to dissipate the effects, she resorted to forcibly channeling her energy to suppress both effects within her dantian. Maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor as if utterly unfazed by the potency, the onlookers were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Li Xian's elder and second brother exchanged glances, frowning slightly and instinctively stepping back. In the spirit of reciprocity, Luoyu, you should return the gesture with a toast. A chilling voice suddenly sliced through the air from outside the hall. Accompanied by such an icy tone, two figures emerged slowly from the shadows of the night.